thought is only a fleeting moment or a kshanika sita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness, Mano Vijnana. All what we think are all mental formations or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya Loke Abhijna Domanassa, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupam Anittito, meaning all the arama or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. Vinaya Loke Abhijna Domanassa Kayanupassi Viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is a lie. If you believe that our body, our senses, or our mind and our thoughts are all real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hills, and everything else becomes a lie. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions, sanya, from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration could be the breath. Karanasan, everybody.
Thank Sarnai Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages from the book The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2. Uh, we have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, uh, and it was briefly mentioned how the thoughts are formed. It is a system coming into action. The five senses, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the five senses will create something, uh, and the mechanism we call it vibration. There's very speedy vibration, and then there is some creation. means a light, sound, smell, taste, or cold and hard feelings to the skin. So these are the five senses actually, and the end result or the collective function of these five we call a thought. So it's important how the thoughts are formed. It's important to know uh, with very good clarity how these thoughts are formed. Then only you can have a deep understanding about this system, how it comes to work. Uh, and they are all the thoughts are actually mental constructs and mental formations or constructs. And this mechanism, this speedy mechanism is called sankhara, where some of these perceptions are collected together, and the result is this what's called the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So mind consciousness means basically all thoughts. So we have been mentioning this earlier also. Everything is a thought basically. Whatever the action, the words you talk are also thoughts. So also it was mentioned that right at the beginning, for a beginner, it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down yourself. uh, and it means that the attention is focused on one point, one event or one action. Commonest thing is a breathing meditation, where the focusing is done to the place where the airflow touches in the nose. Sorry. So it can slightly vary from person to person. For a person, it might be the nostril. So for another person, it may be the root of the nose. Or for another person, he might feel better to the upper lip. So wherever, I'm giving a little more description about this breathing meditation. So whatever the place where the prominently the flow of the air is felt, can be focused, and this is a very simple meditation, what's called the breathing meditation. In Pali it's called anapanasati bhavanava. So it's useful for a short while to calm down yourself, and then you can research on these topics, how these thoughts are formed, uh, and you sort of penetrate deep and deep into these matters and try to understand what is this process, how it happens. So from there onwards, I think we can start our discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Everyone, we'll start the discussion. We'll worship our Advanced. And actually, it's so beautiful to understand this, the what we so-called real dream, that's so-called world we live in, how it has formed. It's so beautiful to research about this. So I invite everyone to do that research. This dream or this world, it's just the six sensory organs. That's all. That's all, and nothing else. So if you can understand this, that is a production of the sensory organs. We can understand how this world is different from each other. Why it is different is one reason is sensory organs can be different. The other reason is the power underneath. That's an power in that system can be different too. So we have to understand, we can't just keep saying that there is no self. Actually, we have to understand, if there is no self, what are we feeling here as self? That's what we keep understanding. Yes, there is a manifestation, there is output of six sensory organs. Yes, dream is there. We can't say it is not there. Dream is there. But is it actually there? No, it's not actually there. It's just production. So if you keep understanding that, you will feel lighter every day. Whatever the output of the dream. So output of the dream may be that you are very short of breath, you can't breathe, you may be struggling to survive. Even that, it's just part of that dream. Then we understand why we are then struggling there, why we are suffering, what is the actual burning here. Burning here is due to the ignorance that we keep believing that there is this continuity of this dream is the important thing. That is not the important thing. Actually, there's nothing like that. So anyone can ask questions. If someone has dwelled on anything, yesterday we had our great teacher come into the Zoom discussion yesterday. It was so beautiful. Something he highlighted was there's so many things that he highlighted actually. How the sadness and the happiness is in the mind, but at the same time, whether you are sad, whether you are happy, how this tranquility can be underlying thing. So that is the thing that is a beautiful thing that we try to say. And so if you understand the Dhamma, what is Dhamma? Dhamma is this understanding of the mind, how this mind works, in the sense how these sensory organs work. Not only the mind, all the sensory, six sensory organs, how do they work? How do they bring up this illusory world? It's so beautiful, yes. Or sometimes it's ugly, yes. But how? How is it formed? And why do we feel alive in that dream? So anyone can unmute and join the discussion. I think Dr. Sakuntala went for the programs Monday, Sunday
Yes.
or Saturday, I'm not sure. I think both days,
No,
didn't
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday, yes.
How was it? How did you feel?
Uh, it was actually good. It was the first program in that center. Uh, Actually, it's not easy access to that place because the road is not motorable. About 1.5 kilometers out of that, about 1 kilometer stretch is not motorable. Actually, the three wheelers also uh, find it very difficult to go up there. So we had to do the walking. But when you go to the top, actually, it's a very calm and quiet with lush greenery around with the mountain tops. And we were on top of one mountain, and there were peaks around, all covered in green. Uh, so there were about 37 people altogether. First 2.5 hours, we discussed the darshana, that means how these thoughts are formed, because there were several.
My question was, how did you feel?
Yeah, uh, I could now, especially when I was doing the walking part. that I will say, because other times actually when I was doing the talking, uh,
Are you the person who is holding the?
yes, mostly yes.
Oh, okay.
Uh, so that time actually I was engrossed in the explanations and answering the questions, etc. But during that walking session, we walked down that whole stretch, 1.5 kilometers back. Uh, because I have done the steps several times. I mean, more or less that practice was there, and automatically that I felt that there was uh, uh, there was no person walking. I could feel the sensors which were sort of alternatively taking role, and the sensors were alternatively felt, but there was no tiredness or no concern about the sunny weather also, uh, and didn't realize that a long stretch walk down, it was sort of kind of tireless and effortless walking at the end. So even though we were explaining the steps one by one, uh, probably because I have done it several times earlier, I automatically felt that I was going to the third and fourth steps of this practical procedure, so that there was uh, no thinking part, and felt that automatically the action is taking. So it was like the sensor functions were taken all alternatively one after the other. So it was very relaxed and uh, very relaxed type of walking meditation, with very little thoughts, I would say. Time to time there were disturbances, time to time sort of thoughts came up, and then I got uh, dragged away, but more or less most of the walk was like that.
Thoughts can come.
Sorry.
Thoughts can come. It doesn't matter. Then you
Yeah.
have to know that thought has come.
Thoughts can come. I mean, I was carried away by some of the thoughts.
Yeah. Okay.
Occasionally, because there was one place where there was a strange sound of a bird, and several people who were walking sort of got distracted to that, and they even went up to that place to see what was the bird. So that time I felt that my thoughts also sort of got along that one, without realizing that it is only a sound. So there were a couple of occasions like that. Apart
That's
from
really
that,
interesting. That part is really interesting.
mm,
Just
mm,
imagine someone is doing this insight meditation,
yeah,
stops that and run away to see a bird. That's a beautiful example of how this mind works. Oh my goodness.
yes, yes,
It's really good. It's like smelling like a cake, and the meditation is over. You run to the run to eat that.
it was a very unusual, very strange sort of sound. I mean, we knew that it was a sound, the bird sound. And then at the end of the meditation, we had a little discussion about that stretch also, how we walked, and how the people experienced it. And then the comments came. Some people said it was this. We saw the bird. Yes, we saw it. It was a valikukula. Valikukula is that our
Mm,
natural bird. So they went up to that. So it was complete distraction from the point of this walking meditation.
yeah.
So they went and peeped up. Uh, I got
Actually,
distracted, but yeah.
actually, can you see that
Mm,
uh, that the exact point is missed, isn't it?
mm,
Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
yeah.
So this mind sensor is so thick that
Okay.
no penetration is done
Mm,
or no liberation is done. And not only that, and you get carried away. So actually, um, that means you have slipped to the complete outside.
yes. In
Yeah.
between, there were thoughts, as you said, I mean, sort of flash of a second, some thoughts will come about some topic. And then I realized that it's a thought, and then sort of it became one of the senses that I was observing. But this particular one, I felt that I got carried away by that sound, and because the others sort of wanted to go to the edge of the road and peep and find out. So that was one of the
Hmm.
points that I could remember. Yes.
Interesting. Any questions that came up with the question and answer thing?
Uh, Now we what we did was we explained them each step, and then we because the latter part of the program was done in a different temple at the base of the mountain, base of the hill. So that
Mm.
place actually didn't have much space for this walking meditation. So we more or less walked around the bo tree, and some were asking, some were asking, especially when they had most of them had a difficulty between differentiating the sensor from the thought. Now, for example, felt something, uh, felt sand. Uh, so straight away it was like that. Now, not something like felt something hard, and the interpretation of the mind was sand.
Mm.
And things like that, there
Actually,
were a lot
actually,
of
we'll
confusions.
elaborate on that because Joel is also
Mm.
here. So
Yes.
we need to understand that the this bodily sensations, mainly bodily sensations, the skin and the mainly skin. I'm talking about there can be sensory output without the mind getting involved. So the solidity, uh, you don't necessarily need the mind sensor for to understand the solidity, the feel.
That was
So
feeling of hardness, isn't it? If Joel has a difficulty, because feeling
yeah,
of
feeling of
hardness is what is,
hardness.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, solid kind of thing. And the but the if you have like a description in that, like this is so soft or this is very hard, or even though it is kind of can be told by the sensor, still if you have like a description uh, coming up, that is the mind sensor, that is all right. So this is the tile, because immediately that is what it comes, when you keep even if you are, imagine you are blindfolded, like kind of your eyes are covered by a cloth, then definitely you are asked to walk somewhere, you can feel something, and it is kind of the carpet, or it is some kind of the tile, and sometimes it is watery, kind of it is slippery because of its watery. So even when we don't have other sensory organs, still just the bodily sensations, the skin, um, you have different outputs. So that's the thing. So mind sensor is already involved in that, but actual sensor function doesn't need the mind sensor. But yeah, it's very important to understand that, especially if you are doing the walking meditation. And also, it's a tricky part because you don't directly feel the No, it is, yeah, I mean, we just have to keep understanding how this mind works. Anyway, if the walking has become true, uh, it is difficult to feel the mechanism, because the mechanism actually didn't have anyone. But if you are in the mind, and if you are in the mind and you are walking, then you can't feel that it is happening, just a happening thing. Walking is just a mechanism, just a what do you say that? Kriyavali, or what do you call that? Like
Action, can you say action or?
action, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting to keep doing this and try and understand this touch. Is actually touch has no definitions, but we do have definitions. It's okay, but if you understand that the definition itself is not true, then only the piercing is, piercing will happen, or the dissolving of the mind can happen. Whatever the word you say, it doesn't matter. The liberation from mind can happen, because unless the unless you until you are deceived by this mind sensor, you still have the problem. You just have to know that. That's okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions, Charles? Or you are just listening today, probably?
Mm, uh, just being selfless these days makes life easy.
Yeah,
and
that's good.
and what I noted down yesterday was what Aryan once was saying, that that was real. He said, "Love is not benefit or business, and
Mm,
love is everywhere. Be selfless, and love is a feeling." I was just pondering these things, and I think yesterday, Auntie Sudharma said, when you're doing something, you won't feel that you're doing it. You just go on doing it. So yeah, you don't feel tired. You don't feel anything, and
mm.
that's nice. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
also,
that's
when
awesome.
so I'm doing this concentration meditation, suddenly I see I'm sleeping. I don't know how I go to sleep when I do that meditation. When I go to sleep, yeah, this feels good, really good. Thank you.
All good. So, anything else? Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I worship Bhagyanan's feet, spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala's experience, and I was wondering whether at that point, when she heard the uh, call of the bird, uh, I mean, with some sort of awareness that it is the mind sensor that thought occurs. I mean, that awareness without contemplation, with that awareness, if she walks to that place and see the truth, I mean, see the bird, but without contemplation, without any attachment or aversion, get that experience, and then continuing to walk. What is it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Sudharma. It
No, you're
shouldn't
like,
have done.
no, no. If
Yeah,
Aryan
definitely it should
Vahanse
have happened
was
like
there,
that.
if
Yes.
Aryan Vahanse was there, I would say so. I would say so. But the problem is, it is us who go there, and our inquisitive mind
Mm,
trying to find the
yeah,
bird. It's
yeah.
definitely different from the talk. I can understand. So we
Yeah.
can't really justify that in that way. But
Of course, no.
maybe when Narayanan says there, I mean, this is the thing. We can't really, if we are in the path, we can't really talk about the fruit in the sense the outcome. So the outcome we can't compare with the now we can't put Narayanan uh, in that position and think that this may be the way that RNC must be doing. That is not how it works, actually. You can't really compare like that because uh, he doesn't feel alive. So it doesn't necessarily mean, the burning is not there. I mean, I should say in that way, the burning is not there. It doesn't matter whether he actually even see it or not, or recognize it or not. It doesn't really matter. That is the thing. But this practice is different. Practice is for practitioners, like the people who try to see this truth in one at least one particular moment to uh, get to the non-vibration. That's completely different uh, to the to the to the person who is already achieved that. So you can't really compare. So we can't really say that. So that what Sudharma said was, it's kind of the Lord Buddha doing that, or as Arahant, someone Arahant doing that. Then you can say like that. But the problem is, as practitioners, like we are in the path, so we go there to practice and see whether we can feel the non-vibration, the sensory function without that power that we talk about. So to feel that, you can't really miss the practice when we are doing it, because then only it will train you into that exact moment that where we feel the non-vibration. So just imagine you keep hearing multiple birds. If they are just hearing only, that's it. That's it. But that's the Arahant's state. If it is hearing only, that's an Arahant state. But in the path, when we are trying to do this, because we are in the path, we try to try and bring it up. When we do that, first step is first step would be we hear the sound. In the sense, not we, there is a sound, and you identify it as a bird sound. And then whether the bird sound is true? No, bird sound is not true. That it is a bird sound itself is just a a thought. Then the hearing part is just a mechanism. It's just hearing. And then if you feel it only, the non-vibration will be felt. So this is very tricky. This is just a explanation. This is not the experience. If you actually experience it, it would be direct, very direct liberation from mind, exactly to feel that whole first bit is not there. That thinking part is also not there. And that dream part is also not there. The bird sound part is also not there. It's just sound only. If it's just a sound only, there's no self there. That's how you can say that. So it's a very unique experience. So if we understand, yeah,
Interestingly, Dr. Kokila, with all that effort, Dr. Sakuntala saw the peasant or the jungle fowl in her mind. No? There wasn't a jungle fowl outside.
Yeah.
That happened actually at the time of the discussion because I didn't see it. I just heard the sound. And then at the end of the discussion, we just asked the participants, what were your experiences during this walk? Then only they came up. Until that time, I had know about this jungle fowl. What was a bird? I had no idea. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, but the thing is, we miss these very interesting moments. We miss them. We miss the chance. Basically, uh, basically feel without the mind power. We miss it. We miss the chance to feel without the mind power. Do you get it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, true, true. Yes.
Yeah, we miss it.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, but it's very interesting. Actually, even the missing part is very interesting because once you see something and you understand that it's a popcorn and it is completely missed because you feel like eating it. Likewise, you hear sound and you understand it's a bird sound and you're completely lost because you want to know who that is now. So that's the thing. The liberation of mind doesn't come that easy because our mind is a pattern. It just seeks next one, next one, next one, next one. So, yeah, it's very regular pattern that we are addicted to, thinking and thinking and thinking. So the thinking is actually not true. Thinking can happen, but actual the feel it's difficult. It's covered by all the thoughts. What do you think, Sramika?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. Interesting example. And it just shows, isn't it? It's obviously a common experience for people. And that goes to show that, there must be complete embedment, isn't it, through the practice in order for the instinct or the impulse not to kind of jump to the mind and go in search of the jungle fowl, isn't it? The stimulus suddenly becomes real, no matter how, even if one is quite entrenched in the walking meditation, the moments, in a moment's notice, something out of the ordinary, something unusual. If it was just another, a cricket chirping or something, it would have been fine and everybody would have gone on with the meditation. But something out of the ordinary, the mind is always ready to jump, isn't it? Ready to latch on to a stimuli. And it just goes to show, there's nothing wrong with it, as we always say. This is the tendency of the mind. And through ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
The aspect that I wanted to, two things. One was, so you said Aryan Vans, of course you can't, kind of compare what he experiences, and sometimes he recounts these experiences on the Sinhala Zoom sessions about, how he observes certain animals and the traits of certain animals, particularly squirrels. He has told us so many times about squirrels, how he observes them and so on. And then he says how beautiful it is and various things like that. But so my question there was, So obviously our advancer does not have the alive feel, but to a certain extent those on the path also can experience that, whilst not, it may not happen with every stimuli, which is what we discussed a little while earlier about not being the 100%. But in some cases, this goes to that Kemakatheros, probably the supra-awareness is not 100% permanent, but there are instances that it is there. So in those instances, even if there is an encounter in a park of something, it can still be noted without it being a thing, isn't it? Because there is still the recognition, there is still the existent feel, there is the stimuli is still a stimuli. It's all that is not there is that it doesn't become a thing.
I'll try
Isn't
to
that right,
answer
Dr.
that.
Kokila?
I'll try to answer that, Surangika. So what I was trying to say is someone who has become the non-vibration is completely different to the any person who is in the path. So who is in the path may have different levels. Yes, it is not a thing. I mean, we don't know. It depends, because one may not feel any interest in the stimuli, may not even go and try to find the animal who is shouting, or may not even think about eating the popcorn, but still it can be still inside the dream. So this part is really tricky, and it's very difficult to even explain. So it still can be inside the dream, in the sense it may leave a imprint. So there's a perception of something happening, but if the mind component is not strong at all, then it would be the feel. So the feel is also is you can have the life feel. So the existent feel with a life feel, or existent feel without a life feel, is the difference. So this is all something that we can't really explain. So whether someone is seeing something with a life feel or without a life feel is a very, very, very specific issue, specific to that system. So in one stimulus, if you have felt this in one stimulus, if someone has felt this uh, sensory function without the power, or feel of existence without the life feel, yes, for that instance, definitely it has happened. So, in that instance, it has happened. And at that instance, you clearly get the idea that all we have studied, all we have listened, all we have taught, that feel of existence and the life feel, if the feel of existence is not a thing, a life feel is not there. So this is very, very, very specific thing, very sensitive issue also. So That's the thing. So that is the beginning of the path. To just in one moment to feel the difference between the sensory faculty function without that power. So whether it is going to happen in every stimuli, then the story is over. There's no story, then there's no path. There's no path complete. But if someone is in the path, this may come and go, yes, but it's not there all the time. But when it comes and goes, each time the kind of it gives the more strength to Dhamma, you keep feeling more and more. That's it. Did you get the? Did you
Yes,
get it?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Doctor,
Yes.
just a question regarding Dr. Saguntala's experience of walking meditation or any meditation, I mean concentration meditation.
We don't
And
really
when
we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation, Joel,
uh-huh.
because that can actually trick you.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really emphasize on that. We actually invite all the people to do insight meditation, and insight meditation is the practice that we incorporate into the walking.
Okay, right. So in walking meditation, she said that she got distracted by a sound, right?
No, actually that is also not true. What Sakuntala was going to say was the sound, so our steps are a bit different. So the steps are, sound is coming, then the mind sensor tells it's a bird sound. That's the first step. We don't deny the sounds. We don't try to stop the sounds or anything. We are completely free, Joel. Completely effortless. This process is completely effortless. Because in concentration meditation, you had to put an effort. This completely effortless, very free mind, very beautiful state. So you just go naturally, you walk naturally, and there's a sound, then you understand it's a bird sound. And the reflection is, if you are reflecting state, so this doesn't, everyone's states are different. So in the beginner, you have to reflect. Reflection is the actual, it's a bird sound. That is just the mind output. The mind says it's a bird sound, but bird sounds is a perception. Actual sound didn't say it's a bird sound, but we say it's a bird sound. So that is a perception. That perception is not true. It's just like a, just another thought. So it's a mind sensor. And then the third step is, so the first step is whatever you hear or see or smell or the skin or the taste or any thoughts, whenever they happen, you identify them as they are. There's no any change, or we are not going to spoil the experience. We are just experiencing the experience. And the yes, sound is there, but then when we understand that actually it's not a bird sound, it's a sound, then I don't think we have come to that point, Joel, the third part, that how we understand whether the sound is real. This is very tricky actually. We have to actually, in one session, we have to discuss that, Joel, so that you understand that sound is actually is a production of the ear. I think we discuss it slightly, but not a lot. Sound is just a production of the ear, human ear. because we are talking about the humans when we talk about this one, this six sensory organs. So sensory organ means 5 sensory organs, when they vibrate at the same time, this mind is formed. So we understand that it's a valikokula, the sound of a valikokula. So that's the mind sense. It's a thought basically, but actual there's a sound too, like this sound is the sensory function. Sensory function is actually the fast vibration of the ear. And fast vibration of the ear, if there is no fast vibration of the ear, you can't actually hear anything. You are deaf. But because there is vibration in the ear, we can actually telepathize to the any sound. So when we say we hear something, what actually happens is the two vibrations synchronize. They synchronize. They become one. That's how we hear. So it's actually, we can't really say the sound is outside. It's actually that if there is a vibration here in the ear, if in the meaning if you are not deaf, there's a vibration in the ear. If that is synchronizing to anything, that's what we call as we heard something. Anyway, that hearing is just a function of the ear. It's not a, but when we hear something, it is because of the fast vibration that we hear something. Otherwise, if this whole thing, if the fast component is not there, you can't actually hear anything. Even if you understand the light, the function of the eye, there's specific cells in the eye that vibrate so fast. That is how we see light. If there is no fast vibration of the cells in the eye, you can't really call you can see, you're blind. So that's how the light is formed also. So it's very important to understand that the function. So we never actually, we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation. If someone's mind is so flustered that they can't even come to senses, then you can do 5 minutes concentration meditation, yes, but it's not the highlight of this insight meditation. Insight meditation means reflection of how these sensory organs work. Knowing the magic is the trick here, not trying to solve the magic. Actually, we try to see through the magic. If we know the magic, we just penetrate it anyway. It doesn't become a thing. Did you get it, Joel? I think Aryan also Joel. Yes,
I'm sorry.
Joel.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just did you get the point? I think we need to discuss it one day about this ear function, the eye function, the nose, the basic sensory organs. We need to understand that it's nothing coming from outside. It's actually production of ear, which synchronized to the anything outside. But the valikokula is definitely in the mind sensor.
Yes. Doctor, another thing that I just wanted to ask you is that sometimes, like yesterday, Aryan once said, don't even think about tomorrow. But sometimes it comes to my mind and I start to worry. How can I stop worrying about the next minute? And I get disturbed and I worry about my future and all those things. I know it's a perception, but sometimes when that worry comes, it's very scary. Uh, how can how can I practice this and come out of this worry?
Yeah, don't even worry about trying to come out of it. Just try to understand how this works. Then you will definitely understand. You are not the person who started talking on the first day, Joel. So you have changed even now. So you even can, your the way you talk has changed, the way you express yourself has changed. You're feeling so free. So the same thing will continue to happen. Nothing is going to hamper you. Even if you, now just imagine you get a thought, okay, what am I going to do tomorrow? Yeah, just another thought. And if you don't burn that much, so just imagine you get, just an example, 1,000 watt burning now when you think about the future. When you go on understanding how this mind sensor works, one day a thought will come to you, oh my God, what am I going to do about my future? And you will be wondering where the burning is. So the thought, it can be there, Joel. Thought is not going to run away. Thought can be there, or thought might not come also, because if it doesn't really, when it doesn't bother you, the thought may not come. But even if the thought comes, it doesn't necessarily mean anything if the burning is not there. So imagine we are planning something for tomorrow. We have a program like Dr. Sakuntala went to a program like that. So just imagine like that. There's a program tomorrow. So there's a thought. There's a program tomorrow. Yes, it's just another thought. So, but then when you keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is this underlying burning will slowly go away. It takes time. It takes time. Well, what can you do? You can only do try and understand these 6 sensory organs. How this has created such a world that we were engrossed in. We were like I can't say even the how much engrossed we were in. Like we thought we are inside that, and we were crying. We were happy one time. We are sad sometimes. Everything. But when you keep understanding this world of you, world of someone else, world of an animal, world of a a dog or whatever, how these worlds are formed and how they feel that it is actually true. How does it become a thing? That's what we keep understanding. So the underlying mechanism, understanding how this works, is the key. How we understand that this notion of self has come because the importantly in the stimulus. So the what is you is actually the stimulus. So what we keep understanding is if the stimulus is a thing to you. So I can imagine now, because you on the first day your question was, I get agitated by the thought of the job or some stuff like that. But now today you are telling the word, even thinking about tomorrow can make me feel a bit jittery, so or upset or worried. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's you are thinking. So what thinking or this mind sensor brings up the thought tomorrow. Just someone might talk about tomorrow, and you might be thinking, "Oh my God, what, is there a tomorrow?" or something like that. I don't want tomorrow to come, or what am I going to do tomorrow, or what I'm going to do in future. It's okay. The question is okay, but the burning will be gone. So you will tell it one day. Don't worry, you will tell it one day that even if a thought about the future comes, it doesn't really bother you. So the understanding what is future is a thought now. Future is a thought now. If I'm thinking about anything about the past, now past experiences that you have told us, like neighbors coming and telling, or relative coming and telling about you, how that's the past. But we ponder about it at this moment. So this moment you are born, in that particular moment when it is a thing. So when you think about the future, if the future word has terrified you, because sometimes it can happen, even you know, you know, um, you were a counselor, so you know definitely that the future brings us anxiety, past brings us depression, because you can't depress about the future. It's actually future is the anxiety, so the past is the depression. So but we are not actually trying to suppress any of this. Is what we are trying to understand is how this works, how this miraculous world is brought about, how one thought now here is projecting to the past or to the future. That's all. It's a projection. It's a mind projection. So the mind can project anything. Mind projected the Valikukula there. Mind can project anything. So mind can project about the future too. What is going to happen to me in future? So anything about future can be blur. So because you don't have a clear idea, it's okay. Who has a clear idea of future? Do you think the clear idea is actually true? It's not the point. But if you actually understand this Dhamma and you become so light, and you even the future thought has come, you will not burn. And actually you might be able to do something now without worrying about anything. That's the beauty of Dhamma. Are we running out of time or?
4 more minutes are there.
Oh, okay. Did you understand, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I think tomorrow, if you can just elaborate on the sensor faculties,
Yeah,
both
we'll
the
elaborate, and I
sound
think
and
we should
this,
start.
it will be
Yeah.
clear.
Yes,
Thanks, doctor.
100%.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, at what time is now? Uh, at what
Time is 9. My time
yeah,
is
it's okay.
9:30.
So, but I want to tell you something.
Yes, Saranaz.
Everybody, our eye creation, world is our eye sensor creation. Yeah, sensory world is a sensor given us. This world, nobody is here. No one is here. System is working only. That is the Dhamma. Nothing else. Who is sad? Who is suffering? No suffering or sadness here. We understand, we won't understand what happened here. What is the system? What is the Dhamma we are talking is dependent origination? What is this dependent origination Dhamma? These are sensors, sensor creations, nothing, anything. What is the Buddha's inside meditation? Dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Dhamma. Buddha not told the concentration meditation Dhamma. Because first Buddha's Dhamma discourse is the 5 teachers Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra. What is Buddha's word? Never heard before them. Buddha no.
Saranaz.
Oh, yes, never heard before Dhamma. The meaning is Buddha's word is never heard before Dhamma. Ubbe answer Dhammesu. Is a Tripitaka is there. Pali words. Ubbe answer Dhammesu. Never heard before Dhamma. So, first time Buddha explained this Dhamma. We know concentration meditation So Hindus are doing, today also doing. So at the Buddha's time, politicians also did that, concentration meditation. Buddha also did that, but it's not the way. It's not the way to liberation. It's not way to freedom of mind. It's not way to ending the suffering and sadness. So it's not the way ending the cycle of birth. So that is why concentration meditation is not the Buddha's way. Today, whole world, many guys doing concentration meditation, they are thinking it's a Buddha's path. But it's not a Buddha's path, it's a Hindu's path. So Buddha's path is inside meditation. It's dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Is our sense creations. 6 senses. How creating these senses? They are the dependent origination. It must mean sati idang hoti, it must mean asati idang nahoti, it must upajja idang upa, it must nirodha idang nirodha. Is the dependent origination. Is the Buddha's word, it's the Pali. But what is the meaning is this? Cause and effect dharma. It's not the concentration. Otherwise, it's not the action and effect dharma. It's a cause and effect dharma. What is the cause? What is the effect? Cause is vibration. Effect is a something. So, what is I? Buddha's word is I is the word. What's the I is the word? I is the birth. Your I given you to everything. The example is the eye. But you know I given the sound, light. But otherwise, your ear given the sound. This like a factories. It's a product. Yeah. We are talking outside their sound. We are talking outside their light. But it's not true. It's a deep meaning is inside. Why colorblind guys can't see red color, can't see green color? Because it's not outside. It's their own mind. It's their own eye creating. That is the world. It's your eye is the world. It's okay. I won't tell this. Dhamma is our senses creations. Dhamma is nothingness, final effort is a nothingness. You know, cause and effect Dhamma is a huge story we were talking. How is light? Light is an effort. Cause is vibration. Is very important. It's a speedily sparking happening. That's a vibration. It's very important. That's the meaning. How is creating our senses? How is coming this light, sounds, smells, taste, and hot and cool, smooth and rough? How is coming the alive feel? How is coming existent feel? How is coming alive feel? How is coming soul? So nobody is here. How is telling that? We have feel. No? We have alive feel. How is talking about nobody is here? That's very important. I think huge explain we won't do. Today, tomorrow, and couple of days. It's okay. Tomorrow we can do this. Today time is over. As everybody, I like everybody explain this Suranka and Sudharma and the Chandani. Dr. Chandani know this. Dr. Chandani can explain very well. I think we won't get we'll get the chance. Dr. Chandani and the Sudharma and the Suranka also everybody. Yes, Kokila. We
Yes,
won't explain.
Saranam.
Everybody won't explain this.
Yes,
Not
yes.
only our Dhamma friend. Everybody won't. I think this very special point. How is light is coming? How is sound is coming? How is this sensation? How is alive feel is coming? I know. How is this happening? Death or birth? What is this death and birth? How Buddha's guys win the death and birth? You know, Buddha's guy win the death and birth. They have a death and birth. What's this meaning? It's okay. We can talk about coming soon. Next time. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. It's okay, our chair friend. As you, very important. I think everybody given the questions. I think it's very important. Yes, chair. Thank you so much. That questions because our guys are like sleeping. No questions. It's very important. It's okay, Kokila. There was right. There was everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again. There was
Thank you, Aryan.
There are certain processes of reality, and to these processes we seem to assign different names. These processes could be natural processes or man-made processes. All what we seem to do is that we assign different names to them. Some examples of assigning names to natural processes are given below. For example, look at a newborn baby. Doesn't the baby move his limbs as he pleases? Doesn't he not breathe on his own? Does he not eat when he is fed? But he did not realize or know anything that he does. But the newborn baby does have a process, and he does perform some actions. Isn't your breathing process and the breathing process of a newborn baby who has pure and an untainted mind the same? Isn't this process of breathing common to you and the newborn baby? Now let us also look at the process of walking. You think that you are walking. It is you who assigned a name as walking to that process. There is nothing as walking. In Sinhala, we call it Avidinawa, and in English, we call it walking. It is a sound. What we have to realize is that it is only an action. Therefore, if you remove the sound from the action and only observe the action, then you would be able to erase the name sound that was assigned to it by the Sammuti. When you are on the path, this process of erasing of the name or sound happens little by little. When you practice to observe only the process without the sound, you begin to see and feel that there is nothing. You realize that all what you see was made in the mind. Once you realize the pure truth and become so one, your mind cannot trick you anymore. Teruvan Sarana, everybody.
Theruvan Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. We worship Parayan Wahanse at his feet, Theruvan Sarana Arayan Wahanse, and we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion, and also the other friends who are listening to us via other means. So this is our English Zoom discussion as usual. Yeah, going to discuss the facts that was described in the book that Shani read. We are still talking about the mind and the thought, and how this process of thoughts are formed, and how with the growth of the baby, how these thoughts are formed and how they are developed up to the level that we are experiencing right now. So as she mentioned in the book, uh, it's always a thought. Everything is a thought, and thought means it is the collective action of the other five sense faculties. If you experience simply a thought, which means in simple words we say that I was thinking and this thought came to my mind. So when you mention something like that, it always indicates that it is something happened in the past. It is a mental picture which occurs right now, but it's always uh, the collective function of the five senses which happened at some point earlier. And also it was mentioned uh, these thoughts are composed of the rupa or the observation of the sensor and some form of naming behind that. So this naming can vary. It varies depending on depending on the language, depending on the environment, culture, etc. So some simple things given as examples. Uh, for walking, the English term is walking, and then in Sinhala we call it avidinawa. So it's the name part, but actually it's just the function of the sensors. So what happens there now? For example, if you take walking, uh, it's a series of sensor functions. The skin will feel hard or soft things, and there will be a feeling of lifting and keeping a little away from the previous foot, and then there will be a feeling of the joint. So like that, it is a continuous series of sensor functions of the body. For these series of sensor functions we call walking. So when it comes to the mundane world, it's a thought, and a name has been given to a series of functions. So it was also mentioned in what we read that erasing of the naming part, actually it doesn't mean that removing that name part. Actually what it means is that the value which was given as a part of the thought, the value gets erased because the thought will appear as if it is happened earlier. So the thought will be there, and the identification of the uh, rupa part will occur, but the value which was given to that total thought is the one which gets dissolved. So those were the basic things that we got from the book. So I think we can start the discussion. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai.
We worship Varanasi. Yes, we can start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question so we can discuss around it. Or we can talk about how these perceptions are actually giving us, the false or illusory nature of the existing world. So actually, in the last bit, Joel asked a question yesterday. I don't think we had enough time to cover it. So I just thought about going back to it as well, just to highlight few things. When we try to understand this truth is just how this phenomena works, how this alive field has brought up all these questions of suffering or the burning or this problem. But when we keep understanding this, the main step we understand is actually the whatever we feel as out there, because we have a projection. Like we have a projection, as we said, that's my neighbor. And if you're looking at him now, you can really say, yes, I'm looking at my neighbor now. He's cleaning the garden. So if someone say, did you really see him? Yes, I saw him with my own eyes. That's what we say. So it is something that happened. If someone asks you, did you actually see? That means they are questioning what you saw, and you say, no, I saw, definitely I saw his face. It wasn't someone else, it was the neighbor. So in a way, we are trying to tell something that we saw. That's right, isn't it? But with the truth, what we try to understand is, did we see a neighbor? Or what we see is that the neighbor? Or the neighbor, how did the neighbor come to that picture, what you see? So you saw something, yes, 100%, you feel like that. Because the actual seeing or vision is something you feel, feeling of light, or the visual effect. But how this mind works is, mind is a tricky thing. How this mind works is, mind gives you, mind is actually the slow. If you try to slow it down, you can understand it's just flowing of thoughts, one thought. That very fast flowing of thoughts, we call it mind. There's no actual organ called mind. So then, how this mind is formulating is due to that whatever you see, you have a notion that it is the neighbor, like an idea from what you have learned very far back in your small childhood. You know that one who lives near you is called neighbor. or you might call it uncle, because that's how you knew how to call them, or auntie in that case. In our country, usually that is. We don't call neighbor. I don't think we ever call them neighbor. So, this auntie, that auntie, this uncle, that uncle, that's how we used to say. And we know that if you say, I saw that uncle, the problem is not actually what you saw or what you actually believe to see. The problem is believing that it's actually a real, this dream that this world we live in. Imagine your twin brother standing there with you and looking at the same neighbor. Whatever that twin brother's mind, how that mind works is different. Because whatever that thought that comes up would be completely different. He may be looking at the same scenario, and whatever that comes up in that mind would be completely different. How come is that? And if you imagine your puppy dog with you, and dog is looking at the same direction, what do you think that dog's world would be? So, which world is correct? Is it your brother's world? Is it your world? Or is it dog's world? Or in that case, if you imagine a fly nearby, what is the outcome of that world? So, which world is correct? Every being, unicellular or multicellular, every being has a kind of a outcome of whatever the sensory organ they have. Some sensory organs, it's just the kind of the skin, specifically in a worm. That is what you can understand this. It's just the fear. Imagine you're blind, you can't hear anything, you just feel. Are you not going to have a better feel than now? You're going to feel extremely very well, in the sense you are going to be very sensitive and specific in the feel, because you can't see, you can't hear. Even with that, you will have some kind of understanding. So even with one sensory organ, any being will survive, yes, if possible. So whatever the world, whether it is a world of a cat or world of a dog or world of a human, world of a fly, world of a bee, if you actually research about this, you will understand that according to the scientific relations, that what they see, even the type of the light is different. I can't remember everything, but if you research, what bee sees is different. They see all in rectangular form. And the dogs see in different shades. They don't see some colors. The cow will be seeing another different shades of colors. We, as humans, we know we have some people who can't see red, but they will be interpreting something as red because they hear people saying red, they red, 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 red. Whatever they see, they call it as red. So they don't even know that they can't see red until it is properly checked. So we understand that whatever we have as sensory organs, they function. Yes, 100% they function. And they have produced a world which is not true. In the sense, it is kind of there, yes, there is a manifestation, but it's actually not there. If it is actually there, you should be able to like feel the same way as all the human beings. 8 billion people are completely different. There's another reason for that too, because their vibrations are different too. Anyway, what I was trying to come to is the question of the neighbor or the relative or someone. You feel that they are giving you a hard time. Definitely, yes, you felt it before because you didn't know that this is how this so-called life works. So you felt as you are being pressured. You felt as judged. You felt as intimidated. And those feelings made you angry, made you to hide, made you to run away from the situations that you would actually see them. So, Tiran Sarnai, Aranas.
Tera Sarnai.
Yes, Aranas.
Tera Sarnai. Chan is there.
Yes, Chani is here.
Tera Sarnai.
We can hear. We can see also Aranas.
Yes, Teruan Saranai. What's your name? Who's the? Yes.
Please speak.
Yes, I liked. Yeah. I like know who the yes our friend Dhamma friend. Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Theo. Theo.
Theo.
Yes.
Yes.
Theo.
Which Leo?
Theo. Aranas.
Theo. It's okay. Theo is where's the country?
Germany.
Yes, Germany.
Yes.
Yes. How old are you?
32. 32.
Pardon?
32.
32. It's okay. Yes. It's very interesting. The truth. What is the truth? No, it's very interesting. What's happened here? What is the truth? Who we are, where we are from. That's very important. What's happened here? No. Well, we don't know the truth. We know what happened to us. We are thinking after death we are going somewhere. What's happened to us? We don't know. Someone telling something. We are going to heaven. It's okay. We don't know it's happened. No. We are believing. Yeah, we are going heaven, or we are going. It's okay. It's a believing. We don't know. We haven't experienced. That's why we are thinking. Yes, Hindus are talking about the other other believing. Muslims are talking about the other believing. The Christian also other believing, and the Buddhist guys also thinking about like that. The heavens and heaven. So what is the really happening? No, we don't know the really. No, really we don't know what's happened here. That's why it's very important. Yeah, I like uh, this discussion. I like this. Understand everybody the truth. It's okay. Give me 1 minute, please. Yes, Kopila is there. Yes, Kopila is okay.
Yes, sir. Answer. It's very beautiful to see that. I think this must be from Dombogoda Meditation Center, and we welcome you to the Zoom discussion. We are holding this every day at this time, and we discuss Dhamma in English medium. It's very interesting. We have actually,
See them?
We can't. They do not turn their cameras on usually. Yeah, there are several Dhamma friends, including Nata and husband.
Okay.
You can hear them, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Is that like religious reason why we cannot see them?
No.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, actually,
Mm.
I'm from Australia. There's another friend from Australia here, and some are from Sri Lanka. Yeah, there's sometimes some people from UK. There's people joining some from Singapore, like that. There's Dhamma friends from all over. Just by listening to Dhamma, we haven't even personally met each other. Just through actually these discussions, we have come together just by understanding the truth that Buddothpada Varanasi has disclosed to us. He started to disclose it through YouTube as well. We just randomly heard that, and we are actually trying to understand the truth that he was trying to say. What made you to actually come to Dhammagoda? Is it for the kind of to find some tranquility, or what was the idea of that? Would you mind telling us?
I guess the main idea was to calm down.
What is it?
The main idea was to calm down, I guess. It was the start of the travel. We're traveling for 2 weeks. So
Oh, you're just traveling.
Yes, excuse me. I think it's finding the relax, no? Finding the relax, no? That's right. That's is main. Yes.
Need to calm down.
Yeah, it's a calm down places. Yes, that place is very nice for that.
this is what you read it. So this
Yes, yes, it's a relaxing place, no? It's a relaxing there. It's nice.
Very nice.
I think it's the best. I think it's the what to be happen here, because our mind always struggling. Our mind always busy. Our mind very tired. No, our mind very rush. No, our mind is like a. Is not mind is not relaxed. Mind always is generating the power like that. Attach and disattach. No, attachments. It's like that. Mind always like that. It's a crave. No, it's going the attachments. It's sometimes attachment becoming disattached because the mind is tired. I think relaxing. Everybody want relax. Yeah, life is very busy, no? That is why people want relax. It's interesting. Yeah, it's the main.
My name is Angie.
Anjali, yeah.
I'm My name is Angie. Nice meeting you.
Anjali. Yes, Anjali. Have you any questions? Ask
Yes,
me,
I want to
Anjali.
ask you. I want to ask you how long you've been practicing or discovering Dharma. Is this what you discovered by yourself, or is this actually a practice for 1,000 years already? What is the history of Dharma? Can you introduce that to us?
I think you're asking me how long you
Your personal.
meditation is doing. That's the question, no?
No, how long you've been practicing Dharma, which we're listening to? How many years, and what is this your personal story? Can you, if you don't
Personally,
mind, discuss?
yeah. My personally is when I'm a baby, it's automatically I'm doing this because my grandpa doing the meditation. My grandpa also still today alive.
Mm,
Grandpa not dead. Grandpa 90, I think is 96 now age. My grandpa 75 years I think is meditation doing.
mm,
I'm becoming the meditation when I was 5 years or 6 years. It's automatically happening because my uncle, my mom's brother, my uncle also a monk. So I have this type of family background. That's why
mm-hmm,
when I was a baby, I'm doing the meditation. So
mm-hmm,
30 years doing the concentration meditation. So my grandpa teach me and my uh, uh, monks, friends teach me. And otherwise, I'm always in the meditation path because
mm-hmm,
my mind always go in the forest. I like forest. When I was a baby, I'm always in the forest. My mom sometimes told me, why you are going to the forest? You want to study, you want to go doing the job, you want to do something. Why you are going always forest? But my mind is always going to forest because I want alone. When I was a
mm-hmm,
baby, I don't like studies. I don't like anything. I want only the forest. I like the birds. I like the trees. I like the sky. I like everything. So today also I'm in the like that. I'm in the forest always. I'm in the forest. So I
mm-hmm,
like alone. I like alone. My feel always going to alone. So that is my feel. Is alone. Always
mm-hmm,
is alone. So it's nice. I'm not inside. I'm in very happy. So
mm-hmm.
I like it. Yeah. Because silence is good. That is why I choose this place. It's nice. It's a silence. It's
Very good
nice.
choice. I like
Yeah.
the
Silence is very
the
important.
quietness.
Yeah. Yeah.
If the we've been
Yeah.
educated past 2 days about to the ultimate goal of Dharma is to let yourself go, right? That is ultimate truth to end the suffering and end the rebirth. So I want to ask you if the 10 is you have reached the ultimate truth and you let yourself completely go. If that was the goal, how much you would rate yourself 1 to 10? Where are you now after 30, 40 years practicing?
Yes. Thus Dhamma is going the way is awareness, super awareness. What is the super awareness? Is samadhi. What is this samadhi? How telling this? It's like a nature. Everywhere you are sometimes you are going rush area, more people is there. But you are in alone. How is happening? This internal transformation is the very important. It's not thinking, it's not a mind. It's your internal transformation. It's your changing. You are not anything to vibrate. So every time the system is working, senses are creating, thoughts are here. It's okay, no problem. Because you are inside in silence. No problem what is happen outside. Because you are not attached anything. How is this internal transformation is happening? Like I know.
That's not my question, by the way. Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
Question is, where are you now after you practicing so many years? Where do you
Yes.
see yourself?
I'm in nothingness stage. But everything is there. But my inside is nothingness stage. No being, no living being, nothing existent. I'm in free mind. Yeah, I'm in freedom of mind, liberation of mind.
So you want to go already?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations. So
how do you feel like? How's your state of feeling? Or how's your?
do you reach
Normally,
enlightenment?
yeah.
How do you know?
It's not thinking. It's not thoughts. It's internal transformation. It's happening. I'm not telling lie.
Hey.
I don't want to tell lie anybody. It's my experience. It's my experience. I explain others. So I'm not force anybody. I'm explaining my experience only. Someone can realize. Someone can study, but I am telling. So I'm telling the way, I'm telling the path. Someone following this way definitely is coming finally stage is super awareness. I'm talking about super awareness. Is Buddha's word is. So someone talking about alignment, but I'm not talking alignment. Alignment is Hindu's word. I'm talking about super awareness. Is the enlightenment? Yes. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. First, everybody want to understand how is this senses creating? What is this alive feel? How is alive feel is coming? How is this alive feel is coming? How is this existent feel is also coming? So when you are baby, you are in the cot, it's a radiant mind is there. No defilements. But after kindergarten time, how is coming defilements? The people don't know how is coming these defilements. So that is very important. How is creating these senses? Buddha explaining this. What is this world? Is censoring world, not any outside world. So animals in others world. So example is the buffalo. Buffalo only the look in red color. Buffalo have red color world. We are talking about 7 color world. But some insect, they have 8 type of world. So this varieties is animals. It's not same world. They are living individually their own world. You also same. Your world is your senses creating, no? Not outside anywhere. It's your sensory world. It's very important.
May I ask how old are you now?
Excuse me? Yes?
May I ask how are you now?
Pardon, please. I think I'm not heard.
How are you? How old are you now?
Sudharma, what's that question?
Answer. Actually, they are interested in about your personal life, basically how you feel less than fully awakened one and your age, etc. Now she is asking.
Yeah, very important. I'm living normally like you. Not happen anything. That's a internal transformation is not the outside picture.
Why he doesn't answer my question? No, I asked him how old are you? Like he's 32, I'm 32. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 50 years old. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
How old are you? That's the question. It's okay. Yeah,
50?
50 years old.
Um,
Yes.
oh wow, you sound very young. But I'm sure you feel very young too, feel younger. But my question, I'm very curious, since you already reached the let's the stage, right? The Dharma, and you're building this beautiful center to help people, which I truly, truly, deeply appreciate it. But I want to ask
Yes.
question, what is of your life right now, since you already reached the ultimate, you're only 50. So what is your goal of your life? I don't know how long you're gonna live. I think you probably live longer than your grandfather. So let's say you have 50 years to go, or even longer. Let's say you're gonna do 110. Okay, you have 60 years to go, which is more than half life. What right now? I'm very curious. You reached ultimate, and what's next?
Yes. Yes.
Why want to do and what do you want to do next? Question.
Because I believe he will live very long with this kind of very
You know,
spiritual play.
I don't know. So, what is? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, uh, the people, people innocent, no? People don't know the truth. They are like a blind. They are born like a blind, and they are living like a blind, and they are dead also living like a blind. They don't know what happened here. They don't know what is the truth. They are thinking they are come somewhere. They are thinking they are living. After they are thinking they are going somewhere. But especially we won't know who we are. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? So it's easily telling, but we can explain. You are not anywhere. You are the power. You are the vibration. You are the vibe. This vibe is zero is happening. Everything is normally. Senses are working. Nobody is here. System is working. Very interesting in the mind sensor. Because thoughts are coming. No value is here. But normally everything is normally. Nothing change anything. But you are inside, not suffering. No, not suffering is not inside anything to any attach.
You already
So it's
reached
very
that. So
nice. Yeah, yeah.
because you already
But
ended
since
your suffering. So what are you gonna do for
yeah,
next 50 years?
I don't want anything because the timeless is the really answer. Time is a
Okay.
thinking. Yeah, no death or birth is here. Every second you are the living. You are the birth and death is 1 second here happening. It's your mind. It's your thought. Thought have a value. No, nobody is here. Thought have a value. That's your birth. That's your death. No, thought is the spark like that. One spark is happening every time. That's every time is one thought is here. Future you are thinking this present moment. History also you are thinking this present moment. You are living only this present moment. This one thought. But this one thought you won't understand everything you are know. You know, you are thinking your future. You are thinking something. Is your present moment only the thought? The history is something you are remember. That this present moment only the thought. You know, one thought is here happening every time, every second. So this one thought, how is this thought is creating? That is the Buddha's dependent origination. Is Buddha's Dhamma explaining this? How is this mind created? Mind is this present moment only the thought. One thought, you know, everything is system is like that going on. You know, time is you are thinking. This present moment, one thought is happening. This thought is not real. The example is the chair. The kindergarten time, red, yellow, blue. Why teacher is given this sound, given the picture to eye, and given the sound to ear? This sound and picture together coming, sound and form together coming. That's the thought. You see, red, yellow, blue, chair, table, apple, orange. Picture is given the eye, sound is given the ear. This someone calling you orange. How this picture is coming? That is why this waves is combining, other wave is creating. That's why picture and sound together coming. That's the thought. This every second, these thoughts are coming. What's your front of? What's your front?
Question?
It's a chair. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I want to understand your perception of suffering. So if the goal is to end the suffering and everybody's happy in peace, but I feel suffering is very important part of the motivation of a human being to explore, to achieve more technology advances, to explore moon, to go to Mars, to go out of the galaxy. And that's how we're not living in the cave right now, since we are the dominant species on the planet only about 20, 30,000 years. And that's what drive a human being because we suffer. Imagine you're a baby. How do you know you're not touching the hot pot, right? You put your finger on the hot pot, you get
If
burned. And now you suffer, it's pain. Now you know you're gonna avoid that hot pot. Similarly, if we don't suffer, there's no learning process for human as a species to grow. My ultimate dilemma since I arrived here is if we end the suffering, do you agree that you end the motivation of a human being to evolve and everybody just in peace? If imagine 17 billion people right now on the planet like you, we end the suffering already. Where are we going?
it's
What's
okay.
next?
That's why question is everything is your mind. You are thinking. Is thoughts. Thought is not real. Nobody is here. No
Yeah.
one is here. System is given you to this price. Is your life feel?
Not real. Why are we even existing? Why are we even breathing? We should just kill ourselves, right?
You know, someone understood the truth. Nobody is here. No one is here. This is a power. This is a power.
But what
Mind
do
is a
we
power.
evolve with the power?
Yeah.
It's useless.
Yeah.
It's not doing anything. We lost our drive of going forward, and it's very
No.
confusing for me.
No, excuse me. Excuse me, madam. It's okay. I explain to you. So this is huge stories here to explain, but it's okay. I explain little bit. So everything is your thoughts. Galaxy is your thinking. Otherwise, everything. But you know the baby don't know death or birth. Someone telling death and birth. The baby thinking death and birth. Baby don't know death and birth. So after you are thinking, yeah, one day I'm die. Yeah. So that is thoughts. Thoughts given you suffering. So this now, this present moment you are thinking you are death, you are in suffering. But you are not thinking the death, you are not in the sad. Why? You are not thinking. But these thoughts are given you to sad and suffering. That is why everything is thoughts. You are thinking.
Sorry for human as well. If we end all suffering, we ended all the meaning of life as well.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. First, you won't cool down. It's okay, madam. Sorry for this. So this is not this understanding one. Sorry, this is understanding one. This Dhamma is understanding. First is you can experience.
Okay. I'm not confrontation. I'm just very curious about where.
No, it's okay. I explain.
Because I'm come here to learn. I want to be inspired.
No, you can be in happy because finally you are in happy because first you won't understand. Second, this you can experience it. The system is working. You are looking the system. Yeah, it's okay. Deep meaning is here. First you want how is the system is working? How is the thoughts are creating? How is the sound are coming? So you are blind, you can't see. You are deaf, you can't hear. But you know, this sensor given you to colors is like a camera. Your ear is given you to sound. It's like a equipment. This system is working
The power is generating. You know, thoughts, how is coming the power? That's the real question. You know, every time you are looking something, you are not anything to an inside pain. It doesn't matter you are looking or no. But you are looking something, your inside pain is coming, power is there. That is your alive field. That is the power. The power, you understood how is this power is coming. That is the magic, how is happening. You know, is consciousness is the magic. How is magic is happening. You haven't a magic. After, you know, mirror, everything you can see the mirror. But mirror haven't anything. Like that, finally, you know, this real world is not real, like a mirror. So after you understand why, it's okay, no problem. Your senses are working. Something spicy you are eat is okay. It's coming hot, no problem. It's okay. You are smell is taste. It's a jasmine. It's okay, nice. It's everything normal you can experience. But your inside, nobody is here. You know, it's okay. System is working. Very nice life is finally coming because nobody is here worry. Nobody is have suffering. Nobody has sat here because nobody is here. Everything. So you know these six senses: eye, ear, nose, mouth, uh, your body, and the mind. These six senses working naturally is natural phenomena. Nobody is doing this system. It's okay. Otherwise, especially the mind sense are also working. You are not doing. You know, concentration meditation. Sometimes you are try. It's okay. You don't want thoughts. You are in lead cross sitting, and you are brief. It's okay. It's happening. Exhale and inhale, but you don't want thought. But thoughts are coming because you are not thought. Mind is not you. That is why thoughts systematically coming. You understood the thoughts how is coming. What is this thoughts? I don't want thoughts. That is why, you know, thought is not anybody. So finally, you know, these six senses, not anybody. This, you know, this experience, you can experience it, is here, system is working, senses are working, nobody is doing, nobody is here. But you understand.
Love you. What do you think of love?
Love is okay because love is nice experience. His mind has given this. Is you can feel otherwise inside. So this feel is very important. It's normally this you finally you know everything. You know how nobody is here. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, love is also is okay. Love is coming this sensor. It's mind sensor. Yeah, mind sensor coming this love because something you are looking again and again and again. System is coming automatically. After his power is generating, you want it. That is loving. It's okay. Otherwise, you have inside feel because that's the power is there. The love has a power. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Love is also a suffering for you. So if love perspective is actually a suffering, can you explain it a bit? When answer the self love without the self, and then so.
Yes. What is the question, is Sudharma?
Asking whether love is a suffering for you. Love is also a suffering.
Because this system very important to understand. It's okay. What is really loving? Is really loving. You want it's a loving. You are talking about the girls and boys is doing this loving. It's okay. The moms, babies doing the loving. It's okay. Everywhere, so love is there. It's okay. What is this love? It's a very nice experience. It's very nice feeling. How is this love is happening? So you know, without before you are loving, you are in normal. You know, there is no loving. But you know, this sensor is attached system is working. When you are a baby, you are in the pot also. So system is attached system is sensor system is attached system. Everything is attaching is happening. It's okay when you are becoming kindergarten time. This how is this sound and form together is combined. Is attached power is there. Every senses is creating attached power. This attached power is normally, that is why sound and form together coming, that thoughts are coming otherwise. This attached power. So after you like red color, sometimes yellow, because again and again these colors are coming, is what your style of fashion, your experience. Are you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate your really generously time with us, your thought. I have no question anymore.
No, madam. No, madam. I'll give me 1 minute, please, because
Quite good.
it's okay. It's okay. I will tell you, this system given you to love it is systematically happening. It's okay because this system is working. Sensor system is working. This sensors is creating, is attached, is automatically is there. After you know what's you like, baby, when you are baby, it's a kindergarten time. You like bottles, you like pencils. So that's the time of kindergarten babies is a loving. There's a teddy bears, flowers. What's there is a loving. After becoming younger, is a hormones. Otherwise, the body physically is a coming, grow up. Is a your body feel is coming. After attach also coming. So that's your attach everywhere. Colors, sounds, smell, taste. Not only that, it's a body also. That's why it's your loving also coming younger. It's a also hormones also supporting. But this system is working. That's why it's loving also coming others, girls and boys like that. After it's a again and again, and it's a coming. This is a powerful loving is coming. It's not everybody. What's your type of experience? That's the your. I think it's a suit. It's a suit. It's a matching. The wave. You are inside. There's a wave. It's your lifestyle. What is that same wave? Others guys. That's your like it. That's why it's a love is coming. It's a divine love. It systematically is coming. Nobody is
Why
doing.
for children? I asked.
Yes. Yes.
Oh wow! Congratulations! I'm happy for you.
Divine loving I'm talking about is the same waves. What is your like it? Is your partner also like that? Is your same feel is there? That's a divine loving.
One thing I don't understand. So you feel, what do you love?
Sorry.
So you feel unconditional love, or you feel love, or
Yes,
Yes.
Sudharma, what's the question? Yes.
Yes. So he's asking whether it's unconditional, like
No, I'm not heard. I've not heard that. I think it's good.
asking.
Ask again.
So
Yeah.
you were asking beginning about the experience of fully awakened one. So how do you experience life and so on. So now what he asked was your definition for love is unconditional love. I
how
mean,
he experienced.
biasness. Yeah, how do you define love?
No, no,
How
how do you experience?
love?
How you feel?
How you feel about love?
I've not heard your voice. Sudharma, tell me the short.
Yeah, sir. How do you feel about if it's directed to one person? No, it is selfless love or unconditional love. Normally people expect in return the other person to love me. If I love someone, we expect the other to love me as well. So, as a fully awakened person, do you define the love in the same way?
Yeah,
Or
I
is
think
it unconditional love? Do you have any conditions? Yeah.
I think your question is not clear. I think
No,
Sudharma is talking
I,
more. Yeah. I think you asking is good. I think Sudharma talking more there. Yes. I want a
the
direct
question is
question.
about how you feel unconditional love. So what is your experience?
Kokila, do you know? Do you heard that?
Yeah. He's asking her an answer. How you feel love now at the moment? I think that is the question.
Oh yes. It's okay. It's nice question. You know, somebody have this experience is very nice because he know what happened here. How is the systems also working? But it's okay, no problem, because our senses also working. We know these are hormones. How is hormones actions? How is our feelings? How is our waves? How is same feeling? So who have same feeling? So understand is the best. I think is coming finally. I think it's very nice experience. So finally, it's very nice experience because you know every what's happened here is the who is outside there. So that's your this you are looking some glass, coloring glass, you are looking outside, you are looking outside is you are looking that color, no, but your glass is keep out, your spectacles is out. After you are looking normally, no, that's like it's okay. Your side not your side not anything, your side not any art, your side not any anything to you are not painting anything like that example. But normally you can see like a water, like a clear. It's okay. It's normally someone is there. Is everything is nice. No problem. Everything is nice. It's okay. Otherwise, your inside is coming sensor creation coming loving feeling. Is you can experience. Yes, it is coming loving feeling. You know that. So you can telling honestly. Yeah, I have this type of loving feeling, but no problem is there because it's your honest. No, it's your honest. It's okay. It's a sensor creation. No, you know that. It's okay. Someone is telling no, I don't like it. It's okay, no problem because it's a system is working. The system coming this. There's not any problem is there. It's a nice experience. Yes, it's okay. But it's a way,
At least I made a.
yes.
Am I asking? Yes. So well, so far I made when I was meditating experience that kind of love, but also peace is something which gets more deep. And this may be the reason why love is beyond what you were telling. Like every sensation is passing, so it's just passing away. But if I focus on love and peace, it gets more deep and it's not passing. It's not passing away, right? So this can be taken or discovered as if there's something which we are truly, because every other sensation I agree, which is just arising and passing. But if love is just getting more deep, well, so it's never going.
Kokila. Yes, Kokila.
Yeah, I think he's explaining how he felt, when he concentrate on deep loving, how deep he feels. I think he has meditated before, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
No,
Yeah.
I mean there's one. I think there's one. Oh, maybe you can hear me now better. I take the phone directly on the to speak. So far, I think to have the experience that
I think Sudharma, your video is off.
Excellent.
Yes, I can't see you.
Internet connection is not that good.
That's why it's okay.
No one.
That we can understand all levels in
Sudharma,
meditation.
Sudharma, I
The
think it's
is stronger, love and
angle is
peace.
wrong.
In meditation, in the
Angle is wrong, Sudharma. So you won't do down. Camera is up.
you try.
Question is like the other feelings are Vipassana meditation as well, and there it was like meditating on the senses and the body. And after some time, whether it's pain or sadness or whatever, it is passing, so it's changing. Oh, then it doesn't make sense to cling to it. It's just arising and passing. But but unconditional love and peace is not passing away, right? I mean, if we go to love, it's getting more deep, isn't it? Or especially peace, it's just getting more like just getting more present. It's not passing away. This seems to me a proof that there's something beyond what you're telling, that everything is illusion. Because everything else is passing away. That's right. But if love is just remaining and getting more deep, do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, Kokila, what's the thing? I don't know that
Again,
clearly.
I think Rena's again, his question is really good. What he's asking is when he's asking about his meditative experiences. So when we do meditation, the love, the deep love is getting deeper and deeper. So he's questioning that that whether that is the final outcome, or whether we can say everything is an illusion if the deep loving feeling is there. So he's questioning about, I think, his meditative experiences, I think, if I'm correct.
I try to. I meditate since 8 years, so something in between.
Yeah, so he's talking about his
I guess it's-
meditation experiences, Aranans.
Oh, yeah. Meditation experience is it's a concentration meditation, I think.
Yes.
It's
So you
concentration
might have to
meditation.
talk in that line as well.
Yeah, concentration meditation is an experience. Yeah, it's okay. It's a coming samadhi. No, we are talking about non vibration. This is a samadhi. No, we are talking about the samadhi. So what is this love? This comparing. What is the Kokila? What you think about the loving? Is talking about. What's that?
I
It's
think
unconditional loving is okay, no condition, because mind is the given the condition, but mind is not value is coming, not condition loving is coming. The
yeah,
mind,
but
mind is we are living the mind, we are in the world, but we are not in the world, we are not in living the mind. It's okay. We understand the mind value is not coming. Finally, you are the feel is okay. You know everything. You can feel. No, you have feel. So mind not coming to value is okay, but because the final effort, what is the effort is mind is normally working, but you are not getting the decision with the mind. Because you are liberation of mind is the freedom of mind, is the feel is coming the power. Feel is you know what happened here. So what is talking? No problem. What is talking? And so what's happened is here that you can feel it. It's okay. Someone is telling you, I'm not love. I'm not. I don't like you. Someone is telling, but you know the feel he like you. But talking is I don't like you. But feel is there's a meaning is he is very love, very he's more like you. But that's the feel. It's okay. That's the feel is going. You are in the field. You are not in the mind. It's okay. That's the every question. It's not coming to attack or anything. It's not this and that. It is not
Aranans,
happen. Yeah, it's okay.
Actually, he's talking about the feel. So he's talking about the feel in the concentration meditation. So what he's talking about is his meditative experiences
Yeah.
when he feels a deeper loving experience. I think he is talking about so
It's a
much.
feel.
I
Yeah.
know
That
that
is a real loving.
that
That
is
is a
what
real.
he is talking about in
Yeah. That is
concentration
real loving.
meditation.
Yeah. Concentration meditation is okay, but it's okay. Inside meditation also is coming that way, because the inside meditation is understanding everything. It's okay. Concentration meditation also feeling can understand. So feel is so he know the feel. It's okay. Feel is okay coming, because mind concentration meditation also going. What is that path is mind is. So this samadhi is we are talking the final stage is the samadhi. No, the samadhi mind. He know the feel. He know the mind. The concentration meditation. Finally, he know the mind. He know the feel. He is coming to feel is okay. Mind can't do anything because feel he in the feel. So that is very important. That is okay. No problem. Concentration meditation also going that way. So inside meditation is understand the mind. Mind is definitely happening. Mind not coming the power. That is why feel is happening everything. It's okay. It's very nice. I agree with you.
Can I add something,
Yeah.
Aranansa? I think
Yes. Yeah. Kokila, tell me.
directly to him, I would say your meditative experiences are fantastic, and you know that you felt the loving kindness. The main importance of the insight meditation is you will not have the craving for that loving kindness even. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So if you actually,
Yes.
because now you are actually someone who has meditated for 8 years, so you kind of feel you feel something. You know that there's like good feeling. So you are seeking for that. You look for that. You like that. You feel that it is the most beautiful thing in the world. That is correct. But the thing here, if you actually get to know this insight meditation, what are we actually trying to say is this beautiful experience will be there, but the craving for that even is not there. That is the beauty of this insight meditation.
Yes, because how is stopping the crave? Because you like like that, the crave is there. So yeah, loving kindness also there, but crave is there. But crave is coming. This someone is here. That is why crave is there, because somebody is here. Crave is there. So that is
Yes.
that's otherwise it's not still. It's not still permanent. It's impermanent. It's a concentration meditation. Loving kindness is impermanent. It's not still, because situation is changed. Is otherwise loving kindness also disappearing. But inside meditation is understanding one is it's not impermanent. It's a permanent loving. It's a still here loving kindness, because is not crave is here, because is not doing anybody, is the system, you understand. Is only the loving kindness. It's not a crave is there here. Crave here is the person is here. Without person, loving is I think is the important loving. Everything is the girl. You are the boy. Is the girl is the other side. You are not interest. You are not interest you, because nobody is here. Everything is loving. The girl loving is the everything. You full heart of loving the girl, because nobody is here. Is the inside meditation is changing, because in this side nobody is here. That is why everything is the girl. That is why is unbeliever loving. I think is unbelieving loving. Is because he not think about him. He's doing everything to girl, because he know Nobody is here. It is unbelievable loving. I think it's not unconditional loving. It's unbelievable loving. What do you think about Kokila?
Yes, that's
It's unbelievable loving. I like so your picture, but I think other camera is a Shani. Can you use your phone to
Yes, I have
zoom?
one more.
I think it's good because I can't see you. I like show you. I think
I have one
it's
more
good.
question, which
Yes,
I
yes,
have one more
yes.
question which can, because I feel uncomfortable if I'm the only one recording.
They are little uncomfortable when we turn on the camera.
Because we are the only
It's
one
okay,
recording.
it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, there was one other question coming up, which was very interesting to me. So how is this? She told me there's something about the zygote, the first cell in the body, that there's that this is carrying all the energy basically as a as a root of the craving, or transporting all the information of the craving we have, or how? Do you understand what I mean? There's something about this first cell, this zygote.
In the
I'm very curious what it is about.
Yeah, it's a
Sir,
good. Yes,
in
yes, Sudha.
the discussion of the Buddhist philosophy, he has watched all the videos and he wanted more and more. He says he's thorough with the mechanism of the six sensory organs, and he's worried about the sense of self. What is there other than the power generated through the stimulus? Then I had to tell about that zygote and the taints and all. So he wants to know more about that, Aryan Hansa. He's
Yeah,
asking
it's
about
okay. That's a craving. We are talking about alive feel. Otherwise, existent feel is same alive feel. Otherwise, the craving is same. Is the that is the soul. Otherwise, it's a craving. You know, there's a craving is a fading. Is a craving is disappearing finally. You know the truth. First, important is you won't know the truth. Do you know this everything is sense of creation? Nobody says system is working. Systematically coming the life field. This a craving also is a power. It's okay. Life field also power. How is power is coming? These sensors like a solar power. As an example is a solar power like that. Is nobody is doing systematically coming this power. Is okay. You know this power is one sensor also come in the power existent field. Light also existent field. You know is otherwise sound also existent field. How? So that's why consciousness we are talking. Persistence becoming the consciousness. Consciousness word is power. That's why we are not talking about the trees. It's a living. It's a living being. So we are talking about the what's this living being is a consciousness field. It's a consciousness. How is coming? It's a power. Yeah, it's a field. It's a life field. Yeah, it's a soul. Otherwise, it's the crave. Everything is same. It's a field. It's the craving and the alive field and the existent field. Also, everything is a one power. We can experience this. It's a one power. It's a power. You know, every stimulus is this power is automatically, systematically is happening. This this zygote time is a telepathy we are talking. Is a tuning fork example. Same tuning forks. One you can touch is the tuning fork is vibrating. Other tuning fork also vibrating. Same system. So you normally you have power. This last briefing is happening to this present moment is a death. It's okay. Power is there. It's where's the place? That's your ego. That's your ego is the power. Is that what's that ego? Is a ego is the power. That's why. It's a ego is how much have ego like a monkey. So ego is there. It's a vibrate is there. It's a power is there. So more ego you have, you are not a monkey, you are like a dog. That's a dog. Zygote is there. Is the vibration is like a same tuning fork example. It's a vibration is same. That is why.
So you're connecting
That's a
the
Buddha's
ego of
explain.
the zygote? Or?
Yeah. Yeah. Is your ego, is your craving is given this power. This power is disappearing. This rare, this human life. Otherwise, rare. This understand the Buddha's word. It's a rare. This understand. There's a rare. This is a human life. Otherwise, you can understand after power is disappearing, the circle of birth is over. It's not happening again. That is why crave is over, everything is over. Crave is over, your power is over. That is why. How is this no power is there? How is vibrating the zygote? It's not happening. You are not again a birth happen. So that's your last is a birth is today. That's your
So this is
yeah.
what you experienced?
Yep. Yep. What's that
Interesting.
question? Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yes, interesting. Very interesting. Yes.
That's the only thing he was interested in, and he was asking more and more about that.
Yeah, I know. Unlimited questions. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Glad to meet again. Sometimes I'm coming there, so this time I'm not there. It's okay. It's okay. Next time we can meet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my friends, it's okay. Thank you. Happy to meet you. Happy to this discussion is going on. What do you think about Kokila?
Yeah, it is so lovely, and we invite him
Yeah,
and her
coming again.
to come again, and also you can join the Zoom discussion at any time.
Yes. You can discuss, and so you can join our Zoom discussion anytime, every day.
Also ask another question.
Yes. Open this Zoom discussion. Your country, German guys, also coming. It's okay. No problem. You come and discuss our friends, our Kokila and the Suranga and the more guys is here. I think it's Saroja also UK is here. No, Saroja? Saroja, are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Saroja, what do you think about you are in UK? What do you think about these German friends? Yes.
Yeah, it is
Saroja?
very important that he is talking about the concentration, meditation, what he has experienced. There is more love, and he produces more metta to the others, to external world. But there is existing world for his mind. That is the problem. That's what he needs to understand through internal insight meditation, through vidarshana meditation. So if we do the concentration meditation, if we have more metta or more love for others, that there is self-existing him and the external world, both sides. There are both sides. That is the entangled point that he need to understand. So in Vidarshana meditation,
inside meditation.
He can see inside meditation. He can see clearly whether this body has existing I or me or mind things. And once he understands these five senses, he realizes that there is no existing world. He experiencing as on five senses that at the end he might experience. That is very important to understand, to get out of this cage. We are in a cage, we are in a dream. He might realize at some point if he continue this insight meditation.
I think I think he understood what I say. I think it's good. Yeah, it's Suraka, you heard that. Yeah, I think it's very nice. Yeah, Saroja.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Did he say that he has another question, Sudharma? Oh.
You said he have
no,
related to.
No, it's okay. It's okay. This time is over.
I think we
now.
are running out of time too.
Yeah, that is why it's okay. He can join again and also discussion and join and discuss again. Yeah, it's good, I think. Yeah, Suranka, are you there?
Yes, It was a very beautiful discussion.
What do you think about? Yeah, very beautiful.
Very beautiful discussion. Theo and Angie, I think you asked very thought-provoking questions. And
Yes.
our noble teacher gave a wonderful explanation for each of those. And Theo, I think for your last question about the zygote, which you were really inquisitive and curious, you have to have a very curious mind as you approach the Dhamma. And you do have that. You have done your own research, and that is really wonderful, because when you bring your experiences, you understand the truth from where our noble teacher is explaining, and you will be able to really deeply reflect on the truth that he has been explaining to us in the last 1 hour. So we hope you continue your search in at the International Center, as well as please join us in our daily Zoom discussions. We have very knowledgeable and very experienced people. Dr. Kokila can explain to you very lucidly, very simply, and sometimes our noble teacher also joins. So please join if you can. Even if you go back to Germany, you can always tune in through the Zoom link. Teruan Sannai.
Yes, Terwasana Suranka. Terwasana Kokila also, Terwasana Saroja, Terwasana everybody, Terwasana Sudharma. Yes, yes, Terwasana, just also there. It's okay. Terwasana.
Thank you, Aryan Vansa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Otherwise, yeah, I like your voice. I like your sound. I like both of them. It's okay. You are very interesting, because you are wisdom guys. Because you want the truth. You understood the truth. It's very nice to meet, because that is the good friends, wisdom friends. So it's okay. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. There was everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. There was yes. There was
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can start then. No?
Yes, of course, you can start.
Okay. Teruvan Saranai, may Triple Gem bless all of you. We worship Aryan Mahansi at his feet. To all Dhamma friends, we welcome all of you to this English Zoom discussion. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So, as usual, we are starting our 1 hour 15 minutes discussion in English medium on Buddothpada teaching, which we actually discuss according to some of the books that were written by Avaryan Nahase, the noble friend. We have been discussing very basic facts over the last few days, how the thoughts are formed, what is meant by mind, and how the thoughts are formed. The fact that it is a series of thoughts, the mind means a series, a fast-flowing series of thoughts, and how the thoughts are formed. It's actually the collective action or merging of the 5 sensor functions. So this is basically what we were discussing, and we also discussed the fact that the little baby who has the so-called radiant mind, who has only the sensor function where the ability to see, hear, and feel, but eventually there is these sensor functions turn into a combined different type of function which we call a thought. And now at this stage there is no way of going back to the initial sensor function. What we end up is having a thought straight away. So everything that is experienced is a thought. That means some form of naming and description occurs in relation to the sensor function. And it's as a thought, the different names are given to different products. Now, one of the examples given was when there's a particular shape, we call it a car, and a different shape, we call it a lorry, and yet another different shape, we call it a bicycle. Uh, for a person who has no idea about this English language that I'm talking right now, the word bicycle is just a sound, but there is no meaning or no naming because there is no previous experience. And also, it's the world or this world of thoughts is created as a result of the sensor functions. So our world is actually limited to the ability to create something by these 6 sensors. So different animals will have those similar restrictions and have their own worlds created by the sensors. So this is what is described in Pali as Salayatana Loko. So we are in the process of understanding this process, the formation of this world, and formation of the world means the sensor function, which is again a creation at the sensor level due to the fast happening, and then there's creation of the thought, and there's a rapid flow of thought which we call living, or we feel the we have this alive feeling or the feeling of existence because of this rapid flow of thoughts. So I think I will stop from there because we have run out. We are we are behind the schedule. I invite Dr. Kokila to initiate the discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and Thiruvan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
We worship our Enhanse. We'll start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question which will help the flow of the discussion. Because Shani didn't read the book today, we can jump into the discussion anyway. Is there anything we can bring up today? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Doctor, I have 3 questions, but I think all are related to one. One is we follow this or we feel it as this the truth. So in this society, when we are true and walking according to the truth, and when there's injustice and we stand on the justice side and we get blackguarded or scolded as according to Dhamma, how are we to see it out of our mind? When injustice is happening to the justice person, how is that person going to react if he knows the Dhamma properly? Secondly, some relatives and some people say the same advices. It certainly irritates sometimes. How can we overcome that? Thirdly, is that because of people's comments and all those things and this injustice happening in our lives, I don't feel like going out of my house. How can I come out of my mind, as Aryan Mansi said, and how can I face this? Thank you.
Yeah. There's so many aspects to that. So one is I'll try to catch one end to it because the basic thing would be if we take the justice or injustice, we have common sense. We, as you know, justice, injustice is actually in the mind. We have discussed a lot with Joel about how this mind is formed. Mind is formed from the sensory organs as well. And the one stimuli is, if you take it as justice, another stimuli is injustice. It's a thought. We get that. So when we say it's injustice, I'll try to say an example. Injustice in this country is not injustice in other countries. Injustice in animal world is not injustice in another world. So just for an example, there's a mouse. Mouse was seen by the cat. Cat is running after the mouse, catches it, plays with it. You know that cat usually plays with it and kills it and eats. Okay, I'm just trying to come to the point. So cat is playing with the rat before eating, and finally eats the rat. Where's the injustice? Or where's the justice? Or where's the injustice? There's a, if there's a tribe and the tribe believes some sort of, pattern to give away the daughters to a man. That's what they know. And it involves so many unnecessary rituals. And in their eyes, there's injustice and justice. From other eyes, we can. So the cat or the rat, justice and injustice is not the main thing that they are worried about. The rat is worried about saving the life or running away from the cat. It's just the instinct. There's no big mind in the rat. Cat, again, there's no much big mind. They have just a sensory organ function. But there's a perception. Perception is the hunger. Or even that the perception could be this is food. Small moving object. And the smell and all that. They are very, very good in this. And that's all they have. So where's the justice or the injustice? So what I'm trying to come to is justice or the injustice is in your mind. The meaning is actually it is in the subject. It's a subjective thing, if I would say. So according to our attitudes, the culture, the whatever we know, family, whatever the family was having, the ideas, notions, opinions, justice has a place, injustice has a place. Justice says man and a woman should be paid equally. Injustice, it's not done. It's not done. So the main thing to understand in Dhamma is justice and injustice is in our mind. It's actually coming from all the ideas that we have developed throughout our adulthood. Actually, small baby, even if there is something happening to that baby would not know. But after getting into some age, even that child is going to think this is not, can't be justified. It comes to that after a long time. How would you get that decision that this can't be justified? It is from other comparison, basically comparison. So what are we comparing? Comparison is happening in this mirage or in this illusory world. So we keep comparing, okay, that is justice, this is injustice. So where would someone stand? Is it in the injustice or the justice or the truth? Truth is none of these things are actually true. It is just a part and parcel of the dream. What does that mean? What that means is you will do whatever you feel like. If you're feeling to help someone, you help someone. That's all. So in the other way around, if someone is actually going to actually understanding this Dhamma, the actual truth, that person understands if you are actually doing something. This can be only understood by humans, by the way, not the cat or the rat. So as a human, you will understand, okay, this is the mind, yes. So if I'm actually having, because usually humans doesn't need to kill. Humans can survive without killing. Humans can survive without doing bad stuff. But when it comes to survival, people might do stuff. But that is due to the feeling of existence, or in the sense alive feel. Because we feel alive, we try to maintain that, and we might do this and that and all the bad stuff. Rather than standing in one side, justice or the injustice, it's actually what is going to happen is you're going to understand that all these perceptions are actually a kind of a reflection here. So if it's a reflection here, if you are killing someone, you're killing the killing is actually a perception here. Basically, you are killing because you know that when we talk about truth, I think Joel will understand that when you take the actual stimulus, which can be chair, for an example, or milk toffee, or your enemy, just for an example, now the feel that the chair is existence is you. So there's no separate you. It's a bit difficult in the beginning, but try and see whether you can get this, because the perception of chair, when it is felt as a thing because of ignorance, you take it as you feel, and that feel is inadvertently or mistakenly is called me or my or mine. So we understand, okay, actually the perception of the enemy when it becomes a thing, is the burning that you had. Otherwise, you don't feel like existing. You will be like a feather. But what happens is, the what happens here is, because of the heaviness, because that you feel the enemy is there, that is you. So basically, we can understand that enemy is you in the other way around from the perception view. So this all the perceptions, whether it's your enemy, whether it's the tree, whether it's the chair, whether it's your home, whether it's your relatives, same thing. Same thing. It's just how it is. So can we separate that me from that stimulus? It's actually not. What is there is just a stimulus. And without our knowledge, even though we don't like something, underneath that, we kind of maintain that because that is how you feel alive. So coming back to the enemy, a relative comes home and start talking, people and talk endlessly. I mean, it's such a headache, isn't it?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma to every corner of this planet, Earth, to end the suffering of all human beings. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 8, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya to Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. When we redeem from names and objects, we are meeting the action mind. That means the objects, shapes coming through the eyes and the names coming through the ears, we called as Nama and Rupa. And we know they are binding together with the power of thought, and then it's creating the thoughts, and it's transforming to the consciousness level. And the other samsaric journey begins, creating and creating. But when we are redeeming from the names and objects, that means when we see the creation of thoughts and how it's occurring through our sensor faculties, when we understand that slowly these nama rupa starting to fade. That means they just rising, thoughts are rising and fading, but without the mind is not going to clinging to them. Then the mind is quietly redeeming from them. At that stage, when we are redeeming from names and objects, we are meeting a special kind of the mind that is called action mind. We all know from the morning to night, we used to do different activities. When we are doing some activity with our full attention, we don't feel any thoughts. Sometimes we don't any thoughts bothering us because we are fully attentive to that work, that activity we do. That means while driving, while working in an office, working in the computer, while washing clothes, while having a bath, while walking on the road. If we are fully, if we are giving full attention to that activity, then we don't feel appearing thoughts and giving troubles to us. That mind is called action mind. It is a very special kind of mind because through this action mind, no karma is creating because there are no nama or rupa. There's no thought creation. That is called action mind. These objects are created due to nama and rupa. We know that because when we see some objects, each objects we see, there is a name input from the childhood. There is a name from home, from kindergarten, Montessori, then school, then campus, then the day-to-day workplaces. We are gathering data, and that means data means nama rupa, names and objects. Then there are a heap of objective thoughts, names and objects in the mind, in the thought process. Though we are separating as ajjatta bahidda, abhyantara bahira, actually there is no such thing like that. Certainly, we are seeing the outside by creating something, creating an object in our mind. Yes. There is nothing outside. According to our Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse's practical experiences, 4 steps of practical experiences, the first step says, first contemplation shows there is nothing outside. Bahira kisiwak naha, sitamai. There's nothing outside. Everything is in our mind. That means when we see anything, that is a creation of our mind. When we see something outside, there is a image creating. a shape. That means uh, some kind of a shape is creating inside the mind. That is called upadaya rupa. So, according to this, now we know there is nothing outside. Therefore, uh, therefore ajjatta bahidda. There is nothing called abhyantara bahira. Bahira means the outside. It's also creating inside the mind. And the outside means it's also the mind. It is also the mind. Then there are no two. That means there is no duality. Ajjatta bahidda, both are in the creating inside. There is no such thing like that. Certainly we are seeing the outside by creating in our mind. We are not seeing, we are thinking. What has created in our mind, we think or see from outside. That means when we see an object, at once we can't realize it. We can't recognize it. Because we just see something, it will take few moments. Then only we realize what it is. Because the eyes can't recognize what we are seeing. The mind comes and tell us because it has the data, the names, all the names are in the mind. That is nama. When we see an image, a rupa, mind suddenly coming and telling the name of that. That means we are not seeing anything. We are thinking. When we see something, when we see a vehicle, we are thinking, what is this? Then suddenly the mind says, oh, this is a wagon, this is a helicopter, this is an aeroplane, this is a car. Like that, according to the collection of our data, we are realizing, we are recognizing what we are seeing. That is why it is telling we are not seeing, we are thinking. If we think about a sound also like that, if we hear a sound, at once we don't know, at once we can't recognize it. It'll take few more minutes, few more seconds, not minutes, few more seconds. Then the mind says, oh, that is the sound of the aeroplane. That is the sound of the train. That is the sound of a little baby's crying. Like that. When we hear the sound, we are thinking, what is that sound? Like that. We are thinking. Then only we are realizing what it is. Tasting, when eating also like that. When we are eating, we are thinking. When the taste is, we are tasting the food, when we are thinking, what is this taste? It is the taste of salt. It is the taste of pepper, chilies, like that. Oily taste or something like that. We are thinking and then realizing. When we touch something even, when we touch some hard thing, we are thinking what it is, the hardness. Then only the mind says, oh, it is a chair, it is a table, it is a bowl, it is a bed. Like that, we are always thinking. And when we feel when we feel the cold or hot through our skin, then we are thinking, why I am feeling this cold now? Because the sun is already gone. Then it's the night time and the atmosphere is full of uh, coldness like that. Then if we feel the hot, then we think, there is sun, and then the feeling of sun is we are feeling the sun's hot. Like that always we are not seeing or feeling or hearing, we are always thinking. When we go barefoot on our home garden, then we feel the earth, earth. Then we know this is earth. We feel it. When we go barefoot on a road, then it's felt in another way. It's concrete or some other thing. The hardness is too high. We are feeling in that way. Matching the conceptual conventions through past memories, we have created so many things. As I described now, we are always matching with the conceptual conventions through our past memories. That means the data input from the childhood, we have created so many things. Always we are matching. When we hear a sound, then we think what it is. Then the conceptual convention memories says that is a sound of a sound of a van selling some food. Like that always we are matching the conceptual conventions through past memories, and we have created so many things around us. That is called our world, inside world, the creation of mind inside of our creation of world inside our mind. The little baby born into this world without knowing anything. Avidya Pachya Sankara. Formations conditioned by ignorance. The little baby born into this world without knowing anything. That means with a radiant mind. Baby has a radiant mind. Baby does not know anything, but that radiant mind has the power of sticking. It has the power of sticking. For that mind, when coming into this world, the baby's radiant mind is always sticking to what he sees, what he hears, what he touches, very slowly, like a butterfly, very slowly, he used to stick into the things around. That is called avijja pachya sankara. Avijja means the ignorance. We do not know the reality. Though the baby has a radiant mind, baby doesn't know anything about this avidya, ignorance, or the vidya, wisdom. Avijja paccaya sankhara, always the formations conditioned by ignorance. In the baby's mind is forming things with his sticking power. The little baby is fed with conceptual names. These conceptual conventions, sanya, feeding from outside, is the past memory. That means when a small baby, first he is sticking, that means he is attaching to his, most probably to his mother, because when the mother is feeding milk, the baby slowly recognizing that the mother, his mother's warmth and the milk to fill his belly. Like that, it's the first concepts. That means then slowly, all are telling, this is Baba, this is your mother, Amma. Then the baby used to see through his eyes and the shape of the mother, and he is slowly attaching to that image, mother's image. Therefore, then slowly people around them are telling, this is your mother. That may be the first sanya. The sanya means the shape of the mother may be the first sanya for that baby. First signal he sees. Then the baby is feeding from outside these conceptual conventions. Milk, mother and mother's warmth, feeling, and father. Slowly when he grow up, all are telling, this is your mother, this is your father, this is baby, these are baby's toys, this is baby's bed, like that. This is water, so drinking water, having milk, and like that baby is slowly feeding with these conceptual names. These conceptual conventions, feeding from outside, is the past memory for this baby and everybody. All these are perceptions. All these perceptions are feeding into the baby's memory. The mental factor that recognize and labels objects. All these perceptions and the conceptual names are the mental factor that recognize and labels objects. Then when he see his mother, he will know this is mother, this is mother's milk, and this is baby, these are baby's toys, like that. This will give baby the ability of identifying shapes, sounds, smells, tastes, touches, or mental objects coming through aggregates. Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. This is how the baby is able to identify things around him. Shapes, sounds there. When when the baby's mother called baby, then he recognizes mother's sound. When he smells, he is learning to smell, taste, learning to touch, and the baby will be able to identify all these around him. These are coming through 5 aggregates: Rupa Vedana, Sanya Sankara, Vijnana. Perception, recognition, cognitive awareness. Sanya. A mind is creating due to perceptions. Always we live in a world of perceptions. So when we see a perception, then we are trying to give the name, understand the name, and how when the name and the perception of both are tying together, then there is a thought arising. This is how our mind is creating due to perceptions. Sanya. Vindīm, හැඳිනීම්, දැනගැනීම්. Feelings. Vindīm means feelings, හැඳිනීම් means recognition and identifying. දැනගැනීම් means awareness, knowing. Based on these skandha, aggregates, actually a thing is occurring. When we feel something, then we recognize it. Then the awareness of knowing is happening. Based on these 3 skandha, aggregates, actually a thing is occurring. Skandhanam patibhavo, ayatanam patilabho, ayam uchchati jati. The appearance of aggregates and the acquisition of the sense bases is called birth. The arising of 5 aggregates through the sense faculties. That means through our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and this body, skin, all these skandha is happening. Skandha is, all these aggregates, skandha are coming through. Then the appearance of aggregates and acquisition of the sense base is called birth. Then with these aggregates, a thought is occurring and it's called the birth. Occurring of a thought is called the birth. When the thought is disappearing, that is the end of the birth. That means the death. Due to these aggregates, we think there is something outside, and looking at them. Because of these aggregates, Rupa, Vedana. Rupa means image, Vedana feeling, Sanya means Sanya, these signals, Sankara, thoughts, Vijnana, consciousness. Because of these aggregates, we used to think that there is something there. There is something there. We always thinking that way and looking at them. When we see a beautiful picture, that means the Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana happened already on that picture. Then we are looking at them, going outside and looking outside and try to recognize, try to realize what it is. At once these aggregates are appearing, even for a sound, even for an image, even for an smell, even for a touch, even for a taste. Suddenly these aggregates are occurring. That is called avidya. Because of these aggregates, we are, without even knowing, we are trying to grab into that thoughts. When we see properly, due to the past memories, there is only a shadow becomes an object of the mind, experienced by the mind. When we are properly when we are properly see, due to the past memories, there is only a shadow appearing in the mind. That is true. Always when we see a bird, when we see a blackbird, when we see at once, we can't recognize and we think what it is. Then the past memory comes and tells us that's only a shadow. We see only a shadow through our eyes, and the past memory comes and tells us what you are seeing is a crow, right? That is the past input of the past memory. And that past memory, that shadow, becomes an object of the mind and experienced by the mind. Before coming to mind consciousness, these are coming through the five senses: eye, ear, tongue, body, skin, and skin. Then only it comes to mind. That means Aryan Mahansa is explaining Vattam Vattati. There are two cycles happening. Each and every seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, or touching, there are two types of cycles happening at once within seconds. That means when we look at a tree, it's just a shape. Our eyes can't recognize what we are seeing. This is only an image. That is the first round. That means due to this light, due to this Maya light, illusionary light, we used to see images, right? Then that is the first round. It's the first round means that consciousness is happening within the eye. That is called eye consciousness. Then only the second round. That means to the eye consciousness, the mind consciousness is connecting at once. And it's the second round, and then the name belongs to that image is appearing, coming. And the mind consciousness says, what you see is a tree and its name is jack tree. Like that, it is telling, the mind consciousness is telling. Everything is like that. When we hear a sound, ear consciousness is just a sound. That sound is just a sound for that ear consciousness. But that is the first round. Then the second round is appearing, and my mind consciousness coming to the ear consciousness and telling what you are hearing is a sound of a train. That is the Vattang Vatta, the second round. Likewise, when we are drinking a cup, drinking something, the tongue consciousness doesn't know what it is. It's just a taste. It's drinking, it's feeling a taste. And that is the first round. That is tongue consciousness. And when the mind consciousness comes to it, it says, mind consciousness says, you are drinking a cup of a tea. That is the Vattang Vattati second round. Like that, when you are sleeping on the floor, you feel the flow, but the body consciousness feel the flow. The mind consciousness tells us you are sleeping on the floor. Like that. Otherwise, the shadow occurred due to light, tree and the earth flow. For this, we say sparsha, touch, contact. The shadow occurred due to light, tree and the earth. Yes, when we are outside, due to this light and the earth, the trees, shadow is there. Trees shadow is there. For this we say sparsha, touch, contact, shadows. Mirror images, reflections are contacting, touching the mind. That means always when we see something, there is a shadow or mirror image or reflection is coming through our eyes, and then the mind is touching that. What the eyes is, the mirror image comes through the eyes is touching by the mind. Pena pupindapang rupang, Lord Buddha said, and Aryan Mahansa has explained that again. The image is just like a lump of foam, mass. හටගෙන නිරුද්ධ වෙනවා. Arising and fading. All the time what we see, all the images we see are just like the lump of foam, mass. Always at once, at this right moment, arising and fading. Bubbulancha Vedana. Feeling is like a bubble on water. It's like a water bubble. Feeling is like a water bubble. Feeling is very short-lived, fragile and quickly disappearing. As we all know, water bubble is a very thin and very fragile thing. It's not, we can't say at once it's appearing and it's just in seconds it's disappearing. So fragile it is, so short-lived. Feeling is like that. That is why it's said, Bobbulancha Vedana. Feeling is like a water bubble. Just like a bubble forms and bursts quickly. Always the water bubbles are forming and bursting very quickly. Feelings are also like that. arising and passing away very rapidly. All the feelings of human beings are also like that, so impermanent. Maricca vattang sanya. Sanyawa miringuwa. Perception is like a mirage. Perception can mislead or create appearances that seem real but are not truly so. We are always seeing perceptions from the birth to death in this planet, but all the time we are misled by those perceptions, create appearances that seem real but are not really so. Sankaraya kesel kanda. Formations are like a banana trunk. When a banana trunk is peeled, layer by layer, there is no solid core inside. Sankara means all the formations. Avidya patya sankara. Sankara means all the formations occurring due to ignorance. What we see, what we feel, what we hear, all the formations are like a banana trunk. That means when we pierce that formations, finding nothing inside, like a banana trunk. When a banana trunk is peeled layer by layer, there is no solid core inside. Marupa mancha vijnana. Vijnanaya mayava. Consciousness. That means the awareness. The ability of knowing is also like a mirage. Arises depending on conditions. It's such short living, just happening and disappearing. It's completely illusions. Vijnana, mind consciousness is completely illusions. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara. Vijnana. Mental forms. Rupa mental formations. Vedana feelings. Sanya perceptions. Sankara mental formations. Vijnana consciousness. Always Lord Buddha is comparing these things to make a simile. These aggregates to something does not exist as a impermanent thing. Always Lord Buddha is telling these mental formations, feelings, perceptions, and consciousness are very short-lived. They are not permanent. At once they appear and disappear. At once arising and fading. There is nothing existing. There is nothing existing. What we are creating inside our mind also not true. That means what we are creating inside our mind are not true and they are not existing, arising at this moment and fading in this very moment. When we see a picture and when we see some other direction, that picture the mind of that picture has gone, and there something is again arising. Like that, what we see is at once appearing, the images are at once appearing and disappearing. The sounds are also like that. When we hear a sound, we are hearing and then it's disappearing. Because these things are happening, because all these are vibrations. Vibrations are not permanent. What we see is also a vibration. What we see here is also what we touch with, what we feel. Everything, all those are vibrations. That means we always live in a world changing. Images are changing, sounds are changing, images are changing, sounds are changing, tastes are changing, smells are changing, feels are changing. Every second, changing is the mostly happening thing in this world. That is due to the power system. That means the power changing happening in this universe. Our mind power also like that. Thoughts are also according to what we see, what we hear, what we feel. Thoughts are also changing with the power. As we are living in a vast universe where the power is changing every moment, like that, the mind, our mind power is also changing like that. Therefore, what we see, what we feel, what we hear, all those are not existing. That is why Aryana Hansa is explaining there is nothing existing. What we are creating inside our mind also not true. They are not existing, arising this very moment and fading in the same moment. Autta sambhutang uttanang bhavishyati. පෙර නොතිබීම හටගත්තා ඉතුරු නැතුවම නිරුද්ධ වුණා. That which is arisen, conditioned and comes into being will cease, will pass away. That means something arisen suddenly and conditions and comes into being will cease, will pass away at once. That is the nature of this mind. Everything that arises due to causes and conditions will eventually cease. Nothing that is conditions is permanent. All phenomena are transient. That means everything is arising every moment due to causes and conditions will eventually cease when the causes are not there. That is the law of the universe. That is the law of cause and effect. Nothing that is conditioned is permanent. All phenomena are transient. We are actually not living in the present. We are living in the past. If you see for a moment, if you see how your mind works, you can understand this. you know, every moment, every thought is coming and going, arising and fading. Also, the present moment, we cannot catch that present moment. Every second is passing by, though we cannot touch the present moment. Every time, thoughts and what we talk, what we hear, what we taste, or what we think, or everything is moving fast. That means we are not living in the present. Though we are thinking, we are not living in the present. We are living in the past, because the present moment is not easy to catch. It's so fast. It's so fast and passing by. Each and every second it's passing by. Therefore, we are living in the past, and we are thinking everything we gather from the past. Purana midam bhikkave kammam vadami. The old past deeds, past actions, we have presented these facts in our previous sermon. Aryan Mahanse is telling about this past, in this past Darshan Samapatti and all other sermons. Aryan Mahanse has clearly explained these things about this Purana Medam Bhikkave Kammam Vadami. Like that, always we can understand it. We are always living in this past. We are gathering everything from the past, from the childhood. We are gathering things, and when we see something, we are matching what we see with the past memory, and then only we realize what it is. When we hear any sound, again we are matching with that sound with the past memory and realizing what it is. When we are feeling something, we are always matching that feeling with the past memory, and we are recognizing it. That means we are always living in the past. We are not living in the present. But the Arahant, who has reached the ultimate bliss, is living in the present moment. Arahant is his mind. Arahant's mind is always in the present moment. When the seeker is after realization, when the seeker happen to come to that level, then the seeker is living the present moment. Until such time, the seeker is not able to live in the present moment. But we are always trying, by following this true Dhamma, the path to Nibbana, how to come to that position. To come to that position, we have to listen to Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma, the valuable Dhamma, the true Dhamma every day, and we must practice those four contemplations to see There is nobody here. There is no seer here. Though we are seeing, there is no seer. There is no hearer. There is no taster. As Lord Buddha explained about this, always there is only a seeing. There is no see, there is nothing there is to see, and there is no seer. We are just hearing. There's nobody, there's no hearer, and nothing is there hearing, just a hearing. And we are touching, just a touch. There's nobody is there to touch, and there is a feeling, but there's no feeler. Like that, to understand this true Dhamma. And the main point of this Dhamma is, in this body, the sixth sense system, there is nobody here. This sixth sense system, this body is not belongs to anybody. This is just a sense system, and it's working in the law of universal law of Hetupala Dhamma. Cause and effect law. Seeing is happening, hearing is happening, all the sensations are there, feelings are there, but there is nobody in this body, in this sense system. That is the main thing we must understand to overcome the self-perception and self-view, because we are always running through this sansaric journey inside the mind, because we are clinging to what we see, what we hear, what we feel, due to the ignorance practiced from the childhood. Therefore, always thinking that there is somebody in this body. Actually, no, there are only vibrations happening here. Inside this body is also vibrations, outside the body also vibrations. The universe is full of vibrations, and we are also a part of this universe. A small power vibration. We have to try to neutralize this vibration of this mind power. Then we can come out from this sansaric journey without a problem. For that, our Aryan Mahanse, our Kalyana Mitra, Aryan Mahanse is teaching us, taking his time very hard without even thinking about him. He is showing us, he is teaching us so many things to come out from this sansaric journey. I am going to conclude this session for today. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Teruvan Saranai. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma to every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet for all the guidance and all the uh, teaching that he's doing and for revealing this true Dhamma to all of us. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is just another session, discussion session, which is conducted as a part of the Buddothpada Pure TV channel from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And you know that we have these sermons round the clock for the last few weeks. It was actually started few weeks back, and with the intention of taking this Dhamma to the world, to our English speaking community, who are interested in finding out what is the truth, irrespective of your background, irrespective of your religion, country. If you were interested in finding out what the truth is, I think you have found the correct way. That's what I want to say. Um, until our Dhamma friends join, maybe few things that I want to mention actually. Uh, we have been looking for or expecting the happiness and the sadness from the world. That is how we were actually in the mundane world. That is the accepted or the known way that we think that the happiness and sadness is due to something, somebody outside. So that was the concept that we had. Now we know that with the uh, revealing of Lord Buddha's teaching again, which were actually getting sort of covered with various other concepts and mixing up from the other beliefs. Now we are sort of hearing the uh, true Dhamma facts, and they are very well correlated to the Sutra Deshana that was done nearly 2600 years ago. So we are getting a very simple ways of explanation and simple and more modern metaphors and examples to understand those. What actually should happen is not that we can expect the happiness and the sadness from outside world. The camera should be focused to the self. What is going on here? And that is what we have to understand. If we can calm down this side, whatever is happening in the so-called outside world is immaterial actually, because simply you cannot change the world. It's a self which we can try to understand and then uh, do whatever changing occurs, changing that can be done. So that aspect is very important, and that is something that we have learned from these Buddothpada teachings. And we hear so many examples from our listeners at the Zoom discussions. They explain how the things changed from their aspect, and whatever the incidents which are happening in the outside world has become immaterial, and how they are beautifully coping up with the different situations and incidents. Even I think today morning or yesterday, there was one lady who was talking from one of the Middle Eastern countries. She said how bad the situation is, even though it is not openly mentioned, and how she feels sort of calm and very uh, relaxed within whatever the turmoil which is taking place outside. So that is the beauty of the Dhamma. When the vibrations on this side gets calmed down or less powerful, automatically that effect will go to the other systems also. And we hear so many stories from our mothers sometimes where their household situations have been so bad and very disturbing. Now that they feel that because their own vibration level has come down, and that effect definitely has influenced the uh, rest of the people or rest of the systems also. So that is the angle that we have to look at. Okay, our Dhamma friends also have joined. Any questions that we can start with? I invite Champa or Joy to ask any questions so that we can start the discussion from that onwards. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai,
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Yes,
You can talk about anything from last night to today's morning, Dhamma sessions of Mr. Dr. Aryan Mahanse, because there were so many things discussed.
yes.
I think you may have heard of them.
Yeah, anything that was not clear for you, anything from any point we can start.
Last night thing I heard I listened once, but there are some things not clear. I thought I want to listen to that again. But I can't remember what it is really, Doctor, now.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you'll have to listen again, because if there's a particular place or point that you can sort of remember, it will be easier to discuss. I will just start something, some sort of facts that I could remember. Actually, Aranha had talked quite a lot about the perceptions, isn't it? Last night.
Yes,
Yeah.
Doctor, that is true.
Yeah, he talked quite a lot, because he said that it's always the perceptions that we are dealing with, and he gave some beautiful sort of explanations. Now, when you look at something, always a sound comes. Now, I can see a shape. The sound which comes is a wall. So the eye, it was a picture to the eye, a vibration of the eye, but a sound came up. So it was not actually seeing, it was thinking. Like that, he said about the hearing also. There's a sound, a vibration of the ear, but there's a picture related to that. So how did the sound get a picture? That was a thought. So that way he discussed few things, and what he sort of, in a summary, what he said was, it's like seeing a dream. What is the difference between the dream that you see in the sleep and this one? Actually speaking, there's no difference at all, because all are coming as perceptions. And now when you hear a sound, a picture of a car is coming. Now, for example, if I hear the tooting of a horn, it's a sound, and the picture comes up as a car. Uh, so how did you get the car into the sound? Similarly, now when you see the dreams, it's more or less the same thing. The all five perceptions are coming without getting those sense of faculties involved. And also, I think he mentioned about, he also mentioned that sanyava means, or the perception means, just a vibration only. And when the perception is empowered, or when it becomes, when it gets the power, that is what is meant by the consciousness. The sanyava doesn't have a significant power, but when it is powerful, you get that perception that it is there. In other words, the eye consciousness means it's felt that there is a light. It's felt that there is a sound. So kind of separation. It's not the duality at that level, but kind of separation. It feels as if it is there. That is because of the power due to the aggregates of the perception, which is the construct or sankara. And we are living in all perceptions, even the birth, death, all our perceptions. And even the so whatever the action, whether you are looking around or whether you are listening to anything, they are all perceptions. And what happens is there is a fluctuation of the current of the perceptions. That's all that is changing. And what else? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, there was a night Dr. Kokila and Surangika. I don't know whether you could listen to those. I'm trying to remember what else he mentioned. He mostly talked about the perceptions, the sanya, and also he talked about this because of the speed, the fact that because of the speed, it's felt as if it is real there. So everywhere with whatever the stimulus, you get that feel that self is there. So that is how the self perception is built up, and as a result, the self weave is formed as a thought, and that is a maximum level where the current is maximum, the power is maximum, and then as a result, you have this strong feeling that self is there. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila,
Yeah,
Surangika. Anything else
yeah,
to add?
nothing much to add. Any questions? Any suggestions? Surangika, do you have anything to add?
What's tonight, Dr. Kokila, Sakuntala and the friends. That one place he said about billion trillion of perceptions, but all in one vibration.
Yeah.
That one, Dr. Kokila, can you expand a bit on that one? That means it's one thought at a time, basically means one, isn't it?
No, even if it is so, billions of stimuli can be there, but each time
it's one.
What is activated is one perception, one thing, one vibration. So actually, kind of, the cell number has the iCloud iCloud has a kind of a email or something, isn't it? Like phone number there's one phone number, but there can be so many calls, kind of thing.
But you can take only one call at a time, no? So that's probably what it is, no?
Yeah, but this is the
Because
thing. So you look
that
at the
number
chair.
can't receive two calls at one instance.
Yeah. The thing is, chair, table. If we take three things: chair, table, TV. Chair, table, TV. All the three times it's just same vibration. Same vibration.
Different different thickness of perception or Abhisankarana, but one
In the
vibration.
sense, okay, we'll try this way. So as soon as chair is felt as a thing, automatically this gives this power. This power is there. So it's like two sides of a same coin. So finally, when you actually keep dissecting and going, it only ends up in the same vibration that the zygote had. kind of.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
that's
no two
that's the
sides either.
yeah, because chair again, synchronization was to the self-perception. Table synchronization was to the self-perception. TV again, synchronization was to the self-perception. Only very rarely a person may feel the non-vibration because the stimuli wasn't a thing. Actually, if the cessation happens properly, or there happens properly, or the complete cessation happens, only the power of the stimuli is not there. Only the with the full absence of ignorance, then non-vibration, maybe there's a synchronization to the non-vibration. But all the other time it's the same vibration. That's the importance of actually the non-vibration to surface. However, the way with the Dhamma that Buddha and Aranasa is trying to give to us. If we really get the thing like is whatever we feel is only the speed of the sensory function, this value of the stimuli may become zero at one particular moment. That means the same thing as zero vibration, because this is actually shifting, the shifting all this time due to the ignorance. It was taken as self. But now, as soon as ignorance is zero, the synchronization is to the non-vibration. Not sure whether that would be a good enough explanation. But this one vibration is actually when there is full understanding about the all the 6 sensory functions. Even though there are six sensory functions, it's just one vibration. Again, that is a self vibration. That is a self perception. We kind of initially think that is the problem, this is the problem, kids are the problem, we tend to think like that, but finally it all comes down to the self vibration, the life feel. In the field, there's no perception anyway.
So the mind is not there, no, as a sixth sense. It's just the 5 basic perception.
Yeah. Yeah. This can't be explained, actually. That's the problem, I think. Because the explanation is weird. Anyway, even if we use 1,000 metaphors.
Metaphors is the best way of doing it also, but
yeah, but
no
the
other way to
problem
do
is
it. Yeah.
you have to feel it actually, because unless felt, you can't really. Because you might get another mental picture, like that's the problem. We get Even if we say speed, there's another mental picture now. Even if we say one vibration, you might get another mental picture of that. So whenever you feel something, you might be like, oh, is this a single vibration or something like that? That's
Yeah,
the
I
thing
was
in
going to
the...
ask you, Dr. Kokila, you mentioned that to a mother in the morning, but is that because you felt that she was going on about the speed?
No, because she was trying to see, she was trying to describe the speed there, but actually the story was not matching the speed Aranwansi is talking about. The speed issue is in the field. You can't really talk about it even. So if you're talking about it as a perception, then it becomes another perception.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it to explain that this is what she understood, but not as something she feels. Is that what it is?
No. If you take the context of what she said, I can't even remember now whether whatever it came at that point, when whatever she said, the Dhamma points were told by others. But what I was trying to say was, if she is looking for something, that, the is this a speed or is this a thing, something like that, you're going to actually miss the plight, miss the chances of actual feeling the non-vibration. Because if you get a mental picture of anything, it's still in the form world. Form world gets more powerful, not the feel. The feel also, the power of the feel and the non-feel is the important thing. The power, feel with the power, feel without the power. So this whole, I mean, I think in English language it may be worse, so I don't know if it's easier, I'm not sure, but anyway, it was a little bit of advice I wanted to give to her, to actually not to get mental pictures out of this Dhamma, just to try and feel this. Because if we talk about something, it is very common to get a mental picture of something. It's okay. If you know that it's a mental picture, even this, when we do the 4 steps, you can get a mental picture. It's okay. It's just that when you try to do something, it can happen. It's okay. The thing is not knowing that. So if you're actually looking for something, specifically something like the speed, the speed, when we talk about the speed, it's completely in the field side. And if you give much more importance to the actual perception, the task of the person who is holding the Zoom is to reduce the power of the perception, to give the constant message that the perceptions are not true. Any perception in that sense. Single word we talk here is actually not true. It's a creation. We tell that every day. It's a creation of the mind. It's fine. We are trying to, but if you don't really get that, you can get trapped in the words.
Yeah, but sometimes I get the feeling that when you listen to these mothers, the fact that they are saying it, it's true. Aranvans has said it 1,000 times, and actually they are saying it because they are also taking the message by saying it out loud, by trying to explain it the way they understood it. They are saying it.
Yeah, the
And so
way
there
she
is nothing.
understood was wrong. That was another thing. The way she understood that was wrong, because speed that we talk about is completely why we use the word even the speed is to give a idea that it is a field, the power, the force. It is exactly another another way of saying the bulb. The metaphors are the bulb, bulb or the um, fire round, which is formed by one single fire. When it is moved in a circular motion, you get a fire round, like a fire circle. Same thing. That's the best example. What speed does. But this is actually in the field side that we are talking about. Because this light is actually a perception, isn't it? Light is a perception, but we are actually not talking about the light itself here. That's the problem. We are talking about something completely relevant to the perceptions. Complete field side also, this what you feel is this fast occurrence of this stimuli. In the sense the perception, the sensory faculty, vibrations. Because of that's the main thing, the consciousness. Again, it is the same thing as the consciousness. So consciousness level, we can't talk about a perception. So if the perception actually comes there that this is the speed or something, this non-vibration, the actually the extension to the non-vibration doesn't happen. Suddenly your perceptions are going to come. Is this the speed? Is this Is this that? So the actual piercing is not done because all the perceptions are coming. I don't know whether I'm making any sense.
I didn't understand, Dr. Kokila. So the perception is actually the manifestation still happens. So the
But just
feel of
imagine,
it is something that you can't get at the beginning. No? That is
but
once you
just
pierce it
but the
gradually.
complete why someone is not completely piercing, why someone would be holding the mind bubble, why someone would be in the sensual world, why? So now easily if you don't actually start to enjoy the form world, easily that piercing can happen to the form non-form. If you have the complete understanding of the non-form with the satyajnana or darshana, then complete piercing of that can happen. But none of these things happen because there's things popping up. So kind of you get trapped in the form world or the non-form world. So you can get trapped in the field, you can get trapped in the mind bubble, or either you can get trapped in the normal world, which we know anyway, isn't it? That's our normal world now. So
Yes,
we
so if
have
we are, say, somebody transcended the sensual world, true, you can probably go straight into non-form through like the Ugatisana the nature. But
no anyone, even if it was a Padaparama, at one point they will feel this in once. Doesn't matter how long it takes, because how long it takes is also again another perception. No? This is the thing. The only one one stimuli happens at one particular moment, and this self-perception appears then and there, and you don't see the cessation because of the ignorance.
I think her question about speed, I'm sorry, I was also not paying full attention to what she was saying, but
It was an
generally, again,
addition to the others said. Yeah.
the distinction, again, that we have discussed before is when the feel of the basic perceptions and then the mind, the form thing, as opposed to the non-form. And then it takes a while to appreciate that actually there is no such thing as vibration also. So to come to that, and that therefore there is no such thing as speed. To your point about don't take speed as a perception.
No, that was not what I meant. I wasn't trying to tell her that there's nothing called speed. No, that was, I don't know whether it was misunderstood in that way. I wasn't trying to say that it is the speed is speed. Speed is not real. No, that wasn't the thing. I was trying to tell her, if you take non-vibration as a perception, you are in trouble. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you take nirvana as a perception, you are in trouble. If you take the speed as a perception, you are in trouble. So just stop looking for that. Just stop, completely stop. Understand, Dhamma, that whatever you feel is a sensory function only. And then whatever you, if there's a feel, yes, it is the speed of the sensory function, that's all. That you know in the background, but with the experience, you don't actually put that there. Experience comes anyway. Experience has nothing added to that, because this is one piercing of one thought. You can't have another perception comes, then it's another thought. Then full piercing of the first one hasn't happened. That's what I'm saying. If the grass was pierced, there's no talk about grass there. Then it would be complete the consciousness. If the consciousness was pierced, then it is a non-vibration. Doesn't go that far because the stagnation happens. And the actual lapses in the Sattva. But when we discuss these things, it can actually happen, you know. The grass is a perception, but the consciousness is a feel only. When it comes to that, it has Satyajnana should be there already to know that it's a speed. But that's not another thought. If you actually shift to another thought, then that
Yeah, there
piercing
is that
hasn't
one.
happened.
Yeah, you had to pierce that one also, no? Then
No, that's not possible.
yeah, that's not possible. Yeah.
So it's something I was trying to say, but I can't remember even what that mother said. Actually, I don't know. I just I answered. It was
No, I
that
just
only.
wanted to ask you that question. Maybe it was taken properly. I'm sure it must have been taken properly. Dr. Sakuntala, were you able? Is there anything you like to contribute to that, or Champa or Joel?
Yeah, actually, she mentioned that she felt the speed or something. I also noticed that she said she could feel, or she as if she felt the speed. She
No,
gave some.
actually, now I remember the story. She saw the rain is coming. She speedily did so many things because there was paddy for the sun. We Padura or something, no? she was talking about, I can't remember exact details. She was doing something and something was happening, and then she she was trying to say it was a kriyasita. She was putting the speed there as well. But that speed, well,
Oh, yes,
now I
that's quite
remember. Now
different. That's
that's
right.
completely different. That's what I'm trying
Yeah,
to say. That's not, she's
yeah,
not talking about the consciousness.
yeah. She's
She's
taken it
talking
in a
about the
different thing. Yes, yeah.
different angle.
Mm.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, I don't know whether I even gave the correct answer there.
No, it must be true. I mean, sorry, it must be correctly taken, Dr. Kokila, because that means I clearly missed that part. I didn't know she was doing things in a hurry and taking it like an action mind,
Yes,
putting the speed
she
there.
she
So
told
that
that
was,
she felt the
yeah.
speed, but
Mm.
I am actually appreciating what she felt, because she felt that it is just happening. It is good. But what I was trying to say is, don't put the speed
Speed there.
perception
Yeah.
everywhere.
Mm.
Let things happen, you know.
Yeah.
What is there to understand? There's no self. There's a activity, yes. But if you try to put everything that is heard from them to every aspect of every action, that's not actually matching there, because the speed of the sensory function comes in the consciousness level. It's completely a feel. Yeah, thank you. Actually, I completely forgot what she was talking about. The mind block, I think. That's the thing, you know, when we try to give an answer, maybe the answer was inadequate even, because you, yeah, 100%. That's why I apologize every time we have our pitfalls in trying to tell something, because whatever we are trying to tell also might not come properly, even if it is told in Sinhala. What about English?
I had another question there that just popped up. So now, for example, we have talked about this reflect action. Say, you know, if somebody is coming to hit you, you will automatically put your hand up to ward off the blow. So, you know, things like that, which is auto reflect action. I think I remember Sonamali also giving this example of somebody being in the jungle and a wolf is trying to attack, and you'll just climb a tree. You're not going to think. You just fight. For the survival instinct kicks in, and you do it, and it just happens. So that one, and the action mind, where there is actually no self perception there working. Isn't that almost the same?
If you look at that in that angle, yes. So that's the thing. Angle is the important thing, you know.
Is that the correct angle?
Actually, okay, now this has to be told properly also. Exactly at that particular moment, if that person felt when climbing the tree that it's just that no burning whatsoever, it's a function of the senses or function of the, so the what is climbing? Climbing can be physical, no? It's like walking. That is the action thing, you know. If there is felt, we can't really tell these things. It depends on that moment. If there is felt, it is an action mind. If there is not felt, you know, like someone can climb a tree not even knowing about action mind, no. As you said, reflexly, with complete ignorant about this whole Dhamma, someone can climb the tree. And someone who is actually has come to the level of the non-form, because the second one is already, the perceptions are not true. So that's the feel. Now feel, the climbing is happening. It is felt as it is happening. Climbing is just a sensory like activity only. It's activity only.
Yeah, so reflex action means just reflex, basically reflex. I mean,
No,
let's
but
keep the.
if there's someone thinking about that, definitely no. If you are in the form world at that particular moment, if you are in the form world, definitely no. So the it's completely in the field. If that particular person who has had that episode, now example, someone hits you, and you are actually getting hit at this moment, fraction of a second, you are getting hit now, because you can't hit. I mean, I mean, I don't know whether you can keep hitting, even keep hitting. It is a episodic thing now. So just imagine now you're getting hit. That particular moment, that touch is a touch only thing, is a very genuine, intimate, self-evident thing. Because there can't be a perception there in that. If this is the moment that you are understanding this Dhamma, like if that is the case, this is different now. Now I have to say this. Now I'm talking about someone who is practicing. If someone has actually fully felt this and now self-view is not there, then again, then it's a different angle now, because it's again how much you felt it or not. That's a
But
different
that
entity.
fraction of a second, Dr. Kokita, the pratikriya thing that Aranwanse explains also is the reflex action, which is there's no time to think. The typical definition of it is no time to think. So reflex. Example, the one that I said, not the tree, but say somebody you see, it's not as if you are not seeing it, because say the person is coming in front of you and is standing in front of you and then raises the hand to hit. So automatically your hand will go up to ward off the blow. So
That's
that
fine.
is happening so fast that, it's an automatic self-defense reaction where
The
there is
diff-
no time to think, or whatever the self-protection thing to kick
yeah,
in.
even that one. So just see, yeah, it all depends on what level that person is. That's what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, just imagine as a medical officer, when someone falls down, we quickly check the pulse. It's like a reflex. We don't talk. We just quickly check the pulse. Now that's a reflex action. It's not. We are not thinking. Okay, there are different examples, but we never had Dhamma there. So we can't say it is some nothing. We can't say anything about that, can we? Yes, it is a reflex action. When there's a ball coming to your eyes, you close the eye. It is a reflex action. You're not an arahant there. You know what I mean? In that moment, you are not an arahant, because you can't say like that. So this Dhamma is all about the darshana, the satyajnana. So to what level you have actually understood this Dhamma, it depends on that. It depends on what level that because if actually someone is fully aware about Dhamma, it doesn't necessarily matter what you do, whether you dodge to get rid of that blow, or whether you actually just let them hit, or whether you cover it. It doesn't necessarily matter, because actions have nothing to do with the power.
I think the difference there is starting to recall that Sonamali's example a little bit more. I think they were also discussing the different senses and their natural reaction. So,
Yeah.
there is a certain amount of features, emotions, or whatever it is, depending on the sensor, that would be inbuilt. And then that would be there, but that is not the self-perception. So even if the person doesn't have the Dhamma,
Yeah, we can't
is
talk about
still
that.
not going to create a abhisankaranaya or a volitional thing there. And later on only, I think I remember Sonamali saying later on only this thing kicks in, the zygote level taint vibration thing kicks in. And then it starts multiplying and multiplying thoughts, thinking with that person having the self-view and thinking, oh my God, I did that, no? I jumped on a tree
Yeah.
and I saved myself and this and that. And now it starts. And then he will go and post about it and talk about it and so on and so forth. But at that moment, when it actually
We can't
happened,
talk about Dhamma there. It's just the sensory
yeah, you
function.
can't talk about Dhamma, but at the same time, it could be just the natural reaction, natural bodily reaction, and no self.
You have to be careful there, okay? Now, when
Mm,
we say we stop the car at red, yeah,
mm.
we just do that, don't we?
Yeah, we just do it. Yeah.
Same thing. This is learned. These are habits. These are actually, when the baby would touch something bad, but as soon as burned, he will take the hand away. Then this is going to get registered.
Yeah, true. So that's why I said now, for example, a baby, if the baby is going to be hit, the baby is not going to put the hand up, no, to ward off the blow. That is a chitta rupa there. But the
Yeah,
chitta
there is a
rupa is
perception.
coming as a reactive, reflective action.
It's the same thing as if you want to make a tea, that you're going to the kitchen. You don't go to the bedroom if you want to make a tea. But no one told you that. But a patient who is suffering from some problem might actually go everywhere to make a tea, saying that I want to make a tea. Then we realize there is a problem somewhere. Might ask, why are you here? If you want to make a tea, go to the kitchen. And the patient will be looking at you and like, oh, do I have to? Kind of thing.
Yeah, true. I think I understand, Dr. Kokila. There's problematic because the third point of action mind is so transcends the mind, transcends the outside world, all those things to get to that point because of the philosophy. And I think it's wrong. You should have said wrong question to me. Anyway,
Yeah, but
understood now.
then you
Thank
will
you.
ask it again one day.
Let somebody else ask a question. I have another one I'll ask later.
Yeah, when Dr. Sakuntala has to go early, no, so we can ask that point, isn't it? I don't think that time
Sorry,
has come
guys.
in.
Heavy rain and thundering on this side. I don't know whether you can hear my voice clearly.
We
Uh,
still can, but if you are having problems, it's okay.
just actually, I wanted to ask you to elaborate, if possible, the feel with the power and feel without the power.
Oh my God, the again wrong question. How can you tell that? I mean, it's something you have to feel, isn't it?
Mm.
With the power is easy.
Mm.
Without the power is the difficult part. With the power is the
Yeah,
normal thing.
feel with the power, if you can, I mean, maybe use different words and try to explain. Without the power, I can imagine it's not something that you can explain with words.
Aran Hanse, I can say Aran Hanse's examples. Aran Hanse says like, no power. I mean, how can I say that? No,
What do
none.
you mean, Dr. Sakuntala? I'm also a little foxed.
No,
What do you
no.
mean by first with feeling with the power?
No, actually, Dr. Kokila mentioned it couple of times.
Oh,
Feel with
okay.
the power and without the power. So I just wanted to ask
So
Okay.
if
what.
you talk about the touch, you talk about the touch, uh, the consciousness and the anidassana consciousness. How do I say that? That's
Mm.
what she's asking. It's the difference
Okay.
between normal consciousness.
Non-meditative consciousness or something.
Yeah, anidassana vijnana
Yeah.
and the
So the
normal
other one
vijnana.
is actually self-perception then.
Yeah.
Consciousness with power is actually self-perception, which is the Pruthakshana lay person's
Yeah,
Not the
no, it's
feel,
a
consciousness.
self
Yeah.
vibration. It's a self vibration.
Feel
self-vibration.
with the
Not the
power.
perception. Yeah.
Yeah,
It,
feel with the power and without the power.
no,
It's,
feel means consciousness.
That's
So it
okay.
can be
Right.
eye consciousness, it can be
Okay.
ear consciousness, it can be. So yeah, see the words. We are in trouble with the words, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
100% we are with the trouble with this. So eye consciousness
Mm.
and anidassana consciousness. How can we say that?
Right. I have get some idea now.
So it is kind of the actual release. You feel from this side as if you are kind of gone, kind of thing. That's all I can say. So kind of the becoming the other part, other side. Even that is like a metaphor, just to show that it is, because it's not falling anywhere. Up, up.
Pathetic.
That one, up, that one. If that one, it's not falling anywhere. So actually, you're asking the experience of that particular moment. So it's very
Moment.
difficult to say.
Okay.
But the words can trick you. So we have to be very careful now. That is what every day I learn. So when we try to say something, the message, whether it is gone or not, I think it's possibly our inability to say something properly. The thing is understanding that this consciousness, alive feel we have, is actually power of the stimuli only. So when you really understand that the power of the stimuli, that power of the stimuli, finally it comes to the end, to the sensory vibration only. That is the moment that it flips or the changes the direction, because otherwise it will be self consciousness anyway. Like eye consciousness is mine. That's kind of thing. Self vibration will be all the time. It will coincide with the self vibration. So itta sanya, like what is it? Itta sanya, atma sanya.
Yes.
Yeah. So the problem is always there. But if this is fully understood, if this fully felt at one particular moment, non-self perception comes. How? Because there's no absence of that power. And slowly non-self perception takes over. We all can understand self-perception, isn't it?
Yeah.
Self-perception is very easy to understand because, but even that we struggle because it is covered with the thought.
Yeah.
We think that someone is here. Even if we delete that thinking, we feel as something. That is what we are trying to deal with. How this perception is arising because we feel something. What are we feeling? It's a chair. How? Because underneath the chair there's some something happening here in this the sensory faculty. Sensory faculty, if it is fully realized that it is a sensory faculty vibration only, but you can't think there when the actual there's no thinking there. So that is the thing. Darshana or the Satyajnana or the truth should be really thorough. For the you losing you experience. Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Is there any simple question today?
No specific questions, but I was thinking like the power of the stimulus sparks into the sensory functions. That's what I understood.
Yeah, good. Yeah. If you actually can take this simple, that's how the year 7, not year 7, 7-year-old child also feels this. That's the thing. We have so much perceptions. We try to Kerala Manala. What is the word for Kerala Manala? What can we say for that, Sarangika? Yeah, we try to, judge.
Yeah, judge.
Always judge.
Always weighing pros and cons and measuring.
Yeah, it's too much judging. So the child doesn't have any judging. Child might 7-year-old Vishaka just listen to Lord Buddha's Dhamma for some reason. And she can't be that big girl now to think all about this. Oh, is this a perception? Is this that thing? Is this that thing? No, none of these things. A beautiful way Lord Buddha must have told. She experienced that. And just by that, you can't say anything. All the defilements are still there, but there's no owner for the defilements then. So slowly it will go down. It takes time according to the strongness of the, Bhavatanha. Bhavatanha means strength of the stimuli or the affinity for the stimuli. It is how we can say in Sinhala Raga. If I put the English word as affinity, I don't know, there may be a better word. Affinity. Yeah. So if you can actually take this as simple as it is, yeah, when I try to check what is affinity, attraction, or to liking for something, so kind of an attractive force between substances or particles. Yeah, okay, whatever. You're trying to give some.
Raga is just attachment or greed, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's much more than that, because when we say greed, it is kind of, savinyanaka, but actually there is this bond. It's kind of a bond, it's a force.
Between the stimuli?
No, the kind of the kama raga, rupa raga. It's kind of a force which is difficult to, if you look at it in a non-self angle. They are all forces. They are all forces which are driven by ignorance.
Yeah, it's
Is it?
that unseen force, no, that Mahatsa says, like the gravitational pull, which is
Yeah.
not visible. There is a attraction, invisible attraction, an invisible thread.
Yeah, kind of.
Mm.
But if we say this also, we can get a mental picture of that, but it's okay. It's just for the explanation. So even dependent origination is actually Lord Buddha's way of explaining this formation of this jati. Jati is the life, the self. Yes, Joel. Joel, unmute the phone, the mic.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about cravings or?
No, craving has a bigger, not bigger, maybe, I don't know. Craving, you can crave for ice cream.
Or lust?
No, lust is again, they are like words used for all the sensual world.
It's more deeper than that.
Yes, yes. You know, in consciousness, we are not actually having a craving for consciousness. That's not the point. It's a kind of a binding force. Binding force. Even the form world, it is a binding force. That's the way I can say that, because
kind of a gum or something.
Yeah, same thing. Because
we use the word glue also, isn't it? The glue, the bonding, binding, all those things.
They're trying to give that idea. But if you talk about the sensual world, we have bodies, we have you know, because we have a body only, we have so many other stuff, you know. But there are beings, the body part is everyone. So there are different beings, which is again same as different vibrations. So when the sensual world comes, we have so many words to explain what is experience in the sensual world. So if you can say anything, even Lord Buddha had so much kindness to all the beings, all the non-beings. So these are very difficult aspects that we can't even say, because there's no self there. In the sense, there's no self vibration, but even non-self status. This that's why Aranwansi said you can't really call it anything else. So we have to call some other word. So that kindness, that love is completely different. So you can't really compare that to a normal kindness with the self. So like that, there's the words have different connotations, isn't it? The different things, when you say words like lust, it has different meanings. That meaning is completely, I would say, sensual word. But this Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not only for the sensual world, so for all the worlds. All the types of vibrations in this, you can't say really universe, but you can say that, but it is again another perception. This one thought of humans, the levels of these thoughts actually can match all these levels. So if you are really angry in one point and trying to kill someone, you may be actually, in that vibration may match a very lower realm. At one point, your vibration may match the Brahma level, the form level or non-form level. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not talking about synchronize into this any of these vibrations. His Dhamma is completely directing you to non-vibration. But you will pass all these levels to actually reach the non-vibration. That's a different story. But if you can actually get a sense of this whole thing without much of the jargon, you can get the sense of it that there was never a self, but there was there is sensory function organ, the sensory organ function, and because of that there is a manifestation. None of the manifestations or the feel is true. But there is never a self part is difficult to understand. That's why we need an experience to confirm that. Because you can say, yeah, I trust Lord Buddha. I completely agree with him. You can say that. Doesn't necessarily mean that it is you are convinced. So the confidence in Dhamma comes with the experience. Anything else?
That raga desa thing, you're right, Dr. Kokila, because it gives the connotation of something very sensual, isn't it? Something very obvious that is almost happening because there's so many people, even in the Buddhistic teachings that have been there for generations, people have used those words, but it just feels as if there is somebody and a something, and then there is a clinging between that thing and this thing. Like very, very obvious type of thing. But then that doesn't actually explain the form and the formless world and how that binding force, and that is also there is a self-perception and the vibration happening in those which is not obvious to the, what should I say, not so obvious. And I think that the specialty of Buddothpada and Mahansa's teachings is that that aspect has been really expanded and shown, which has not happened at all before. That is the Paramartha Dharma, I don't know what you call it in English, but that is the specialty of this teaching, isn't it?
Yeah, nobody talked about the non-form. Nobody talked about the non-form. Actually, this consciousness, everyone thought the consciousness, because everyone, I mean, I have heard people talking about becoming the universal consciousness. Not even just not the, or even Sri Lankan monks. I mean, not the exact words, but so that's the thing. So the final thing, they kind of couldn't. No one told them that there is consciousness is also not true. The feel is actually, it is created 100%. It's okay. It's created. It's like the creation of the chair. The light perception and even beneath the light perception is a different story. Feel is a different story. Actually, this words, when you talk about the words being used, even the even the Buddha Dhamma Sangha, even these lot of words have been used in a different angle for a long time. We can't. We have to keep repeating that it's actually all about the non-self Dhamma. So people can get annoyed also, who are very used to methodical or traditional ways of teaching. Today, Patana Karane was discussed by Aranath. I heard only a little bit. And he was talking about how this the insight meditation is valid after when the wrong vision is broken. So it is very important, The wrong vision is there, everything can get complicated. So it's like being stuck. But after that, it's actually, I think it's not concentration meditation. Again, what he said first, this happens, not you're doing it, because actually the self-view is broken. No one is doing anything, but it happens because of the change.
Exactly, because the principles, if you get the principles wrong, then you're reflecting on the wrong thing, no?
Because you are trying to do then something that can get stuck somewhere. But when the self-view is broken, effectively broken, or at least tentatively broken, then the actual starts, proper thing starts. But he said Krutyajnana is something which happens, not doing. Satyajnana is the truth. Krutyajnana is kind of the result of that. Not that someone is trying to do something. So imagine now if Joel keeps understanding all the no self angle and he kind of he feels it like that it is he is fully realizing it. No one needs to tell him that there is no self here. No one can even teach him that there is a self here now. So nothing. So the actually in the other way around, no one can tell that chair is there also, because it's all same thing. Thoughts. It all come to the thoughts. Thoughts are not real. Thoughts are not real in the sense whatever outside. So the self also is the body part, everything. It's kind of outside. So then none of these things are actually true. They are perceptions. So when it comes to that, when there's confirmation of this, there's never a self. There's never a chair also. So then it comes to the field where the strength of the chair is felt now. Because of the repetition, there is so much power, This repetition is a problem. So the repetition has gained so much momentum. So that momentum has to slowly die down. That's the Krutyajnana. Krutajnana is anyway the outcome. Anything else?
Today morning, when you also joined the discussion, to the latter part of it, what Aryanas explained was the nature of the mind of a
person who is understanding this Dhamma more and more, the way that the reactions would occur, the way that the stimuli are experienced, and what the sort of response will be. I think that part, that this is not a question, but that part is very beautiful. I thought it's really nice to see the way that he was telling, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was. I think he is guiding everyone slowly.
Yeah.
His task. Whatever he felt, he's trying to give it to everyone. And yeah, it's very beautiful. And Lord Buddha once said, I think Dr. Sakuntala can remember this, Doctor. Lord Buddha said, if I tell the values or the features of Buddha, my lifetime will be over, and still I won't be able to finish.
Yeah, I remember, yes.
And nowadays it would look like exaggeration, isn't it? But it is the full truth that he's saying. He's saying only he is aware about that as well, So if it is Sariputta or Kashyapa, Mugalan, or any Ratan Vansi, they may know 1/10 of that, or kind of some fraction of it.
Yeah.
Even they can't fully comprehend the actual things about the Buddha status. It's not about a person, no. It's Buddha status. So that's the thing. So even at this moment, we can't really fully comprehend our nuance even. It is so beautiful. Even that fraction that we can feel is beautiful. But what I'm trying to say is, if our advance says, it may, if he says that if I have to talk about this status, my lifetime will be over, and still I won't be able to finish. Everyone would think it's an exaggeration. But it is not.
Also, he said that the amount, the percentage wise, or the amount that was disclosed from what he found, what he understood, is equal to a bunch of leaves that he took in his hand compared to all the leaves in that jungle, isn't it?
Yeah.
He said this small amount is enough for you to understand this path and then reach this nirvana. You don't need all that wisdom that was understood.
Yeah. See the thing, even being Kashyapa or Sariyut or Mangalanteros, still they are being the closest to Lord Buddha. Even they can't feel the full thing about Lord Buddha status.
Yeah.
So we have so much gratitude for Aranwanse for trying to give this to the whole world. I don't think anyone will fully realize this, even us fully realize his efforts. But yeah, everyone is trying their best to kind of share this Dhamma to everyone, isn't it? That's all we can do. Because if someone's suffering is going down, definitely you know that suffering is going down. And the super happiness will, or super tranquility will slowly come up. It can take ages, it doesn't matter. It's really happening. The self-view is broken, the path is open, and there's no doubts. So that's the important thing, having no doubts. So the not doubts about advance or anything. No, that's not the thing. It's very difficult. This using these words, doubts about Dhamma, doubts about actual no self thing. So because Buddha status is actually the non-vibration status, but there is so much more to it because of the field. So at this moment, I would say advance is the classic example of non-vibration, we can say. It's time to come that we can see, the effects. It's really interesting actually to see everyone trying to do their maximum, the people who do the Zoom meetings, who actually be there as the host and try to maintain this as something, and who try to help in chip in each and every time to say something about Dhamma, and also to hold the programs like Dr. Sakuntala, like everyone. They all do whatever they can because they feel some benefit, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, it's nice to see that how people are helping each others mutually. I mean, just if you have a problem with your hosting or something with the programs, you give a call and somebody else will sort of offer the help. Very nice in that way because all are trying to help each others by somehow to balance everything and not to have any problems in the network.
Mm. But the best help is from Aranvanse because you can't telepathize to non-vibration otherwise.
Oh yes, definitely, yes. I mean, he's always guiding, he's always, I mean, even the simplest thing, he's always looking into the matter and attending to that personally. Even some of these uh, things where these relics were brought up and was displayed in different places, he will come personally to those places, even arranging the perahara. While the perahara is moving forward, he was always going up and down from the to the starting point to the end. He was organizing. So he was going into those minute details. That is that ability to organize. I mean, that is how it has come up to this level within these 5 years. So much of spreading wings to all the directions. And the network has become stronger and larger, spreading over a more larger areas and coming up with all these centers, constructions, all those sort of very difficult to imagine how a single person is handling all that. True that there is a crowd around, but always he's behind everything.
Yeah, true. That's power that he always says that the Lord Buddha is alive, kind of thing. It is this because it's not a person he's talking about. It's about the Buddha status that we talk about. As little children, or not even little children, for a long time, when we say Lord Buddha, we thought about someone. If we say God, we thought about someone. If someone told Brahma, we thought about someone, We never kind of understood this no self-anger. Now, because of our advance, at least we are coming to the level of the vibration state. If someone is actually talking about something, it becomes weird now. It becomes that weird now, If now even mothers are feeling that in the Zooms. Because before they will talk about the daughter, the son, the accident and all that. Now slowly it's dying down because they all slowly understand, because it's a bunch of same kind of people now who is listening. So they slowly understand that that's actually a perception, And it doesn't necessarily matter what you feel is the thing. And even when you come to the level of even the perception is the feel also irrelevant. In the sense it's not self, then that's so good. His directness, I would say that's so good,
Yeah.
But even that, he has come to a level to say this directly now. He didn't before, he has in initial discussions, but over the phone there had been so much discussions before this Zoom. So in them he has told a lot of things, but nowadays he's doing it methodically so that everyone will not be feeling threatened, Otherwise, if someone says something very direct, people might feel scared, If someone says you are not there, suddenly if I say, Joel, you are not there, Joel might not understand that. But now he can understand that. Because he has been listening to this jargon for some time now. We have been chattering non-stop. So he's kind of, what are they talking about? And slowly he's getting it. So, but actually, this is we are trying to give a message, and that message is the no self-anger. One message, but so much words, yeah.
Yeah, no self-anger has been clearly mentioned in most of the sutras, isn't it? But none of the monks earlier, as you said, explained, because maybe that because they have not experienced it, they may have felt that it's better not to put the hands into something that they didn't really understand. So those have never been mentioned in any of the sermons that I have listened, because there are very famous monks who are doing sermons, but this area has never been explored and exposed and mentioned.
Yeah, now if you actually listen to a sermon, you can say where they are trapped. whether it's consciousness level, whether they are trapped in the form level, whether they are even in the sensual world. It's kind of easy to say whether they are actually, whether they can be even in wrong vision, you know. It's you can get the clues by listening to some. It's because of I don't know. Yes.
No, I just wonder whether Champa has anything to tell us. Is she busy with her work?
No, doctor, nothing special. Listening to this discussion is very useful, doctor.
You can add something.
It's very, actually, the feeling stage we have to, that means we can't get it it's coming automatically, and until we come to that point, feeling level, we will have to listen and carefully do without going extremes, because I was doing something very wrong. No, now I am understanding those things and very carefully handling everything, doctor.
Yeah, no, you'll be okay. It's just understanding no self anger. It will release the tension. Then slowly you can feel the karmasthana or the points or the karmasthana. What's the word for karmasthana? The
Point of contemplation or something.
Contemplations.
Yeah, so that
Point
is
of contemplation, isn't it?
that is the thing. Whatever that has given more power, whatever the
There are
perception.
only two contemplations for me, doctor. One is my son and another one is my husband. I don't have any other contemplations.
That's enough sleep. Yeah.
But the thing is, when you lose the, I mean, that beautiful example given by Aranvahasa, that level of the water in the bucket. I mean, there's a hole in the bottom. The level of the water will not sort of go asymmetrically; it will go down symmetrically. So, like that, whatever the points you have understood, those are the most powerful things. But of course, when the defilements are fading off, all will happen parallel, isn't it? What we feel is
Yes,
that,
doctor. I can feel that also. I am not very much
yeah,
attached to both of them now. Son is very far away. He's in America. Husband is here. So I'm not very much attached to both of them. I can feel that I am slowly detaching, but not 100%.
That sentence doesn't sound good though. That
Yes,
sentence doesn't sound good. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? What is the
yeah,
what do you think about
there
that
should be
sentence?
challenge, isn't it? I mean, you can't say that I have no this thing unless you.
No, the word she used was detaching from them. What do you think about that word?
Okay. The self is here, isn't it? Self is here who is trying to
No,
detach.
detaching in the sense, doctor, the mental attachment is not very high like in the past. That is what, not the loving kindness and everything are there, but the mental attachment to them is not very high.
What do you think about that, Dr. Sakuntala? And I'm not targeting Champa here. I'm trying to understand what you would say.
Yeah, what I felt was now I'm trying to detach by saying that they are there and I'm also here. And then I am trying to detach from them. That is the
No,
feeling
that
I.
is, yes, I am always now I am actually, I know that the I myself is there. I can feel it because of when I try to do this Dhamma thing, I was always trying to see the mind and trying to pierce thoughts and things like that. So now I am uh, not doing anything, but I know that I myself is self thing is still there, but I am trying to.
No. Calm down, Champa, and tell me, who are you?
Only a vibration, doctor. Just
What vibration?
vibration in the sense from my from the childhood.
No. Now, and this question is coming from a different angle now, because you are
Yes.
trying to. You're talking about point of contemplation.
Yes.
From that point of view,
I'm just a vibration. That means the thinking level of the self is there. The self is still there. I think I feel it. So
no, there's one point missing here.
what is that, doctor?
Okay, I will ask Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala, what do you think is missing there? Now, Champa, don't answer. Who is Champa? What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Oh, Surangika. Maybe Sakuntala is busy. Can you all hear me?
Yes, doctor. Can hear.
Okay, they both must be busy then. Anyway, I'm trying to get one answer where when I asked the question, who are you, it was not directly related to that previous thing I'm talking about, this perception. So
Yes, there's a perception, no, doctor.
no, this is mainly around the answer you gave, that you are trying to you're actually seeing the reduction of the mental attachment, you said. So,
Yes,
but I'm actually trying to bring up a point. The point is, sun is you.
Yes, doctor. The possessiveness is less, I think. I try to say that. Possessiveness, I
No,
had.
but are you getting this correctly? That's the important thing. I'm talking about Satyajnana here, the
Yes.
Darshana.
Yes. I can understand, yes.
What do you understand?
What you are telling, I'm understanding what you are telling.
So tell that again then, what you are understanding. There's never a self now. So if there's never a self.
Yes, there's never a self, yes.
And then.
But the way of thinking becomes self.
Yeah, but here, if you turn it the other way around, the perception of sun,
Yes.
If it is felt as a thing, that is you.
That is me. That is me. Yes, that is me.
So what about this mental attachment and all this story? That's actually another way of thinking. So that's not the actual thing. The strength of this perception is with the ignorance. That is
Yes.
actually true. So
Yes.
if you have to understand that the sun is actually, you have never touched or talked with a sun, you haven't seen a sun. It's actually what we can associate is only a perception. The perception is actually not true.
Yes. Yes.
And
It's yes.
finally, it
It's
comes to the question that Surangika asked in the beginning, that what are you talking about, one vibration thing? So if the perception is not true and it comes to the feel, it becomes um, the
the feeling is like
vibration,
yes.
vibration of the sensory organ.
Yes.
So if you are looking at the sun, it is the eye vibration. If you are talking with him over the phone, it is the sound vibration. If
Yes.
you are touching him, it would be the touch.
Yes.
If you're smelling him, it would be the smell.
Yes.
So all by this, you actually, what you're trying to understand is, if there was never a self, what you feel is strength of that sun perception.
Yes. That's true. Clear, doctor. Yes.
So that is the power which is going down. You are not trying
Yes.
to break any attachment here.
Yes. 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 I know that. Yes.
Yeah. So it's a word problem, isn't it? When you try to say something, it all jumbles up.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Now, even for Joel, it is important, because we are not trying to actually break any attachment to anyone, or break any, or build up any attachment. It's actually to understand that the perceptions are not true. So that nothing outside we have felt. Outside things we can't actually feel or hear or see or anything. Thoughts are not true. Thoughts are actually perceptions. Even the perception world, perceptions are not true either. It's like a vibration. So when it comes to that
Yes.
level, the
Yes.
vibration is just a function of the sensory organ only. That's all. So, but just because we try to understand this Dhamma, we are not breaking anything. We are not. We just continue to do whatever you're doing. You look after your parents. It's the same thing. Same, whatever the duties or the responsibilities, or
Yes. We can actually we can live happily more than earlier, because the attachment, the
no, again the word
possessiveness.
no, even possessiveness, these words are a bit tricky.
Mm.
This is what happens is you losing you, not nothing else
Not them.
happens.
Yes. Yes. Not them. I lose myself. Yes.
Yeah. What do you think, Surangika? Are you free?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think with realization only, that type of there are connotations of self-perception in the way it is expressed, isn't it? So you can't say we can live better even, because then all that shows that self-view is still there.
Yeah, it gives way. It slips, self-view slips in here and there. It is very interesting, actually, this Dhamma. This self-perception also comes like that, Same thing. Even if someone is in the field level, it's just can creep in. Doesn't necessarily matter, but knowing it is the most important thing. But here, when you try to say something, it's important, Champa, when you try to understand
Yes.
Dhamma, understand it in correct angle.
Correct angle. Yes.
Because otherwise, the lot of people in olden days actually tried hard to break the attachments. people tried hard to break the attachment. That's why
Yes, yes, that is wrong, completely wrong. That was
we can't say completely wrong. It's actually ignorance because
yes,
they didn't know the correct self angle. So Aranhanse never actually advised us to like do anything drastic. Just keep understanding this Dhamma. So
yes,
then this burning goes down. That's all what happens. The words carry a burden like possessiveness, detach, attach. They because to attach or detach there should be two sides.
yes, duality, yes.
So what? It's a bit tricky if you talk about attach, detach, tall.
Yes, maybe doctor, the way of talking
Yeah.
may be wrong. Yes, I agree, doctor.
No, it can happen to
Yes,
anyone.
yes,
Not only you, but because Joel is also here, I'm trying to like give the correct thing, because it's we can try only. Because when we talk about good, bad, also this happens. So there should be something for it to be good or bad. So if you say now he has questioned this, so right or wrong. So the right or wrong, someone in the path, like really deep in the path only will realize that right or wrong is, again, there should be something to be right or wrong. So these all the adjectives is or adverbs or all the even the nouns, any word in that sense actually has this problem, language has this
yes,
problem
yes,
because it gives the Uttam Purusha, Madhyam Purusha, what do you call that? Past participle? No. What do you call that, Suranka? The present tense, past tense, future tense, and there's
You
other
mean first
tenses.
person,
First person, yeah, first person,
second
second
person,
person also there.
third person. Yeah.
Third person. So everything is actually coming from self-view. We have first taken as me as stability here and has developed the language. So self is stable and then you develop the language around it. So the language is fully biased.
yes. Aryan Vahansi is always telling that, doctor. This language is not
Yeah.
true.
So but it's very important to understand if you are trying to detach from someone, that's not this Dhamma. If you are trying to detach from something, it's not this Dhamma. It's actually understanding that there's no thing such as such like
Yes,
if
doctor.
you
Yes,
say
that is wrong. I know.
yeah. Anything else, Joel? Did you get that properly? I mean, you might.
Sorry, doctor?
Did you get it?
Yeah. I'm listening.
Yeah, good. It's actually important, like this Dhamma is really beautiful. It's all about understanding what is actually there. So when we understand that this perception world, this duality is actually is already in the language. So the good, bad, right, wrong, past tense, past, now, future, everything is giving an idea that there is something or someone, or I'm here. But we never give up trying to give this Dhamma, because even with these problems, Aranvansi is trying hard to give this Dhamma, so we are also trying. Isn't it, Shranika?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I mean, all those types of things, I don't know what you call those things, the happiness, sorrow, prosperity, poverty, those, that 8, I can't remember what they are. Sapaduka, Yasa, Sadu thing. That one also, I mean,
Atalodhama?
Atalodhama, yeah, I don't know what to call it in English, but even that, now, those days, I mean, what we thought was that that is there where the Dhamma is not there, the lay person's thinking. But I remember Aranhansa explaining very recently about it, that those are also just conventional concepts. And in those conventional concepts, that the notion of those and the meaning of those in a conventional world doesn't disappear. It is the underlying burning that is disappearing, isn't it?
100%. That's very good to add, actually, because right is kind of, the normal world. We say this is not right. Yeah, and Aranvanse or any Ratanvanse or Lord Buddha will know that it's not right. And actually, Lord Buddha is the best example for that. He advised, monks used to go for alms round whenever they felt like going, and even in the evening. And then he realized that it's not the good thing to do. And then he made it as a rule not to go in the evening.
Yeah.
So there's no problem in that. Aranvanse makes some rules as well. There's someone overseeing some program, and he expects that person to be there. But if you look at it from a different perspective, someone in case, no, Aranvanse has all this self-perception. That's why he's telling that other person to go and oversee the program. The words, you can't really judge anything by these words or the actions, but life feel is completely different aspect. So no one can judge Lord Buddha or any Aranvanse in that sense, because there's a complete different angle and complete different feel. It's a feel. So whether you feel as a self or not. So the basic message is, as you said, the normal, everything is there except that burning or the power or the force or whatever you can name it. You name it, you have it. Nandi, any word. But this, like we said that day, the elastic band thing, that power-like thing, any example trying to say the same thing. That is what is not there. Everything else is there, the law and order. If the law is for Lord Buddha to go to, when Sundari died, everyone asked for Lord punishment from the King Kosala. Kosal.
Yes,
Sorry.
Kosala, yes, Kosal Raja, yes.
Yeah, but it's only because of others that got postponed, and some other people who killed Sundari was found. Otherwise, they all made it into a trap so that to show that Lord Buddha has killed someone in the temple. See how funny this world is? Like, how not funny actually. You don't have any words to say about that. So just because of the you find
Jealousiness.
yeah, jealous.
Yes.
So the main important thing here is, he knew it was the law and order. He even there are so many instances that he put so much order into the monk's life to avoid people clashing with them, avoid people's misunderstanding, avoid people harassing them, basically.
Yes,
I
all
think
that Vinaya Pitaka shows all everything.
everything in that aspect, because otherwise, actually, all the Aran Vahanses or any like Rahatan Vahanses will be lost to the world if there's no rules like that. But nowadays it is completely different. That's a different story. Having a rule and everyone living according to rule. Nowadays it's a different story. But actual thing was to look after the Rahatan Vahanse, to actually to safeguard them from all the hazards, isn't it, Suranika?
Yeah, I mean, that was a good example that you gave, Dr. Kokila. I mean, even R.N. Vance's examples now, for example, if the practical program in the monasteries, Metmalaranas, also don't take place properly according to the schedule, he's very strict. So somebody can say that what is that, just a little slip up, no? He's making a big deal out of it. Somebody can say, like, if it's a lay person, they might say he's making a thing out of it, but that is not the case, isn't it? And this example here, I just remember the example he gave in the morning for that yasayasa, wealth, prosperity, whatever it is, whether it is poverty, so on. Why it doesn't become a thing is, he was saying a true arahat. If one has built a house, and for some reason or the other, the house has to be, what do you call it, dismantled.
Yeah.
That same person will dismantle the house without any burning. So if that is possible, that means that person has achieved the Buddhahood, or the realization of the Buddha nature is there. Because the fact that there is a realization of the Dhamma doesn't mean that that person is a pauper in a conventional sense of the word. Conventional society, R.N. Mahansa has always said your family, your obligations, whether you are doing a job, all that will be as normal. So if that means that, say you have 1 million in the bank account, then there's 1 million in the bank account. The realization is that that is not a thing. There's no such thing. The realization is a different matter, isn't it? So the yasa is the happiness, sorrow, the happiness also is a problem, no, for people. So in the conventional world, so it's all a case of as you say all the time, the right angle, the Dhamma angle of it. When the self view goes, everything is taken in the sense of being, that is the real equanimity. Not that,
Yeah.
the Sankarupeksha, which is the equanimity in the non-self view.
Yeah, actually. This Dhamma is very beautiful. So we invite everyone to listen to Dhamma, Sinhala, the language who people who can talk and understand Sinhala language are very fortunate. But we are also trying our best to give this in English language. And we welcome everyone. Thank you, Aranwansa, for guiding everyone towards non-vibration. We worship you with so much gratitude. Thank you, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you become non-vibration.
Bless you all. Thank you, all of you, Dhamma friends.
Therwan Saranai, Dr.
Therwan
Kokila.
Saranai,
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Saranai. Surangika and Joel also.
Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom series. You can access this through the YouTube as well, through the Buddothpada POTV YouTube channel. Or you're welcome to join the Zoom session as well. So the talks are mainly 1 hour in duration, and what just concluded was a 2-hour Dhamma discussion, which is held between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. So these talks endeavor to explain various facets, various aspects of the true Dhamma teachings, which is the pure truth that was realized by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. The traditional Buddhistic teachings have been there for generations since then, obviously. But what has been uncovered by Buddothpada and Mahansa is what is being imparted through these channels, and for the benefit of listeners and interested people who are having a genuine desire or wanting or curiosity even to understand what this whole concept is about, or what is the truth that is underlying this existence. What is the truth, and what is the way to what is suffering? People who have questions around these things are all welcome to listen to this, whether you're listening now or whether you listen to this at a later date. Hopefully this would have some impact on you and would pave the way to pursue this line of investigation further. And all it will do is it will be able to open your eyes to the reality of what the true nature of this existence is, and be able to, if investigated fully, be able to provide true liberation from the mind and this suffering that one actually feels and is so much a part of this existence. So we have talked several times, and even probably through other listeners, on different aspects of the Dhamma. But so essentially, the Buddha has asked Buddha questions, and the Buddha says that the senses are the things that actually drive this worldly existence and the experience that is felt. And how that is through the sense faculties that that are possessed by humans. So whether it is human beings or living beings, various species have different faculties, sense faculties, and it is only through those sense faculties that this world is experienced. So if we talk about humans, the eye, the ears, the nose, the touch sensation, and the tongue together constitute the five sensory organs. And from those, various perceptions are arising. How does this happen? Through the vibration that occurs in the eye, the vibration that occurs in the tongue, the nose, the ears, and the body sensor. All of these generate a sensation, which then is perceived as light, perceived as sound, perceived as touch, heat or cold, temperature, solidity, all our body sensor related perceptions, and then smell for the nose and taste for the tongue. So these are the perceptions or the feel that arises, but it only arises as a manifestation, meaning that that is not real. So it is through these that one actually, there is an actual experience of a world. So this world that is taken to be real around us, you consider it, we don't pay much attention to it in that sense, isn't it? Because nobody really questions the fact that this world, how this world is made up of, and how come, how is this, we don't even say this is getting manifested to us. All we say is, and all we have understood, all we take to be right or correct is that I am here, I'm a person, I'm an individual, I have been born to this world. I was born on such and such a day or year. And yeah, true. I mean, I have eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and so on. And yeah, those are my normal senses. And then I see the world. So I see the world, and I see the world through the eyes. I hear through the ears. I smell things with my nose. I taste things with my mouth or tongue or whatever. And I feel things. I feel heat and cold and solidity, liquidity, and so on. So everything is, you always, the way it is said and the way it is taken, the way it is felt in all these ways, you get the notion, you get the impression, and that is the way the conventional world believes it to be true, as there being an external world full of people and things, animate or inanimate, and then you are very much part of this world, you're very much part of this society. And all these living beings, creatures, species, whatever it is, whether it's creatures in the sea, creatures in the air, on land, whatever it is, they're all very much part of this world. And this earth, and it's not just the earth, the galaxy, the space, everything forms part of your world, isn't it? So this is how we have known, this is how everything has been for forever and a day. We grow up believing this to be true. And then when we get various stories from our parents, we hear various stories from our grandparents, we learn history in school, and then we not only know, then we get to know that not only was there a world now, that the world was like this 20, 30 years before I was born, or 100 years before I was born, or like, thousands of years ago, this was how the world was, and this was the dinosaur age, and so on. And then there was the Big Bang that happened some time ago, long years ago, the black hole, the quantum theory, this, that, and the other, all these are learned. So all this is very much part of this world, like the history. So the history also has become real. Now, nobody ever, so this is what we call never before heard Dhamma, what the Buddha realized long years ago. So in his quest to end suffering, which was where this whole thing started. So prior to being fully awakened, the Buddha was a prince, as Prince Siddhartha, and in his youth, he encountered a couple of scenes when on a very rare visit outside the palace. He encountered the sight of an old person, a sick person, a dead person, and a monk. So for the old person and the sick person and the dead person, all these were very unusual, not seen before images, because in the palace he was well protected by the king, because there was somebody who foretold when he was born that he would either become a great seeker of truth and a person who would bring great salvation to mankind, or he would be king of kings. So with that fear of him actually leaving the palace, the king took all steps possible to protect the prince from anything that would make him, change his mind and not become the king eventually or ascend to the throne. So on one of his very rare ventures out from the palace during his youth was the time that he encountered this sick person and the old person and the dead person, the corpse that was being carried. So for all three, it was such a shock to him that he questioned the person, the person who was driving the chariot, and said, and asked, what was this scene? Who is this? What is this? What is a sick person? Will I get sick? Will I get old? And then what is that? What's that? And then they said it was a corpse. And so, will I also die? And then the answer for everything came. Yes, sir, that's an old person. And yes, you will get old one day. And yes, sir, that's a sick person. You will get sick one day. It's the fate of everybody. And then the corpse, yes, that is a dead person being taken to the cemetery. And yes, our fate is that we all die one day. And then, so everything was just this real tragedy that was a shock to the system. And it all foretold suffering. But final scene, when the Buddha saw the monk, the person in saffron robe, calmly going about begging for alms, that really piqued his interest. And when he asked the question, who's that Channa? Channa replied saying that Saya is a person who's seeking the truth. And his whole demeanor, the calmness, the tranquility, was also something that really attracted the prince. And then the question was, is there such a thing called the truth? So then the question came, the answer came, yes, sir, there are people out there who are in search of the truth to end the suffering for which the scenes he had seen were just representations of it, the sickness, the death, and old age. So suffering can come in various forms, but that was just three scenarios that was actually experienced at that moment. So from that arose a great resolve on the part of the prince, and then eventually that led him to leave the palace, and the rest, as we say, is history. So in his search for the truth, whilst he pursued different accepted forms of concentration meditation that was prevalent even at that time, the Buddha then realized that none of these things was ever successful in actually ceasing the defilements, and was not bringing to an end the suffering that he had set out to find a lasting solution for. So then, embarking on a search of his own, the Buddha then did a real deep searching for the truth. And in that search, the Buddha realized that that the cause of the suffering, the cause of the defilements was a self-view, a wrong self-view that has been taken by not understanding, not fully understanding the way this world and worldly perceptions arising from the sensory organs and this whole way the mind mechanism worked has not been fully understood. Because of that, for that reason, wrong self-view has been imposed upon the almost psyche of a human being to the point that there is a belief that there is a self and a very distinct I or a self or a person that is existing. And it is to that person and this world that is also existing has been created. And because of this duality that has been created out of pure ignorance, that this suffering has become, suffering has befallen mankind, every living being for that matter. The suffering occurs because of that. So if we break that down further, the point that was made earlier about the sense of faculties, Buddha realized that this so-called world was getting manifested only via sense of faculties, whether it is for a human being or whether it is for an animal or any other living being for that matter. Each living being, whether it is 5 sense of faculties or 3 sense of faculties, whatever it is, every living being possesses some sense of faculty. And with that, whatever sense of faculty, there is a feeling that arises of that person or being existing. So if we just stick to human beings for that matter, we can talk about a few creatures later. So for the human being, the 5 sensory organs, as we explained before, gives rise to the seeing, the hearing, and so on. But this arises only due to the vibration. The cause of it is vibration occurring in the eye, occurring in the ear, occurring in the tongue, and the nose, and the body sensor. So the vibration is giving rise to a sensation, a feel, and that is what translates into what we call eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, and body consciousness. What is the ultimate feel there? The feeling that light exists, the feeling that sound exists, and the feeling that taste and touch and smell exist. But so where is this coming from? This is only in the senses. So the nose sensor gives a smell, isn't it? The ear sensor gives a hearing. So that's the natural sensory perception for the ears. Similarly for the eye, it is the light. So this is manifesting only due to the vibration. And that light is then with the continuous vibration happening at speed, it is taken to be real. It is taken to be existent. And that is what we call the eye consciousness. The consciousness gives the notion that this thing exists. So the light perception is felt as if it actually exists. So there is a distinct feeling that arises that light exists. The continuous speed of vibration occurring in the ear sensor gives the feeling that sound exists. So these are what happens here. the Buddha found out that the Buddha said the world that gets created only through the sensor faculties, and that is where the world is created. And to transcend the world is to transcend suffering. And to transcend suffering, one has to fully understand the sense faculties. And when one understands fully the mechanism, the process of how the sense faculties manifest something out of the vibration, and it is that experience that is then translated or interpreted by the mind sensor, which is the sixth sensor, as a thought in the form of mother, father, tree, apple, and so on. That is how this so-called world gets created. So when the Buddha said to understand the world, one has to understand the senses. The senses are the things that are creating this world. So by understanding how the senses work, that paves the way to transcend this world, as we call it. So how does this world actually come about? The sense faculties give rise to various, through the vibration, gives rise to various perceptions, the light perception, the sound perception, the touch perception, the smell perception. And then with the body sensor, you get different feelings, the feeling of cold, hot or heat, and solidity. So these together are then interpreted by the mind consciousness to form thoughts. So when you say apple, for example, is there the apple is just an image, right? An image, and then an association of a sound to the image is given the name apple, isn't it? If you touch the apple, then there is all that is felt is solidity. But solidity taken with the sound of an apple then makes it an apple again. So it is just the naming, the convention of it has been given the word or the label apple, isn't it? So if one feels it, it's only solidity and the roundness of it. So it is solidity. But just because it's solidity, because the sound is associated with it, it's called apple. Then if we take the tongue sensor, if one bites into it, there is the taste of sweetness and tanginess. And that sweetness and tanginess of and the texture of the apple is named and labeled as the taste of an apple. Now the tongue didn't know that it was an apple, did it? Did the eye know it was an apple? No. Did the ears know it was an apple? No. But what happens always with the image, a sound is associated with it. And we give a name to it. Always the vibration gives rise to an image in the eye perception. And that is given a name through the sensations, perception, and the volitional formation happening at speed. All those three come together, and then the name is formed. And who or what forms this name? It is actually just a mechanism. The mind consciousness automatically scrambles to name it, scrambles to label it, and interpret it, to give a name to it distinct from something else, distinct from another object. And in that manner, every image, every sound, every taste, every smell is given a name from this side by the mind consciousness. So actually, the Buddha said, there is nothing outside that can actually ever be experienced except for what is only getting manifested in these senses. So meaning, whatever then gets translated to thought, i.e. through the mind consciousness, through this mind interpretation, production kind of mechanism that is happening, interpretative, constructing kind of mechanism, which we call the mind consciousness, all this is happening where internally. It is not anything outside. And yet what happens with this whole illusion, the perceptions are taken together, the five basic perceptions are only generating a feeling. Those are the five basic sensations which automatically get generated. No one is doing it. So that is another key thing that the Buddha understood in his search, and the final realization was that when this self-view and the wrong self-view was understood, the Buddha realized that it was only through delusion that this self-view has been imposed on a mechanism which is just happening naturally. It is a natural phenomenon. The mind and the mechanism of it is also the natural phenomena of the mind. The mind automatically takes, the mind automatically interprets the perceptions that occur in the sense faculties. Even if it is 2 sense faculties in operation, whether it is 3 sense faculties in operation, whatever it is taken together, and those several perceptions are then combined to form another perception, which then gives the distinct feeling of it because of the continuous vibration happening of those sensory perceptions coming together, gives the feeling that, something exists, like the mother exists, the father exists, and so on. So the mother and father exist, which means what happens after that? I exist as well, isn't it? Because the mother is in relation to me, isn't it? Your mother is not the mother to everybody. So if a thought is put, the perception arises and someone gives a label to an image, a label to sound, and calls it the mother, that is your mother, isn't it? Mother in relation to you, father in relation to you. So everything is then taken to be something that is experienced by a person on this side, and the object or person that is being experienced is thrown out, projected to the outside. But where is all this happening? It is happening only in the mind construct. The perceptions are also occurring internally because the sensor faculties are generating it. So, but the other part to understand is that the I faculty, nothing actually happens there. The eye is just a camera. The eye doesn't perceive, the eye doesn't say it's an apple. The ear doesn't say it's an apple either. The nose doesn't say it's an apple. The nose is just a sensation, a faculty. The smell doesn't say it's an apple. But what happens? The mind consciousness, it is the mind consciousness that then does the interpretation and gives the thought that it is an apple, gives the thought that it is a tree, gives the thought that it is the taste of an apple, the color of the apple, and so on. So this whole thing is actually understood as a mind construct and nothing else. But when all these objects and persons are created, but how do they get created in the first place? Then that's another thing, isn't it? Right from the beginning, right from our in days of infancy, were there all these objects? No. The baby in the cot had no idea, no concept whatsoever of apples, trees, and so on. So in Buddhism itself, there are 3 types of wisdom that one has to understand. And in order to understand this thought and how this thought becomes a thing, and then it is because the thought becomes a thing that a world gets created, then one has to go back and see how this world consisting of apples and trees and mother, father, job, mortgage, family. All these things came about because that comprises collectively your world, isn't it? As we said right at the beginning. The world is everything that is around you, everything, whether it's good or bad, that has made up your world. The family that you have, the people that are that you associate, the society that you live in, the culture, the nationality, the country that you take so much pride about, the things that you don't like that is happening, the wars that are being fought, that you are concerned about, that you are anxious about. All these things form very much part of your world, isn't it? But how did that world come about is the question. Whatever that you have accepted as and taken for granted all this time, this is what is being thrown into the light. This is what is being thrown into question, isn't it? How did this world come about? The baby in the cot had no notion of this world whatsoever. But you might argue saying that no, okay, baby in the cot didn't know about it, but then once the baby came to an age where the child can learn, then it learned that there was a tree, there was an apple, there is a house, there is a mother, there is a father. So what's wrong with that? How did the child get to know all that? What was it? Wasn't that a thought then? Wasn't the house a thought? Wasn't the mother a thought? Again, the child has only the sense faculties. The child takes things through, has the eyes, has the nose, the touch, the smell, and so on. So when we explain what happens, the child is shown an image and then the sound is associated with it, say, for example, in kindergarten, and then the child learns the alphabet. So what happens? The alphabet is but A. A was never known to the child. An image was shown and a sound was given to it, and the repeated reinforcement of that sound, which is what? Nothing more than a vibration, isn't it? The constant vibration and then the perceptions that arise from it gives the learning that it is A or alphabet or apple or tree or whatever it is. So was this something actually outside or was this just a sound? It was just an image and a sound, isn't it? Or a taste and a sound, or a smell and a sound associated with it. So where did this occur? Did it occur outside or was this in the child's mind? This is happening in the mind, isn't it? It is internally a construct. The apple is actually a construct. The tree is actually a construct. But then what happens? Just like that, object after object, person after person gets learned through the sense faculties. Everything is taught and learned, and perception after perception keeps getting accumulated. And then what happens? These objects become real, and this gradually a world forms, and this world is taken to be real. A world is taken to exist. And when the world is taken to exist, these objects take on a value of its own. And with the value comes the notion of a self or a doer here, or a person experiencing it. And that is where this wrong self-view happens. Moment that the object is taken to be true and the moment an object is taken to be of value, there is a wrong self-view. There is an I who is experiencing it. There is an I who has a mother. There is an I who has a father, who is going to school, who has another sister, who has good friends in school, who lives in such and such a neighborhood, and so on. And so this keeps on growing like that. The learning happens, it's only perceptions that are taken in. Every facet, every aspect that is acquired as knowledge is actually just perceptions. Where is this happening? It is happening internally in the sensor faculties. What is getting discerned through the senses by way of light, by way of sound, by way of touch, taste, and smell. Now, these are the natural occurrences through vibration in the sensor faculties. But this vibration, which is the cause of the manifestation, is what is two extreme forces, two opposing ends coming together. So the vibration and the vibratory nature has a power underneath it. And it is that power through the fast vibration that is manifested in the form of light, sound, and taste, and touch, and so on. So from that one can gather that when these things are combined, and the mind does the interpretation that all these combine with the touch of solidity of an apple, the texture of an apple, the taste of an apple, the light and the redness of the apple, and so on. All these combine to form what? Apple. Now what has happened? The apple has been named. It is a separate thing now. It has become a thing of its own, an object of its own, standing in its own right. But where is it? It's only in the mind. It is a construct. But did anyone ever think of it as a construct? All these days. Have you ever thought about it as a construct? No. The apple is very much there, isn't it? But if you, supposing now, we say apple. So what happens if you might not see an apple now, but because you heard the word apple being mentioned, immediately you will picture an apple. You might picture a green apple, a red apple. You might picture an apple that you just had for lunch. You might picture an apple orchard that you have visited before. All this might come to mind. So what happens when you picture an apple, you will picture a red apple or a green apple. So light, there's light, right? Color. Then if you remember the taste of an apple that you have eaten, the taste comes to mind. The actual sweetness of the apple that you bit into, that you ate, that you swallowed comes to mind. Meaning the taste is actually felt. But did you actually feel the taste right now, or was that a perception of taste? It was a perception, wasn't it? It was just a thought. But it's quite vivid, isn't it? The taste of an apple was quite vivid. And the light, the color of the apple, whether it was red or green, that was also quite vivid. But there was no apple in sight. Wherever you are, say you are listening to this from your bedroom, there's no apple in sight. And yet, when the word apple was uttered, all you heard was the sound. And you saw the color of the apple, you felt the taste of the apple, and you felt the touch of the apple. You know the apple is round, and so on. So all these are perceptions, isn't it? The texture and the taste was a taste perception occurring in the mind. The feeling of roundness and solidity of the apple. How did you feel the solidity of the apple? Without the apple, you're feeling the solidity of the apple. Wasn't that just a perception? So from that, can you see this is actually really deep? Although you thought that the apple exists all these days outside, was it actually outside? Or did you actually think it was outside? Did you actually think you went and picked an apple from the kitchen fruit basket? Did you actually think that you went to the tap and washed it? And did you actually think that you cut it and ate it? Just pause for a moment and think. If it was actually when we said the word apple, the taste of the apple came to the mind, isn't it? The color of the apple, the solidity, the roundness of the apple came to mind. And if all that was the perception, was there actually the light in the perception, the color? Was there the solidity in that perception? Did you actually touch an apple? Was there an apple inside the thought? Was there color inside the thought? Was there taste inside the thought? No. The mind, which is what we generally call as where the thought occurs, not that there is a permanent mind, we'll come to that a little while later, actually has no way of experiencing anything. What it experiences is whatever that is getting concocted in the mind itself by way of thought, by way of perception. So this is the delusion. This is where the projection happens to the outside. So the belief through ignorance, unknowingly, because there is no understanding of the truth, what gets perceived via the senses is then projected outside to believe that these things actually exist outside, and these are being felt outside. From outside, these are being touched. An object that is outside is being touched. An object that is outside is being smelt. Is the object that is outside is the one that is washed and then eaten and tasted. All this is then thought. It is coming by way of thought. The touch of it, the solidity is a mind. It's the mind talking. Solidity is the mind talking because it's a perception. Now, if there was if the body had no sensation or no feeling, supposing you had fainted, or supposing you're in a coma, do you get a sense of solidity at that time? Do you get the feeling even of heat? No. The skin might react to heat if, say, something hot is placed against the skin. But is there anything called heat? Is there anything called solidity? No. Similarly, if you're blind, is there anything called light? No. So if the eye faculty does not work even, this whole thing doesn't happen. If the eye faculty doesn't work, if the taste faculty, tongue faculty doesn't work, and if the nose faculty doesn't work, what else? If the body faculty doesn't work, what did we do? Ears, yeah, all those don't work. Now, is there an apple? Can there be an apple if the eyes don't work? If the tongue doesn't work, the body doesn't work, can it just exist without any of that? No, it can't. So everything that is experienced is being experienced via a sense of faculty, and a sense of faculty only. So if we take the example of a worm, it can happen with even one sense of faculty, that something can exist through one one sense faculty is enough for something to exist. But if the sense faculties are not there, there is no experience. Period. Full stop. No experience whatsoever. So if there is no experience, is there anyone to experience it? No, there isn't. It is the experience itself that is giving the false notion that there is a self here, experiencing something. And this is the fundamental part where the realization is so core to the realization that this is no soul Dhamma, no self here. This whole concept of a self that has been wrongly imposed, falsely imposed on the self, on an existence here, that man exists, living beings exist, things exist, has all been on this premise that there is a self here, the outside world is here, there, and because of that, this self view has been falsely imposed, mistakenly imposed. It's a misconception, which is what the Buddha shone the light onto. And how can it be explained? By going into those sense faculties, going into the mechanism of the sense faculties, how they work. By understanding the phenomena of the mind, by understanding that there is this concept that he exposed called the dependent origination, the law of cause and effect. If there is a cause, then there is an effect. If there is a cause, there is an effect. If the vibration is there, then the effect is that there is a manifestation through the sense faculties. If there is a manifestation through the sense faculties, then those will give rise to another effect, which is the thought. If the thought is the mother, father, the baby, the tree, the school, and so on, then that becomes the world, and the worldly existence, the feeling of existence occurs. Then the feeling of existence comes about, and that's the cause. And then if something exists, then I exist on this side. So the mother and the father, and I am here, and the mother is here, father is here, my family is here, everything is here. So it automatically, it gets created. And the value that is given to it and the underlying power of the vibration is the thing that actually translates itself, extends from the vibration to this manifestation of the sensory perceptions. The perception carries an underlying power, an underlying current, and that with the combination of it into the thought called mother, the thought called father, the thought called apple, now suddenly these things have become real, isn't it? Did you ever think that your mother is not real? Did you ever think your father is not real? No, you have grown up with these things. You have grown up and you feel them, don't you? So they have become a feel as a different entity, as a separate entity. There is no concept whatsoever that these have actually been a construct only in the mind, isn't it? There was never one wouldn't even dream of ever thinking of it like that the mother is a construct, the father is a construct, and then what more? The I itself is a construct. So moment these sensory perceptions would combine and form a thought. Because all this was learned, wasn't it? At some point in time, if you keep going back to your childhood days, every one of these perceptions have come about through the basic perceptions combined together. There is no word, nothing in this world that one knows now that has not formed through the sensory perceptions, that have not formed by the learning of putting labels and naming and learning of these sensory perceptions through these sensory perceptions. Everything has been given a name, a label, every shape, every form, every sound, every variation of a sound, every melody, every tune, every basic vibration of a different taste, whether it's sweetness, sour, salty, what else, bitter, all these things. Even that, before you go from bitter to, say, something actually that is bitter, can't think of anything that's bitter at the moment, but something sweet like apple, chocolate, and so on. Before you even go to chocolate, before you go even to ice cream, which is more descriptions and descriptors of sweet food, even the word sweet, wasn't that also learned? Wasn't sour also learned? Wasn't bitter also learned? So what about other concepts like right and wrong, happiness, unhappiness, depression, anxiety, envy, jealousy, family, values, culture, house, all this is learned. And just like the way you learned taught that the feel that arose by believing all this to be true gave rise to this I and the self view, an ego, the self view. So if something is of value, something is taken to be true, something is taken to be real, what happens? And there's an I or a self here experiencing it, considering it to be of value. So in this true Dhamma, there are whatever that is being experienced is only experienced through thoughts. A thought occurs in this moment, and it is in that thought that the so-called world manifests itself. But by shining the light on this whole mechanism, the Buddha found that actually the suffering occurs only by taking a world that was never there in the first place to be real, to be true. A world that is only getting constructed in the senses is then projected outside, taken to be true, and then a value is attached to it. Value is attached to various forms. The feel that it generates, the life feel, the existent feel, and then that gives rise to an alive feel, the feeling of existence, the feeling of you being alive, you experiencing it, you experiencing the world, the family, it's you who has the job, you who has the family, you are the one who's experiencing the world, the good and the bad of it, and the good, bad, and the ugly of it. All that is being felt in relative to what? Relative to yourself. Everything is there relative to you, isn't it? Everybody else is also there relative to you. And so there, depending on the perception, depending on how much of association of various perceptions from childhood days, for example, perceptions that have been really reinforced over and over again. The typical example is parents. There's a great fondness towards parents, isn't it? Or it can happen the other way around as well if you haven't had a proper childhood or you come from a broken home or something, for example, then the experience would not be that positive. But in whatever form, what informs that experience? What informs that perception? It's more perceptions. The perception of mother that occurs now is a reinforcement or is a representation of thousands and probably millions and millions of perceptions that have occurred over and over again. If they are all telepathizing in this moment to form the current perception that arises when one says your mother to you. So in that manner, every going back to what you were saying, every facet, every aspect that you think you know of this world is actually precisely that, only what you think you know. And it is not what you think you know, but it is what arises as a perception in this moment. We have already explained that these perceptions, the mechanism that happens here is not anybody's doing. Just like, the trees grow and the plants grow and everything happens like that. The birds fly in the sky, the clouds are going by. This mechanism of the way the perceptions occur through the vibration, and the mind perceives it and constructs names and labels to it, is a natural phenomena that takes place. That automatically happens. Just like names and labels of thoughts and objects and persons are learned, even other activities, like even the activity of walking, activity of sitting, activity of standing, sleeping, all these things are learned. I mean, otherwise, how the baby doesn't know all these things. And so these are the things that finally actually are taken on and acted out as mental pictures. If there is no person acting it out, a mental picture forms and the body occurs, the body gets activated accordingly. That's all that happens here. So in this system, in this day-to-day living, there is no person here doing anything. If a sound is heard, then there is a mind that is recognizing it to be the sound of a bird, the sound of a doorbell ringing. If an image is seen, the mind recognizes it as the picture of a tree, or the train going by, or the bus going by, or that there is a cup on the stove, cup on the kitchen counter. It was only an image. It's the mind that recognizes it as a cup. The mind that recognizes the kitchen counter. These are all names and labels and concepts that have been given by various sensory perceptions coming together. In similar fashion, the walking, the running, the tying the shoelaces up, brushing off the teeth, showering, washing clothes, sweeping the garden, walking, lifting things, pulling things. All these have been learned. Every facet has been learned, whether it's an activity, whether it's an object, whether it's a person, whether it's a concept, whether it's an assumption, whether it's a value, a culture thing. What is right in one culture is not the same thing in the other culture, can be frowned upon in another culture. What is a good word in one culture can be a filthy word in another language, in another culture. So does that mean that one culture is right and the other culture is wrong? No. One word in one language is bad and it's bad. It's good in the other language, and which language is correct? How can you find the truth? Can you have two versions of the truth? No. So in this true Dhamma, what the Buddha found, what is happening here is just a system. That is the fundamental part of it. And the fact that there is no self here to own it. There is no ownership to this process. It's an automatic happening. The sensor faculties, due to the vibration, manifest various perceptions. These perceptions come together and are interpreted by the mind.
What is interpreted by the mind is the thought process. The thought, therefore, is not real. It's just a combination of form and sound, taste and sound, or whatever. So there is no substance in it. And when that is understood, that there is no substance in it, the whole worldly creation that is felt, that is lived through as a lived experience, is seen through the truth, seen for what it is, that it is only a construct. So then what happens actually? The value that is attached to this world and to the person experiencing it all falls away. When the world is no longer true, it is the world that created this so-called I and the self, the duality. If the world was not true, if the thing was not true, then there is no person or self here experiencing it or seeing it or hearing it or touching or tasting it. So if the object falls away, if there is no such thing, if there is no such thing called the apple, because the apple, as we explained before, is merely a construct. So is there a thing called apple? No, there is no thing called apple. So if there is no thing called apple, what is it that is, how can there is nothing to identify with? And if there is nothing to identify with, can there be a self? No. The self is an extension of the object. If the object becomes a thing, only the self becomes real. If the object is not a thing, the self is non-existent. There is no self. The self no longer exists. So seeing this, seeing the truth, is the thing that is that has to be realized through this understanding of the true Dhamma. And when one actually understands this little by little, understands this outside world is actually not existent outside, but a perception in the mind, that it is only a thought. And then when one understands that is there anything of substance in the thought either, in the perception? No, then that is also understood as there being nothing of substance. And then one escapes, or the escapes from the illusion of the outside world, escapes from the illusion of the mind. And when both are transcended, the cause for the suffering, the reason for the suffering is dissipated, dissolved. The defilements that are existing only due to the world becoming real and due to this wrong self-view, wrong misconception, the misconception of self also starts fading gradually, and continuous application through insight meditation, by continuous reflection of this truth, the pure Dhamma would then enable the inner awakening, the inner transformation to occur to the form, to the point of the self vibration, which is the core aspect of the whole samsaric cycle of birth and death itself falls away to the final awakening to the form or the non-vibration. So there is no separate non-vibration as such, but it is the absence of the self-vibration, which was only prevalent due to the ignorance, only prevalent due to the delusion of self. When that falls away, the vibration, the reason for vibration to remain, the drivers for a self-vibration no longer exist. That is melted away, that gets dissolved through the realization of truth only. There's nothing else to do. There is no active doing, because there is no self to be doing anything actively. The self view breaks down because one understands that there was never a self here. When the world is no longer true, then one realizes that actually there has only been a harboring of a misconception. And when that is fully realized, there is no going back. There is no turning back. There is no falling into a samsaric cycle of birth and death again, because birth and death is what? That too is just a thought. And is there anything true in the thought? No, there isn't. So that full realization is the final outcome of this understanding of the true Dhamma, and the complete dissolution of the vibration, self-vibration, is what is known as the non-self vibration, the state of nothingness, or the Buddha nature. The Buddha nature is not Lord Buddha taken as a person, as an individual, but it is the Buddha nature which is there in everyone, which is there to be discovered, which is there underlying. It's the non-vibration that is the Buddha nature, but it is the mind that is unfortunately covering it. But once the truth is well understood and the mind is seen for the falsity that it is, then that paves the way to the mind gradually dissolving. The mind would still work as a mind consciousness, as a sensor faculty, make no mistake. That is still functioning, but it is only a functioning. The burning, the underlying power that is behind it that propels, it is the burning that is the vibration. The burning is the thing that dissolves. And with the burning and the power dissolving, then the mind has no force. The mind will work as a mere function, but it doesn't carry a force, it doesn't carry that self-vibration. And for that reason, there is the room and the space for the ultimate state of Buddha nature, for the non-vibration to emerge. So hopefully you were able to get something out of this talk. I urge you to continue to listen to other talks as well, where different aspects of the Dhamma are illustrated and explained very well by our other practitioners. And if there are any questions, you can certainly join the 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time zone discussion, where questions can be clarified and explained and discussed depending on what aspect requires clarification. So, Therewal Sangha Dhamma friends, and let me pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahamsa for his continued vision, guidance, and counseling of everyone in this path, and with his noble teachings and his untiring effort to show us the correct path and the Dhamma, and to end the suffering, to help all living beings end the suffering and open or awaken to non-vibration. Therewal Sangha.
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitrayanan Wahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, Pada Namaskara Karani Aryan Wahanse, Avasarai. I would like to pay my respect to all the listeners as well as the technical team behind the screen, those who are doing a noble Dhamma service for the betterment of the people of Buddothpada, the betterment of the people, those who are listening. So, let's start another Dhamma talk with regard to Buddothpada sermons preached by Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse. So when we talk about the sermons, Buddothpada sermons, all these sermons are really golden sermons because more than 10,000, nearly 12,000 sermons you can listen via YouTube, radios, even written books in different avenues. So Buddothpada Pure TV is another advantage for the listeners of English in all over the world. Even in Sinhala language, English language, as well as in Tamil, anybody can listen to these Dhamma sermons preached by Buddothpada listeners in the sense they are trainers and those who follow those who have already followed these sermons. So our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse has introduced so many platforms to the followers of Buddothpada. 24-hour service, Dhamma service is done actually with the sermons. Practical knowledge is given in Buddothpada Metmal Meheni ashramas and also Viveka ashramas and also in different places in the country, in Sri Lanka as well as in overseas as well. It has started in overseas as well. Recently it was started in Australia as well. Even International Meditation Center in Dombogoda, in Kalutara district, Dombogoda. It is also open and also there is another one parallel to that, Gangabada. It is about to open. So where even foreigners, even locals can practice this as they wish actually. In a very tranquil place, whereas you can participate all these things with bhikkhunis and all, even Zoom discussions are there for everybody to discuss Dhamma, even the problems they have with regard to Dhamma, and also if they want to know more than anything else. So all these Zoom discussions are open for them. If they are newcomers,
So they have separated things, and also those who have followed this for a period of long time. So they have different types of things. Andolanatmaka Deshana, it has taken another weave actually. Those who are well practiced and those who are they also can join this. So 5 years ago, it has started with a little amount of people, followers. Now it is spreading very fast, very swiftly. So everywhere, people are listening to this Dhamma, true Dhamma. Actually, we are really fortunate to listen this true Dhamma because this is what 2500 years ago Lord Buddha has preached, the true Dhamma. So if you have courage, if you think this is true Dhamma, you are there to follow this. So it is up to you, and you can experience this by yourselves. Nobody wants to force you. This is because this is true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha preached, and nobody revealed. Uh, because we were doing so many things thinking that that is the right Dhamma. But once we started listening to these Buddothpada sermons, we realized that what we have done is actually not true. So we have done so many pujas, alms givings, and we wanted to collect merits. It was in merits and demerits actually. If we say merits and demerits, these are the things that were in our mind. So this has become the true philosophy of Lord Buddha. It covers a wide range of topics as well. So so we are really fortunate to listen to this Dhamma because we didn't know that we were in Mithya Dushti actually. So thinking of going to heaven, everybody wanted to collect merits. Collecting merits became our first thing before knowing this Dhamma. So what we understood from this is true Dhamma, and Aryan Vahanse has experienced it very clearly, and also with the experience from his childhood. He has revealed this golden truth to the whole nation. So most probably the philosophy of Lord Buddha, it is given this through this Satyajnana, what he has given us in this practical program, Pratipada program, which is really, really important in one's life. That is the basic foundation of these Buddhothpada sermons. So there, once you practice it thoroughly, you can understand that there is nobody here, there is no one here. So you try to find who am I, where am I. So this is the first thing that you have to find out. So you have to you have to find out this existing feeling uh, from where does it come. So the realization starts from the beginning. So once you realize the thing that is practiced in this practical Pratipada program, there you understand that nobody is existing here. Nobody is there actually. So that is the truth. That is the most important thing in this Dhamma, where you have to understand that because of these six senses, because of these six senses, we feel and also we believe that we are living. The illusion is that the thing we think that what we see around us, that all these things are existing, it exists. So that feeling of being alive, actually that is being alive, that feeling gives us the illusion of a self. The most important thing in this, what Lord Buddha has preached and what our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse is preaching right now. So because of that, we feel that we are existing. That is what we feel. It is the feel that we exist, I exist. Not only that, so once you exist, so you think that, you believe, actually you believe that in outside, the table, the book, wall, whatever it is in front of you truly exists for you. If I say the tree exists, it's true, isn't it? You think that the tree exists. That is the feeling of self, the illusion. So actually we are being tricked. Whatever we think, that whatever our thoughts, if you think that exists, it does not exist. We are living a world of thoughts. It is a thought. Just an example, R.N. Mahanse is always taking really nice examples which we cannot forget once all these stories definitely thoroughly actually help us to understand this Dhamma. So he is giving us very fantastic, very marvelous actually, very nice way. Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse is giving us examples where one can, very simple examples where one can understand this truth very clearly. If they are if they have wisdom, actually if they have wisdom, they are very, if they have that wisdom, it is easy for them to understand. So he is always telling us, just imagine now you are watching a television, watching teledrama or something, or a story on television. While watching it, while watching this teledrama, maybe a story on television, we create thoughts. Actually, we can say that is thoughts of raga. Raga in the sense, mm, raga means you like it, attachment and liking. Dvesha, ill will, If not, we can say anger as well. And moha, that is delusion, you know that. So when we talk, when we see that teledrama on television, so there we like it, maybe you dislike it, you like it or not. So you know, actually, but if I say it in reality, in real, there are no actors acting. Just imagine if it is raining, it is not really raining there. If it is flood, there is no flood actually inside the television screen, or if it is a teledrama you are watching. So inside that, you don't get them really. Real things are not happening there because it is just a screen. In the screen, you don't find all these things. But all emotions, all these emotions, just imagine if there is an accident, so the emotions that we get, if it is a wedding in the teledrama, so just imagine the emotions we get. If it is a funeral, so we get emotions. So whole lot of emotions arrive only in our mind. It is only in our mind. The same thing happens in our mind. We believe that the outside is true. Now you can see the difference between this. The same thing happens in our mind. We believe that the outside is true. Aranwas is always telling that this is a dream. Dream, when talking about dream. So the same thing happened in our mind. We believe that the outside is true. So we believe, we create actually raga, dvesha and moha. Raga, dvesha and moha in the sense attachment or liking. Dvesha means ill will. And moha means delusion within our consciousness. And these keep igniting like sparks at every moment. These sparks will always keep igniting as long as we breathe. All these are thoughts. Actually, these things, if we take these things very clearly, if you can understand, this is more than enough. The story of that television is same as the things that we think, because all these are thoughts. There is nothing as inside or outside. In Pali it is said ajatta bahita. Because there is no end, only one end. If we say this end, this is the end, this end where thoughts are created, this is the end, that's right, thoughts are created. Even this end of thoughts actually does not exist. It is only a frequency in sound and frequency in color that comes together to make a thought wave, or if I say chittaya, that is what? So if you can understand that nothing else comes to these six senses except for the color to the seeing, sound to the hearing, the smell to the smell sense, a taste to the taste sense, cold and warm to the touch sense, and thoughts to the mind consciousness. What we feel is the coming together of these sense perceptions. So if we say a paticca samuppanna, that means the process of coming together of all these senses. It is known as you all know, it is known as dependent origination. So due to this cycle, we assume that a thing exists. So when we talk about this outside, outside does not exist. The inside, the thoughts, and the me concept does not exist. If we say a tree, it's a thought. We can't find it outside. Can you find a book physically in your mind consciousness? When you understand this, thoughts lose their value. Thoughts do not mean anything. You stop believing in thoughts. You stop accepting thoughts and you won't get tricked by thoughts. When you stop believing in the outside and understand that an inside also does not exist, that thought loses value. It is not accepted as true. As a result, a thought cannot form at that moment. So when you realize that the truth, that there is no outside and there is no self or inside, you come out of the illusion of the mind consciousness. You can realize the truth in the sense that the book does not exist outside, the tree, the table, the chair. And also, it does not exist in a thought as well. There, we can stop giving value to the book. Actually, this is a process that you have to understand. You should feel it. So once you feel it, you know that what we thought does not exist. Then the book which you see is also a thought. And you know that it does not exist. Because when we do not give any value to the thought, it ceases to exist. Now it does not create a thing. Then we come out of that illusion that a book exists. There is no thing, there is no thought, nothingness actually. There is nothing to experience in that moment. From that moment onwards, you will give values. You will not give actually, you will not give values to what you experience because you have already understood that what you experience is an illusion. So the value to the thought becomes zero. There you can understand the images inside a mirror are not real. They are only images. So in the same way, the same manner, we can understand that what we see, everything in the world, we can understand that, we know that actually that they don't exist. So it is not that easy to understand this. You must have courage and all, because once you understand that, you should have a deep insight to understand that it does not exist anywhere. That means you have a deep understanding about the truth. You stop believing in thoughts, in the sense that there you can go beyond thoughts actually, because you are stopping you stop believing the thoughts, you go beyond thoughts there, then you will be able to see this pure truth, the moment of awakening. When we have deep understanding that there is nothing in this world, then you start that awakening to the moment, it takes place. Awakening to the moment takes place. At that point, you let go. That means the alive feeling does not exist there. So at that time, that means awakening to the moment. This moment does not belong to the concept of time because there aren't any thoughts at this moment. When you are aware, you don't have any thoughts in that moment. Just imagine now you see you see the wall. At the time you see the wall, you are aware that you saw the big brick wall. It is just an awareness, nothing else, just an awareness. In this point, these days actually, we can see even in Zoom and all these discussions, Aryan Mahanse is explaining this very well to aware all his followers of Buddothpada. So this point he is clearly showing that, because some people they can understand this point actually up to this point. It's not that easy to come up to this point, because awakening to the moment, it is not that easy. So most of the time now, when people are questioning, we have seen that even in Zoom discussions and all. So this point he clearly explains. Sometimes mistakenly, some disciples are mistakenly they give different they call different different explanations. So Ananas is taking them to the right path. So by showing this point, so they are mistaken most of the time. Most of the people are trapped in here. So now when we talk about a baby, actually newborn baby, when awareness, the word awareness, the baby in the cot, actually very nice examples. Only Aryan Mahanse, our Kalyan Mityanan Mahanse has given us these things to make this Dhamma very beautiful. So he has given the baby in the cot. Baby, although baby baby feels, but no names, cannot name, does not have names. So because of that, that baby cannot generate thoughts. His or her mind is very pure. Just like Alan was always telling, that white sheet, that radiant mind. It is named as radiant mind according to Buddothpada sermons. Just imagine if that baby sees his or her mother, baby does not know the name, father, family, so nothing. He or she has only awareness of the family, mother, father. There aren't any thoughts generating regarding his family, mother, brother, sister, father, grandma, grandfather. Because that baby does not distinguish anything, does not recognize anything, whether that is his or her father or mother, brother, sister, family, can't recognize in the sense, no name, anything outside. So because of that, that small baby does not generate thoughts. So from there onwards, Lord Buddha has preached, the birth of the eye is your birth. Your birth starts from there. We think as soon as we come to this world out of the womb of your mother, so that is the birth. So that is not what actually what Lord Buddha has preached. Which if I say that Kale Veli Talavata Sangagavagiya Satya, so that is what birth of I is your birth. Although we think that coming out of womb of your mom is the birth. So it is not so. Aran Wahanse, our Kalyana Mitranan Wahanse is revealing what Lord Buddha preached 2600 years ago, 2500 years ago. If you see your mother, if you see a tree, if you see a table, and you accept it, if you accept it as a thing which really exists outside, that is your birth. That is your birth. So this is the beginning of your birth. So that is where the sorrow begins. That is where the attachment, aversion begins. That is where thoughts begin. So nicely Aryan Mahanse is explaining this. Due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we begin to feel all these attachments, aversion, jealousy, revenge. Because actually, because of why these things, there are two sides for us. The duality begins there. The duality actually, that is the duality. We think we are alive, we are existing. And we think we are here, the outside is there. So if you can understand even this point very clearly, where your wisdom arises there. So all these points are where you can open, where you will open the wisdom. So if you are here, that means the outside world exists. If you see a tree outside, if you see a mango tree outside, you are here to see that tree. So you are here, that outside, that tree exists. There are two sides, the duality. Actually, once you understand this Dhamma, true Dhamma, there is nothing outside. What you think is not outside. That is the most important thing. What you think is not outside. The outside is only a thought. So you do not meet a thought outside. It is only a meeting of sounds and colors together. Coming together of sound, color, smell, taste, and sense of touch causes a spark. If we say that Manovinyane is formed due to this spark. That is why we say that the mind does not exist inside the body. So this is really beautiful if you can understand. Even the awareness of a color does not arise from a mind inside a body. We see because there is a light. In that case, it is a spark that allows the sense of seeing. The mind does not exist inside a body. The mind does not exist anywhere. So this is really a nice, very, all these things are beautifully explained in Buddothpada sermons. More than 10,000, nearly 12,000 it is said, Swaranmase has given to the world. So understanding this Dhamma is not that easy. You must have courage as well as wisdom. Although you think that you need meditation or some other thing to understand, this true Dhamma, that is not so. Even if you do not know any Pali, Sanskrit or something else, it is also not necessary. You have to understand the concept. If you thoroughly follow the Pratipada program given in this Buddothpada sermons, no doubt you will be able to come to the path of Nirvana, which Aran Mahanse has given in more than 10,000 sermons. So we are really fortunate to understand that even within a short period of time, maybe some have realized it within a short period of time. Some may have realized it within a long period of time. Anyway, whatever the time it is, it doesn't matter. This is through Dhamma, one and only through Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has preached. The same thing, the present Buddha, Buddothpada Arana say, Kalyanamityana Mahase, is preaching right now for the sake of the entire world, for the sake of entire world actually. So it is given, most probably it is given practically, where we lost the practical side. That is because nobody is aware, because they don't have that practical side. But a our spiritual teacher, has understood this from his childhood. He has tried and he has done researches. He has done so many things with his experience. By himself, he has understood this, and he is able to give this to the whole nation for the sake of suffering people, because all of us are suffering. To eradicate this suffering, he wants to spread this message to the whole world. So actually, as followers of Buddothpada, it is our duty to spread this to spread this valuable truth to the whole world. So everybody is sacrificing their lives on behalf of this Buddothpada sermons, because they know the value they want to give. That is what our noble spiritual leader, spiritual teacher wants actually. He always says, if you understand this, please try to give this to somebody else. Try to spread this message to the whole nation. But that is what Lord Buddha did. That is what our noble teacher, our noble Kalyanamittana Mahanse does right now. So, as followers, it is our duty to give this at least one person a day. So we all are doing that. This is the result of that. So he has opened this platform to each and everyone to improve themselves, as well as to give the message in English to the whole nation. So his vision is marvelous. His vision is marvelous, I must say that. So So, as the time says it's time to stop, as usual, I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. So that is my last wish. May all beings be free from suffering. So let's stop for today. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our spiritual noble leader, teacher, for his noble guidance. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. May the triple gem bless you all. Thank you.
No, I didn't notice her there.
Okay, maybe we'll start, and if she
Okay.
comes, we can.
Yes,
So,
excuse me. Yeah, Doctor. She is unable to come today for the Zoom meeting. Yeah, she's having two visitors
oh, okay.
at the center. Yeah, yeah. Terasanai.
Terasana. We'll worship Parananse, and yeah, Dr. Sakundala, you can do the starting point. We'll continue the discussion after that.
Okay. Thiruvan Saranai, we worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and we welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion. Thiruvan Saranai, may you be blessed by Triple Gem. So it's our regular daily English Zoom discussion, and we are explaining and we are trying to discuss the true Buddha teachings, which has been disclosed 2,600 years ago, and our noble friend R.N. Mahansi has explained most of those facts which were hidden actually for some time, and also the influence of some other teachings from the other religions have also made some sort of alterations of the initial Buddhist teaching. So now we are listening to the true facts which are revealed according to the Sutra Deshana. Sutra Deshana were the Pali discussions or the Pali teachings done by Lord Buddha. So we are starting with the simple things. We were talking about how the thoughts are formed and the nature of this mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts, very fast flow of thoughts. But the in the mundane world, or we were under the impression that thought is something solid, which is uh, persisting, or which was there in the past and which is there now, and also which is going to last in the future also. But now we know that it's just a flow of thoughts, and each thought is a collective collection, or each thought is an aggregation of the sensor input. The senses, there are 5 main senses: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So these senses are continuously functioning, and there is input, or there is some creations, or depending on the sensor, it will be a shape, it will be a sound, a taste, smell, or warm, cold, and hard feeling. So this is what we are trying to understand now. The thoughts are not something controllable, because there is a continuous production of thoughts. So therefore, like what is taught in concentration meditation, we are not trying to suppress the thoughts. We are trying to understand what this thought is and what is this process. When you understand this process of thoughts, then it's very clear that there is no person doing this process. There is no ownership. And when you understand this process, when the system understands this process, uh, the the relaxed feeling or the light feeling automatically comes, because there is no uh, because always when there are thoughts, it's very heavy and it's very stressful, and it's a kind of a pressure. So if there is no way of stopping these thoughts, only way is to find out how it is formed, what is this mechanism. And when you understand the mechanism, like you finding out the tricks of the magician, the the heavy feeling or that value which was given to the thoughts automatically gets dissolved little by little. So that is what we are trying to understand. And I think the last 2 days we were just briefly talking about the radiant mind of the little baby who has only the sensor function, but there are no thoughts formed. But as a part of the natural phenomenon, these sensor functions get together to form thoughts little by little when the child grows. So this is a process again. There is no way of stopping this. And when you understand this mechanism and when you realize that there is no one doing, the label that was attached automatically as myself, me doing, and my things, mine, that label gets off from this system. So that is where you enjoy actually the word you enjoy or experience the life in a very relaxed manner. So when you understand this true Dhamma, there is no change at all in the way that the person is dealing with the rest of the society. You will be doing the same things. You can have the same responsibilities, and whether you are studying or you are working, whichever, you can continue in a much better way, in a much more relaxed manner. So that is just basically what we are trying to understand. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and we can start the discussion.
Yeah, Sunrise, anyone can ask a question. If Joel has any question, he can answer as well.
My question is, Doctor, I was reading about this raga, dvesha, and moha.
Yeah.
So my question is,
the craving.
three components. Yeah.
What is
Anger,
that one? Dvesha.
anger,
Actually,
anger.
there's another word. Aversion or no?
Aversion and anger, or anger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
And
I want
delusion.
to ask, yeah, I was just thinking, whereas when we ignore, that is moha. When we ignore raga and dvesha, is where the I component come in. Is it so?
Actually, I component is raga, dvesha, moha. So just try and see whether you can get this. So the burning is the I component, or me. We'll take it as me, because I, when we say I, it can be the visual I too, like the E by E. But what we are trying to say is that me feeling, or feeling as a self, is actually that burning. That burning we have categorized in such ways. So the clinging is also a kind of burning. Anger or aversion is also kind of burning. And delusion, it's not very evident, but it is also kind of burning, because delusion is the underlying reason. And even though there is no like big major anger, major craving, still if there's a delusion or like kind of ravatima. What is ravatima, Surangita? What's the kind of what's a good word for that? Like, I mean,
I think it's deluded as well, Dr. Kokila.
yeah.
Yeah, we deceive maybe.
Deceived. Yeah, kind of that.
We deceive ourselves to think that there is a self here.
Yeah, even that is a burning. And all these are kind of that. But the point here is that is me. There's no separate me. So what we call of this, that you said me component is actually this burning, and burning is just categorized. That's all. This all words. So there's nothing. It's not a big thing, but what we understand is here is this burning is what we believe as self. That's how the self view has come. Why we believe that there is a self is there's a change here in this system. So we feel that if there is a burning or any change in this system, that has to be me. So that's how the self view comes. But actually, what is happening here is due to the misunderstanding of that this the sensory organs is actually holded so like someone is actually holding the sensory organs. Because of that view that we feel that I am burning, that's actually a misnomer. Like it's not the thing. Actually, this burning is the what we led, what we actually started to believe that there is a self is the reason that there is a burning. So this burning collectively we call burning, but we can separate them as craving and anger and delusion. That's how it is, isn't it? Do you have a better like version of Suranka? Do you have anything to add to that?
That's fine, Dr. Popila. I think why we discussed it, maybe Sudharma or somebody asked a question maybe about a week or so ago about equanimity, I think, as well. We link that to moha and delusion. So even if we say, for example, that, if you go to a forest and say, oh, I'm fine, nothing bothers me, or I don't have a big craving for anything, or, that kind
Yeah,
of thing.
but you still feel alive.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
fearful of death. That's what actually in the last bit when Narayan Vanse joined, I think that was like a very strong statement what he made, because if you feel alive, you're fearful of death. That's 100%. So this alive feel is actually alive feel. The extremes are raga and dvesha, which is craving and anger. But actually, the delusion part is always there because we are actually deceived, and that in the feel of, because there's always chance of getting angry or getting craving if there's underlying alive feel. So the alive feel is also something we can actually get rid of. That is the people might feel really, like, oh really, kind of thing, but it is true, and you can feel it. You can feel it one day, and also when imagine one stimulus, whatever thought, if it was not a thing, then if you feel the liberation from mind, you can feel the 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 power, and also you can feel the sensation, whatever that sensory organ function without that power. So this power or the burning, or we call it raga dvesha moha, but whatever the words you use, this tanha, another word that will come in the books, tanha, that is again it has a deeper meaning, because tanha is again that power that we feel, extra power that we have, which can grow into anything. You can kill someone with that, you can hurt someone with that, you can blame someone with that, you can cry with that, you can have fear with that. So all these associations are with the self vibration. Without the self vibration, that's like another level of another level, it's just another level. Anything else, Joel? Did you kind of get it?
Yes, doctor. And you were saying about this vibrations, eye vibration, mind vibration, or fire, or whatever you were saying. No,
No,
fire.
no. I, in the sense, are you talking about the
Sensors.
as a
As a
means?
sensor.
Yeah, that I. Okay, now I have to
Yeah.
be clear here because word I brings so many complications. So if you are talking about the eye sensor, where when we see the light, that vibration is different. This power is different. So that's what he was trying to say. So because an arahant or Lord Buddha, we can take as an example, an arahant or who has felt this truth and who has become that truth will still see, will still feel, will still hear, but that power is not there. That's what he was trying to say. So the alive feel is not there, but all the sensory functions are there. Nothing happens to the sensory functions, and until the last breath they will be working as normal as all good, because we all know that nothing happens, because it's not like having dementia or anything. It's not like having all your abilities are vanishing, nothing like that. So all the functions, all the abilities you have, if you are a mathematician, you will know all about that. If you are a kind of whatever the aspects that you are good at, you will be still good at them. It's just that the burning part will not be there, but the sensory part will be still working. That was the thing that he was trying to say. So you still see, you still hear, you still feel the temperature, solidity, liquidity, you still feel them, you still taste really well, you smell really well. Actually, what happens is you are able to feel them as best as ever, rather than without the burning. That's what he was trying to say, that he was trying to actually clarify or bring it up so that we don't mistakenly say anything, because sometimes we can misunderstand. So does an arahant not feel? No, he feels the best. Actually, he feels everyone. So imagine someone comes to the Zoom and talk, you can feel them. Someone comes and sit down in front of you asking for help, you will feel them. That's how it works, because there is no burning here. You feel everything. Do you get it?
Another question that I was thinking about yesterday when I started to read the book again.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this is out of point, but I just want to ask it because this is a question mark I'm having, because people say this kind of vibration and law of attraction, all these things. What is it all about?
Are you talking about the Western type of thing, the law of attraction?
Yeah, that's a bit confusing. That's why I asked. I don't know whether this question is good for in this forum, but I just wanted to ask, because we are talking about the burning fire and all sensory things. So is it connected or what is it?
Yeah. Okay. So, but I have to get clear, because why I listen to a lot of podcasts. So I'm not sure what you meant by the law of attraction. What did you mean by law of attraction? Because there are so many law of attractions. If you listen to like 10 podcasts, people talk so many various things. So which one were you actually referring to?
Like one thing I heard is like when you think of a thing, for example, if I say I want a ball, right?
Yeah.
And if I think that I have it, I will get it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's definitely in the section where we try to achieve something. You keep thinking about something, you will keep doing something to get it. So it's like an underlying thing. Imagine, for an example, if if someone is from a family where there is so many hardships, that child will definitely get an idea, okay, my mother, father is suffering through trying to feed us. Okay, if I grow bigger, I'm going to earn some money and be a rich man. So that's the underlying, the kind of idea that he has taken it as true. It's kind of getting stronger and stronger. Whatever they are going to suffer, if mother can't buy ice cream for him, he will be like, oh, here again, if I have money, I'll buy ice cream. You know, that's how it starts. And then it happens again. Then you want a bicycle, but father can't afford it. Then you will be like, oh, I should do something about it. I will earn money, and you know, I can buy all the bicycles for the whole village, kind of thing. So this whatever the way pattern we keep thinking, it is going to manifest. So it's not a big deal. It's the same thing in such a way, like any manifestation is there, but that is all in the aspect of vibration. This is all vibratory, stories. So whatever the plan that comes to mind, you know that whenever plan comes to mind, you will subconsciously keep doing stuff for that. Definitely it is going to happen. You imagine you want to buy a house. It is in your mind. It's not superficial. It's not coming up, but it's there. You know it is there. And but you try to save some money, you think about it, but you don't really go ahead and do anything, but you move forward for that. And people say think about it in the morning, think about it at the night, think about it 10 times a day, whatever. It's just, you know, one thought. That's how the even the hatred goes on like that. Imagine you see a like the friend in the classroom who bullies you. You keep thinking about that boy, and every day that boy will be like telling something nasty, and this keeps happening. And the this is, we call it volitional formation, I think. But I think it is better to understand without these big words, because you can understand day by day the power from that thought is going to get stronger and stronger. And one fine day, this timid boy is going to actually attack that bullying person, because the power that he is gaining from one simple thought, he's bullying me, he's doing the wrong thing, why is he doing to me, like it keeps on going. One thought is going to give so much power. That's what actually led you to come to this Zoom meeting, to ask how do I stop recurrent thoughts. That's what the main question that happened. But you took it in a different way, because you wanted to actually stop that. But in a child or in a person who doesn't know what's happening here, and you know, you will get carried away by that. And one day, you know, some people, they are completely normal, and suddenly they do such a violent thing that you can't even imagine that that person has done such a violent thing. But do you know that it was in his system? It was in his system. He didn't voice it out. He might not voice it out. He might not act on it. But that is how the power is getting complicated and again getting added on. That power is actually coming from the thoughts. It can be a hidden thought. It can be a very overt thought. Very overt thoughts are very easy to tackle. You know, like you know, you will be shouting at them every day. You know that they are angry. But some people are there. They will just keep it like a pressurized pressure cooker, kind of like a pressure cooker. So same thing. It's not quite different to trying to manifest money, trying to manifest whatever, you know. So this it's just volitional formation. That is abhisankara. If you find that word in books, it's called abhisankara. So you think about it more and more and more and more, and it just starts to manifest. That's how it is. That's how is it John Logie Baird found the, I think it is him, sorry if I'm wrong, the, whatever he found, like there's so many people who found things. They wanted to keep checking the light, and they wanted to find something to light the evening because it's too dark. And that one thought, he kept doing that. He didn't give up. He kept doing that. And for an example, Lord Buddha is one kind of that too. He never gave up. He was trying to understand end to this suffering, the system of this suffering, how to end this system of suffering. Likewise, yes. So there is this in this human system. It's not much in animals though. Animals, they are this ability of things. That's why the suffering is more in humans. Only humans will attack another part of country or another part of the world. Usually animals, they will attack if they are angry at that point and eat or either, mark the territory, but they're not like planning in such a way. If there is a plan in such a way, it's definitely a human, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anything else, Surangika? Oh, Sakuntala, in that case. Anyone of you can actually...
Yeah, there was Dr. Kokila, even that, the Abhisankana thing about how it multiplies is also quite apparent in the social media with children, isn't it? The bullying that's happening and how it drives them to suicide.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
anyway, any aspect of
anything, that's just an extreme example.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, and I have heard just another bullying kind of person keep telling, you're not worthy, you're suitable for dying. It's such a, I don't know how people come out with these words even. I mean, young children. I don't know actually. I can't comprehend how these things, but I'm telling a truth. I'm telling from my own experience of people come and talk to me, and that child came because she was bullied at school, and I asked how, and then there were ideas that one of the other bullying girl was telling that, repeatedly telling that. So someone is repeatedly telling, when Joel asked yesterday, someone told some stuff and it hit him hard. Imagine a 14-year-old girl getting told by someone that you're suitable for dying. Just imagine. Even Joel is struggling. Well, how about a 14-year-old? How can she understand this, all this, how the mind works? Nothing. They just like dumbfounded, and they can't comprehend what is going on, and they finally start believing that word. That's how actually the that power of manifestation, I would say. That's really weird. This suffering is really weird, actually.
I mean, that law of manifestation or visualization is all part of that law of attraction. action, but fundamentally what it means is there is still something that they want to, that they're desiring, no? That is why they're visualizing it so that they get it,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
And there
It's
is
all related to the
invariably
vibration, not the non-vibration.
yeah, they are thinking positive thoughts in order to attract whatever it is which they think is out there somewhere.
But because they don't know
Mm.
that actually if there is no vibration, you get it anyway.
Yeah, I actually read an article recently also, just skimmed it, saying that the law of visualization also has broken down. I mean, it was a big thing in the last few
It
years,
will
wasn't
definitely
it?
break down
Yeah, so I think whoever it
because
is,
no one
people have
can
also
stop the
realized.
dying even.
Yeah.
Just imagine, I will not die, I will not die, I will not die. Where is the law of attraction now? So there are caveats everywhere, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, it's but interesting that volitional formation only bring up your that burning power up. That's all.
Mm.
So you will actually have stuff or not have stuff. You will be craving for this alive feel anyway, because if you have a lot, you'll be craving for them as well as the life feel. I mean, we can't even understand that we are craving for a life feel, let alone the life feel we are craving for. You know, the milk toffee on the table. Just for an example, we are craving for the milk toffee on the table, but we can't realize that we are actually craving for this alive feel. Craving is in such a deep level. So when we understand this Dhamma, Joel, actually you kind of can't crave for the milk toffee on the table. You might taste it, but you will keep understanding. It's just a perception. We discussed that yesterday. Where is the milk toffee? But as far as you actually believe that there is a milk toffee in or feel that these thoughts are real, suffering is there. That's all. Yeah, suffering is there. You just keep understanding that. And no one likes suffering. It's just that due to ignorance we are suffering. As soon as you come to know this, who will like to suffer after knowing that this is what brings all the suffering? Because at one moment or another, definitely you know that there is this body, this system is going to stop. Whether you are 100 years of age, whether you are 80 years of age, whether you are 50 years of age, it doesn't matter. So you have a good understanding about your normal life too. You have common sense. You know that these things are bringing suffering. You know that the illness, you can get any illness. Tell me about it. You can get any illness. So the suffering, you grow older. You would like to be like 20-year-old your form, but you can't. Even though in your mind you are trying to act as your 20-year-old, you're not. So the body is aging. The system is aging. Not the mind, but the system is aging. So law of attraction, what has it done? Only law of attraction or whatever has brought is suffering, because we are trying to maintain our body, we are trying to maintain the everything around us so that everything will be good, because we are scared about the bad. We are so scared about the bad, we are trying to maintain everything good. So we struggle a lot. We have to have some amount of money. We have to have, it's okay to have money. It's not a big problem, because we need to feed our children, we need to do our responsibility. But if you question yourself, are you actually doing it because of that, or because you crave living yourself, because you believe that you are living, isn't it? What do you think, Suranka?
All that is to sustain that underlying feeling of being alive.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the basic thing. You know, I told once that I was thinking that everything is, you know, all my defilements must be around kids. But, you know, it's not true. When you go deeper and deeper, you understand. You just like being alive. How? Due to the ignorance, due to the vibration, due to the feel. And what do you feel? You just feel the sensory organs, but you feel like you are there. That is the burning we are talking about. That's what Aranwansi also was trying to point out. We don't lose the sensory organs, sensory function. When you keep understanding this Dhamma, that burning goes away, or that additional power, or the power which gives you the ability to suffer. So if you want to actually win the death, you just have to understand that you have never been living. Actually, you have to become that. It's really beautiful Dhamma, isn't it, Suranka? Yeah, I think it's very good questions, and because all these are actually naturally happening problems. You know, when people talk about consciousness, because I know a lot of you know, scientists, everyone is moving forward towards that. They think it is the universal thing, but it is kind of a universal thing. But there's a universal thing than that. Actual universal thing is the non-vibration. But what actually difficult to understand is that there is no non-vibration as well, because when there is no power, you can't talk about a vibration, and when there is no vibration, you can't talk about the power, and there's nothing to talk about. In the sense, there's nothing to feel. So then you can't really talk about non-vibration, because it's not a new feeling. That's the thing. It's not a kind of a new feeling. It is, you will keep feeling the sensory function, but there's no another kind of power. It's just absence of power, absence of burning, absence of raga, dvesha, moha, absence of a life fear, so that you will never fear death also. Because we didn't have this, only we were fearful about death, and we were planning to go somewhere after death. We were just imagining stuff, you know. I would like to go here, there, you know. Someone will say, oh, no, I'm going to be born as a human, and I'm going to, you know, have the same girl forever. I mean, I'm taking these things from the movies, you know, they say that. People might even think like that. Who knows? Actually, maybe thinking that I love you and I will be with you forever. And actually, it can be a volitional formation, as you know, because that is the kind of craving that person is going to have. But this suffering is never going to end. We all know as adults how much suffering we have just to maintain food on the table. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Actually, this talking about this volitional formation, the experience that you were explaining about somebody who was being bullied at school, and also the same experience that Joel was trying to uh, sort of get rid because that wrong sort of advice that he received from a so-called counselor. Actually, what we have to understand is that these thoughts which are coming again and again is not a continuation of the not a continuation of the process. It's always a fresh thought. It's always a fresh spark which comes up. But due to the ignorance, we feel that it is just a same thought which is surfacing time to time. But when you go deep and when you really understand this mechanism, then we find out that each thought is a fresh one, which has no connection to the previous one. But because of this volitional formation, as you all were discussing very beautifully, it has become so strong. It has been given such a value. It keeps coming. So then, because it's just another, the mind is another sensor faculty, like the function of the eye, ear. Uh, when they are functioning, there's continuous input, there's continuous stimuli happening. So in the same way, the mind is also another sensor faculty, where from the previous experiences, the thoughts are formed. And when this thought is, when this strong value is added, like this, what is described by this volitional formation or abhisankaranaya, the same thought can come up again and again very frequently. Uh, what we sometimes don't feel is that between two such similar thoughts, there are thousands of other thoughts coming up, which we do not even identify. Because the simple thoughts like walking or combing hair, maybe having a cup of tea, there are so many things happening because all these things are thoughts. And in between two such unpleasant thoughts, there's a string of maybe hundreds or thousands of thoughts coming up, which are not given any value at all. So we don't feel that they have come up even. So what we feel is that this thought is there always. This thought is somewhere hiding underneath and then coming up throughout the day. That is what the interpretation is. So when we understand that each thought is a freshly prepared one, where the sensor functions, the collective action of the sensor faculties, the five sensor faculties, results in this thought formation or each thought, then automatically the value or the empowerment given to that thought gets less and less. That is the only way to get rid of that uh, volitional formation of this abhisankarane of the thoughts. So, what is generally done is that focusing to a different point where, a person might go for a movie or meet some friends, listen to some music or something like that. Try to focus to something else, which is just a very temporary measure. But when you realize that each thought is a new one, each thought is freshly done one by this mind faculty or the mind sensor, then you become actually a non-judgmental observer of that. Actually, there is no observer as such here, but non-judgmental observation occurs automatically, and then that the power of that thought becomes less and less, isn't it?
Yeah, actually. Mm. Yeah, this understanding Dhamma, actually, understanding is one thing, and if you can feel this also, you will definitely feel in one stimulus that how this is the case. That at one point it's only one thought is also you can understand. Because the breaking of this cycle also you can feel when the alive feel is gone. So what we call the start of the path is also at the same point where you feel the disappearance of the life field, but still maintaining all the sense of faculties. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma. And yes, Joel.
Another thing I was just thinking when Dr. Sakuntala was talking about the thoughts, when I read the book, it says about sihiya, awareness. So, in terms of awareness, can we come to can we just say, can I believe that if I someday or someone that I will be aware of this suffering and come out of it? Can I believe that?
Believe word is actually in the thinking process. So the we can believe anything. Believing is in the thinking part, but actually you have to feel this. So the feel starts like this, Joel. Like if you're asking about it, already you are feeling this Dhamma. You haven't felt the disappearance of the life field, but you're already feeling that the outside is not a big deal. Am I correct?
Yes, doctor. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's how you start. That's how you start. So you keep understanding. You keep understand it depends on the level of how much you feel this Dhamma. You more you feel the Dhamma, more you will feel the the less suffering you have. Like you feel the lightness of that because imagine me having 100 kilograms on our head, and it's like magically like 30 kilos less now, or kind of 50 kilos less now. Because imagine, Joel, imagine you kind of didn't know, and you until your time is over, you heard about million thoughts from today onwards. If you didn't know Dhamma, if you get to know million thoughts, new thoughts, old thoughts, whatever, if you feel them as true, you know how much suffering it would bring. Because that's how the volitional formation works. Because someone says going to Mars is the most important thing in the world, and they actually try that. And another one says no, there's Titanic ship in the depth of the sea, saying that is the biggest thing in the world. And can you believe that there is some people trying to see Titanic ship in the floor, something like that? I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Whatever the thoughts coming up in this 8 billion people, and when you get to know that, you get craving for this, that. And is there ending? There's no ending. People want to go to here, you want to go to moon, you want to go to Mars, I don't know, maybe someone would try to go to black hole also, and with the attachment to see whether it will survive. That kind of extreme thing, because you kind of start to feel that everything is there, and you have to experience everything. if it is there, experience becomes important. So once you hear this Dhamma, 50% of your problems are over because you can't be deceived again, saying that this is true, that is true. Can you achieve this? Can you achieve this? You know, a child who is so light, children are so, they play beautifully. What happened to that Joel who was running around with so much happiness, no trouble at all, doesn't care what he wear, doesn't he care what he is eating, doesn't care, what is in the feet, what type of shoe. Sometimes there is no shoe, and doesn't care whether it's raining or heat. But now, how much heaviness we have. But then, as soon as you kind of feel this Dhamma, the first turning point is that you understand this innumerable, is that the word? Ananta in the sense, is that the word? Is the word correct? Innumerable, I think.
Yeah, I think
You innumerable, yeah, that one. So that you can't number them. So there's so much perception that we can have. So once you understand this Dhamma, there's no way that anyone can tell you that there is this thing, would you like to achieve that? But once you have heard this Dhamma, you know that it's not actually out there, it's in mind. So that's how the Dhamma starts to make you feel lighter, because that's the starting point. And it doesn't stop there though, because you keep understanding that even that perception, okay, it is in the mind, yes, but even that perception is not true. It's just arising from the sensory, because there is sensory organs, it's just a production of sensory organ. Imagine, Joel, how much suffering would dissolve, how much lighter that would how much lightness that would bring, isn't it? So that's how the path starts.
Another thing, Doctor, I would like to ask you, like when you said this sensory faculties, you said you feel Dhamma, right?
Kind of,
Doctor?
yeah.
Yeah, if you feel Dhamma. So nowadays, like when I go for a walk or when I do something, when I catch something, I know the eye is catching it, and it's an illusion. So I don't believe that. When ear catches something, when I listen to something, I know the ear is, the sensor is working, and it's the illusion. Like that book says, when eye pulls you to one side, you go to that side. When the ear pulls you to another side, you go to that side. When you want to touch thing, you go to this side. So all these cravings have reduced in my life, and I could recognize all these illusionary things are coming up in the mind. And as you said, 100 kilos of weight has lost to, I think, 10 kilos. Thank you so much.
Good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
I love it. And one day I want to be a childlike person without any worries, without any suffering, but just be that childlike person as always. As
Yeah,
the
but
book
Joel,
says.
there's a thing now. When you understand Dhamma, there is always someone who is wishing for that. You know, we wish for that beautiful state. We wish for that, but in in when you go deeper and deeper, you would understand that wish is also from that burning, and even that will be gone. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. You know that when we crave for something, there is always suffering, and we now crave for the cessation of suffering. That's how it starts. That's fine, but we keep understanding even that is the kind of another form of this self vibration. And when you understand that, you kind of you kind of drop everything. It's like if you drop all the suffering aspects of your sensory organs, there's 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 nothing to talk about, is there? Like, yeah, that's kind of the liberation we it's an imaginary one when we talk about this, but this is something you can feel, Joy. And you are actually, that's what I'm saying, you are already in that path, and you just keep understanding. In the beginning we have a kind of a drive towards that, and that is thinking that it's a better place, you know, it must, cessation of suffering must be a better place. But actually even thought that thought power is also going to go down. Did you get that, Joy?
Yeah, like that first time I told I had this floating sensation, and
Yeah,
doctor, you said don't. It's just a thought. It will just fade away. After we ended the session, it just faded away. And I was thinking, where was that feeling going? Where did it go suddenly? Everything is
yeah,
just for it's like a spur of the moment kind of thing. Everything
yeah,
happens, and then
yeah,
it just fades away. So the more I realized that, actually I had a shoulder pain because of stress. It's not there now. I was healed. I'm not joking. I'm serious.
yeah.
And thank you for this, man. Thank you so much, Aryan and Manse. Thank you.
I think Aranwanse has joined. Maybe is it time now? Oh no, we have kind of
We
20
have about
minutes.
11 minutes, I think, yes.
Yes, Teron Sane Aranwanse. Actually, yeah. So this as that's why so I have told you, like, I heard this Dhamma a long time ago through YouTube randomly, and I have kept listening, and well, definitely there's like you said, definitely suffering is going to go down. At one point you will the this the craving and the aversion, how much it is going to go down, how much less you are delusional, you will start to feel this truth more and more. And even the craving for this dhamma, or craving for this anything like saying, there must be some place like nibbana, there's nothing like that. Actually, this is only cessation of suffering. So as you said, even the 10 kilo, the 100 kilogram, the minus 90 kilograms, is if there's any 10 less, 10 there, even that 10 is going to get dissolved with the understanding of that even the senses are just the sensory function will be there, but this power is from the delusional aspect of thinking that there is self. So beauty of this Dhamma is the tranquility you will feel, and other thing is you will feel the if the thoughts are not true, kind of whatever the thoughts, if you keep understanding these perceptions, this dream is not true, you might actually awaken from that dream, and you will feel that. And the being awakened from the dream is as you said, yeah, just has to be felt. And it's not that difficult if you can feel them. I'm not sure whether RMC is going to talk, but anyway, it's being very good to understand this Dhamma, the life pattern when Dr. Sakuntala said the responsibilities haven't changed, but the suffering is not there. That is the main important thing. The responsibilities are still there, but suffering is not there. So sense faculties are working, but suffering is not there. There are few things that you wouldn't attend as normally. There are, the way you talk might be different because you won't indulge in, unnecessary talk because you're not trying to. It will just not naturally come. It's not something that you would stop. So you will naturally not harm anyone because you know that it's a perception. Anyway, you don't feel that because it's not there. When this self vibration is dissolving, whatever associated with that self vibration is going to dwindle less and less as well, because the anger, the fear, the shame, the guilt, the jealousy, what else, whatever the words you have, they are all part and parcel of the self vibration. So when the self vibration is going down, the whatever these words express, because these are the way the words are there to express some feelings. So these are going to not be there. And finally, what you will end up is with the feel where you will feel every being, everything. So kind of you can help everyone, whatever the way they can, mostly from separating, helping to understand Dhamma. Anything else to add to that? I think, yeah, we
Yeah,
may.
just briefly, I thought of mentioning this. Joel mentioned about the shoulder pain. Now, any of these pains, now you said I had a pain. So that actually has two components now. As long as there is a physical body, we are bound to have discomforts and illnesses and pain. So that will not be prevented by Dhamma. But there's a mind component to any pain, where this pain is tagged or attached to myself. It's happening to me. That mind component is the one that you can get rid of. Then, actually speaking, you can tolerate the illnesses or the pains better when you understand this process. Isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
And also, there is some pains which are brought by mental health. I tell most of the time, a lot of people, it's a vicious cycle. You are mentally down, whatever the pain is going to get like exacerbations, like it's going to be, if it is like out of 10 out of 1 pain, you will feel it like 10 out of 10 pain, because it's kind of, that's how it is. All the hormones are going to change. When your mind is so heavy, all your systems are going to change. All the hormones are going to change. It's all one way. But when the burning is less, we know this all the time. When even temporary burning is less, people love it. That's why they go for hikes. They go for meditation, whatever. People go for them because it's even temporarily that less burning is really good. But this is nothing like that. This is kind of we are not planning for any temporary. We are actually learning the truth so that the burning will anyway go away, and we are not trying to get rid of burning here. That's the beauty of it. You're not trying to do anything at all. You're just learning the truth. The ignorance is going away. That's all what is happening. So we are not putting so much effort into one thing. If you push too much effort, definitely there is suffering. So definitely there is vibration. But here, everyone is just trying to understand Dhamma, yes, but that's all. So this vicious cycle of the sensory organ field feeding the mind and bringing up the suffering is going to stop. So some problems are not a problem anymore. So imagine, one person one day talked about having claustrophobia in a Zoom meeting. So when you have claustrophobia, that person's worry was sitting on a dentist chair and feeling like can't breathe. But imagine you keep understanding them and you understand this a life feel is the problem, and there is a state where there is no life feel as well. It's kind of, you're not scared to die anymore. I mean, it just happens. So okay, you get the feeling like you are going to suffocate because of the fear. Even if you get that that fear is not there. You might feel it, but the fear part is not going to be there. That is the thing. So whatever happens, it's like insurance which we never had before, isn't it? That's kind of insurance that we never had before. And you say that it's kind of bit artificial, but it's just an example. I think we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. So we worship our Enhancer with so much gratitude for sharing his wisdom with us and helping us. He released his wisdom through YouTube, and yeah, and we thank all the Dhamma friends and especially Joy, who is asking questions so that we and even that even the question you asked that day, that experiences being personal, it's such a deep question. I didn't go much deeper, but I felt the depth of it, and it was so good to even though it is too much to go into that detail, that none of these experiences are personal. That's a beautiful thing to understand. None of these experiences are personal. Thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you.
Peran Sanai, Dr.
Thank you,
Hope.
Doctor.
Sanai, friends.
Page number 56. As you continue to be mindful, your wisdom, also known as the Bodhyanga or Buddha nature, continues to develop. This Buddha nature is an emptiness, a supreme solitude, Uttaritara Hudekala. As wisdom grows, the mind becomes pure and untamed. When the ignorance is erased little by little, you begin to see the pure truth in everything. You awaken to a pure and untamed mind, O Prabhashvara Siddha. The Prabhashvara Sita that you had when you were born, the Prabhashvara Sita does not have fetters or akusal such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you begin to reduce or dissolve your fetters such as lobha, dvesha, and moha, you are known as a Srinaswara Rahatan Vahanse. Being mindful and seeing everything outside according to the Yathabhuta Jnana makes you develop wisdom to enter the first supramundane plane called Sotapanna. At the beginning of the path to Nirvana, you need to practice that all what we see outside are only thoughts. At the beginning of the path, you will learn to see through the images on the screen and be mindful of the pure truth, which is the white screen. This is the first step on the path to Nirvana, and this practice will lead you to attain the first stage of the supramundane plane called Sotapanna. The second stage of being mindful is to develop the wisdom to attain the stage of Anagami. To attain the wisdom of an Anagami, one has to be mindful that there is nothing as thoughts, that thoughts do not exist. How do we learn to see that all what we see are thoughts? For example, the scientists named a virus as corona, and after some time they changed the name to COVID. When they change names like this, you realize that there is no truth to anything. The vehicle production company produces a vehicle according to a certain shape and they call it a car. Then the same thing they will produce in another shape and call it a jeep. They would continue to change the shape and give it different names. It is we who assign different names to different shapes. Therwan Sarana, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book and starting the discussion. We all worship Aryan Vahanse, Therwan Saranai Aryan Vahanse, and we warmly welcome all of you uh, to this English Zoom discussion. Therwan Saranai to everybody. And also we are very grateful to our colleagues who are doing the technical side of these Zoom discussions. Therwan Saranai everybody. So as usual, we will discuss briefly what was read from the book and then go for the discussion. We learned few new words today from today's reading, because all this time we were discussing and talking about the thoughts and the mind, and we listened to few new words. One was this radiant mind or Prabhashara Manasa, and also we talked about being mindful. Now here we use this word mindful, but we know that this same term is being used in the Western world for for a slightly different meaning. And the difference between, actually speaking, the most suitable English words may not be found to explain what was actually disclosed by Lord Buddha and our Aryan Mahanse. So therefore, some of the words we have to sort of borrow and use them, but maybe with some explanations we might be able to give the better picture about it. So being mindful is being used in various aspects. Nowadays, we hear it very often. It's mostly towards the concentration meditation side. But here, in the word mindful is indicating not focusing on a particular thing. Here, to be mindful, the essential component is that to have a clear understanding about the true Dhamma, how the thoughts are formed, how this system is working, how this self-perception and this feeling of existence occurs. So without that basic knowledge and a very clear uh, picture about this process, this system function, you cannot talk about the mindfulness which was described by Lord Buddha. So even the word wisdom actually gives slightly a different meaning in Buddha teachings. So briefly, if I say about this radiant mind, as it was mentioned, it's something that we all had as a little baby, because we had only this sensor functions at that time. We could, the baby can see, but there is no naming, no thoughts to describe what was seen. And the baby can hear, but again, there is no thought to describe what is heard, so there is no naming. Similarly, the taste, smell, and also the skin touch. So all these senses are functioning, but thought formation occurs subsequently after some time when the baby grows up. So when the thoughts are formed only, all the defilements, in other words, the lobha, dvesha, moha, which means the clinging, aversion, and this feeling of existence. So those will gradually come up, develop when the thoughts are formed. I think I will stop from there. I will invite Dr. Kokila to continue the conversation. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion as well. If there's any questions, anyone is able to ask it. Yes.
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Yes.
I have a question. I mean, these days I'm learning. I respect Aryan Mansa's book a lot. Still, that I component, a thought of I component is still popping up.
Mm-hmm.
And how could I catch this thought and pass this thought away? Is there any practical tips that I can do to, when I thought comes or any thought comes, how could I just, how could I reduce that vibration? Is there any practical way or practical exercises that I could do, Doctor?
Well, we actually don't suppress it as such. If it is really bad, you can do some, going for a walk, maybe something like hiking or some activities with nature might help that. But what we mainly focus here is usually understanding that thoughts are not real, that's all. We don't really try to suppress any thought because thought has no kind of, we know that we get the burning with that. Some thoughts bring up the burning because this is a question that has been repeatedly asked in the Zoom discussions before. So, like when a child dies, mother is so much in sorrow, so sad that the thought of the son is tearing the mother away. So mothers come to the Zoom meeting and they ask Aran say that how am I going to reduce this burning? Actually, there's we know that if we actually engage in some other activities, this will get suppressed. Thought coming up, but that is not the point we talk about, because while doing that, we can do that. Go for a walk, be with the nature. You can do some breathing techniques. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just changing the subject kind of thing, changing the topic kind of thing, or kind of staying away from the stimulus. But in Dhamma, what we are trying to understand is that this is a thought. Most importantly, Joel, what we try to understand is that understanding I, me, myself. What is I? What is me? What is myself? That is all we are trying to search for. So if I ask where is Joel, Joel might say I'm here. So when you say I'm here, if I keep asking where are you, you might say I'm sitting on a chair. But then, are you sitting on a chair? So we try and see whether the I is inside the body or associated with the body. But then, if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you can see that it's only we focus on the body is there. Otherwise, we don't know that we are sitting. If we are if you are engrossed in a conversation, we can't even feel that we are sitting, isn't it? So, when we keep understanding that the focusing on the body only brings up the body, then you tend to think, okay, then maybe this is Joel, maybe the mind. I'm calling myself Joel, but when we ask who is Joel, then maybe if it is not the body, because you always say, in the sense any human being always say, this is my heart, this is my liver, this is my skin, this is my face, these are my legs. So who is mine? If all the body parts are mine, who is me? So, and when we try to think about the other way around, okay, then me must be the mind. Well, is that so? Because you're so much struggling to handle the mind. You first foremost, you join this Zoom discussion to actually find out how to tame this mind. You wanted to tame it, kind of handle it. You wanted to control the mind because you didn't want some thoughts to come to the surface. You wanted them to go away and to the better thoughts to come all the time. That's why you actually joined the Zoom meeting, which is great because that's how we got to know you. So then what Aranhanse is actually explaining here in Lord Buddha's Dhamma is that try to find yourself. So where is joy? So then if it is, if you are your mind, you should be able to do something about it, but nothing is under control. So then who are you? Then who is Joel? Then comes the sensory organs. Then we come to the understanding, okay, then feelings may be me then, because there is feelings. You feel this, the temperature, you feel the you know the fluidity, the solidity. You smell. This maybe these functions may be the me. But then, can you call that true? You can't really control any of these things. You, a sensible person will really understand none of these things are Joel. So where is Joel? I mean, I'm not only talking about the word. Word Joel has no meaning actually, but you feel alive. That's why this whole thing is. So you feel alive because there's so much fast vibration of sensory organs. That's why you feel alive. So the misunderstanding of this is happening everywhere. So the feeling of existence without any in between time, like at the same moment, is kind of felt as alive feel. Feel of existence is due to the sensory organs, the light, the sound, the touch. So actually speaking, you can't really find joy. So if you keep doing this research, you will be actually surprised one day. It's actually a misunderstanding. So we kind of I mean, you can go through the science also if you're really keen to do that. But even in science, all the world-renowned scientists are struggling here because they came to realize that even consciousness is kind of like a quantum packet. So there are research ongoing about these things, but no one is actually pointing out that there is no self. People are like, even people might get, they kind of not out with that yet. Kind of it's very difficult and difficult to prove also. So this is something that you have to feel also, that feel of existence is there when the actual stimulus is felt as a thing. This happens in every level. As we discussed before, when the word job comes up, you felt as so irritated. So that's where we understood that a life feel is there, because that topic was so unpleasant. So likewise, so it's easy if you keep understanding that you can't really pinpoint anything here as joy.
And also another question, Doctor. I think today's training is about mindfulness. According to Dhamma, what is the real definition or deep meaning of being mindfulness?
It's actually the super awareness or kind of feeling that the self is not there. That is the deeper meaning. So usually now imagine Joel, Just imagine this, just go to the imagination here. You are seeing a dream. You must be remembering some of this now. I mean, usually most of us can't remember any dream in the morning, but some will be there. So if you remember whatever the dream, don't you feel that when you are in the dream, that you are actually in the dream? Don't you feel alive in the dream? Kind of don't you feel you are in the dream, kind of thing?
Yes, doctor. Yeah.
And you wake up, and we are kind of telling, oh, I saw a dream. It was so, so dramatic. I did this and that, I ran away. I got away and I woke up. And then now we never talk about this dream being a dream, but it's the same feel. The feeling of existence or the life feel is something like that. But when you understand Dhamma, in one really small, like even a fraction of a second, you might feel the non-existence when you are having a walk, or when you are going for a sightseeing, when you are listening to maybe music, maybe the natural sounds, whatever the beautiful activities that you all do, you might get this experience that the liberation from mind and the non-vibration kind of thing. So to do that, to happen, I mean, you can't do that, obviously. If there's a doer, there's no non-vibration. So if this is to happen, main important thing is to understand the no self angle, which you have done miraculously. Actually, I think you get it because you got it, because there's no way that there is Kokila here or Surangika here or Dr. Sakuntala or Dr. or Sudharma or anyone. Or in that sense, Joel is like something like that, So we have some kind of identity given by the society. That's fine. We go by that. Everyone calls you from that. Oh, yeah, that's fine. You answer. That's okay. And you keep doing the responsibilities. That's fine too. So what we are understanding here is that even though we have entered this dream, due to the self vibration that we had, the dream, we keep understanding that there is a dream. It's okay. I mean, we are in the dream. I'm talking here. I'm sitting down now, cross-legged, and I'm talking. So what's the big deal about that? There's nothing about that. But what we understand here is that this dream is actually not true, even though it appears like that. That is the whole mirage of it and whole illusion that is there. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we stop doing anything. Why should we stop doing anything? There's no point in doing anything like that, because if you're trying to adjust something or change something forcefully, it kind of has that power. But you only thing you can do here is keep understanding Dhamma, keep searching for yourself, and one day you will feel the non-existence, and at that particular moment you will realize, wow, actually this mind bubble is not actually true. And when the the stimulus, whatever it is, it can be a horn of a car, it can be a sound of a bird, it can be touch of the feet on the floor, it can be breeze in the touching the cold air touching your skin, it can be anything. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, if the thought is not real, you will feel the liberation of mind, and in that point, when you feel that, whatever you feel is also a sensory organ function, and whatever you feel is due to the state of the sensory organ. If you feel this, the non-vibration is already there, because that is how it is. And that experience will pave you to understand that if the vibration is not a thing, in the sense if the stimuli is not a thing, in the sense it's not taken for granted, this feel of existence is not there. And this understanding helps you for the whole samsaric journey, actually, to understand that the, that a life feel that we felt throughout the life is actually, because we felt it as continuous. That's why we are scared to die. That's why we feel so much burning, because we feel that everything is happening to me. The chair is out there, that person is there, I'm here, something like that. That's the duality that we talk about. But you keep understand through your experiences that's actually not true. So the most important thing that you understand from this experience is the stimulus. If the stimulus here is, if it is a bird sound, that's a stimulus. If it's a visual image of the chair, that is a stimulus. If the stimulus is felt as a thing, that is you. There's no separate joy. That's where the so much beauty in this Dhamma. You understand that separate joy was actually illusion. What actually is there is just the feel of the chair. So you keep understanding that the feel of the chair is actually just a vibration of the sensory organ, whether it's the eye, whether it's the ear, whether it's the skin, whether it's the nose, whether it's the tongue. It doesn't necessarily matter, because if you have ever eaten a pineapple, Joel, you can do we can do like a debate, and we can say, Joel, have you ever eaten a pineapple? And then you will be like scratching the head and thinking, have I eaten a pineapple any day in my life? I mean, if you, I hope you have eaten, but you know what I'm saying? Have you ever eaten a pineapple? But then you would say, no, I know the pineapple smell. Okay, you know smell, but have you ever eaten, smelled a pineapple? Then you can say, no, I have tasted the pineapple. Well, you have tasted something, but have you ever tasted a pineapple? No, I have touched a pineapple. This is the piece of the pineapple. Why are you saying all this nonsense? Okay, well, you touched something, yes, but did you touch the pineapple? Then what you can know, I can see this. Can you not see? Are you blind? Okay, I can see something. Is that pineapple? So we keep understanding, this research is so beautiful. We keep understanding, okay, where's the pineapple now? What's the big deal about this pineapple? Joel, you can't really, we don't actually get the craving, we start craving pineapple, not exactly the taste. Taste is something that we think that is existing. That's bringing the feel of existence. But actual craving is actually for the pineapple. That's how this works. And you keep understanding how the life, or so-called life, or so-called, the dream works. You get calmer and calmer, and one day you will really feel this non-existence, and you will understand, okay, it's not a big deal, you know, like the whole this time I thought I'm existing, but there is a feel of non-existence too. So there's a new normal now. So then you get the idea of no self-perception too, because all this time you have the self-perception. You feel like an example I told you about the dream. You feel existent in that dream, actual dream that we see at night. But in the daytime, when we are running around, when we are going to the shops, when we are cooking or making a tea or washing clothes, anything, or having a shower, we feel that it's happening. That's because of the sensory system. That's because of the fast occurrence of this sensory vibrations. That's all. That's why we feel this is real, but the dream is a dream. What actually happens is the same kind of thing, because in the dream also what you saw, that I saw a dog and I started to run and I fell down and I woke up on the bed, but I was actually running down a staircase, but now I woke up on the bed. So didn't we feel so much existent even in that dream? Didn't we actually run? Didn't we feel the fear? Didn't we feel everything? How do we do that? If that is so, is there someone else in that dream? So is that not Joel, or is it Joel, or is it here Joel, or is it not Joel? Actually, it is not about not Joel or it is Joel. Actually, it is how understanding what is happening here. It's not about the actual name. It's about the feeling of existence, that how we are trapped in that, you know, the speed of these vibrations. We just get trapped. And now what we do is we just understand that. That's all. We don't change the life, but it will change. Mind you, it will change. Today, the one you hear in this in Zoom discussions, I bet all of us have changed. Did we change ourselves? No. We are not doing anything forceful here. I'm not trying to suppress my I thought or anything. I'm not trying to suppress my any thought. I'm not trying to change my thinking pattern, but it's changing every day. It's changing. It's actually, I can't even say changing. It is actually, it has no power, basically. But act in the same way as usual stuff, you know. You have some, you know, responsibilities, you keep doing that. That's it. Did you get the point, Joel? Anything else in that specific part? Do you have a question?
No, doctor, thank you, because I think these days I'm changing, but I don't feel I'm changing, but something has changed. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, all good. Thank you for asking questions, actually, because it inspires the, you know, the Dhamma. It brings out Dhamma, because this is all what we are trying to do. Because what we are trying to do is, we are not trying to give it to anyone specifically. We are just releasing it, so someone may actually get it, and
Therwan
someone.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I think Aryan Hanse has joined. Therwan Saranai.
Yeah, from the start, Aryan Vance is listening to our conversation.
Is that Aryan Because there is sometimes iPhone mark coming. I don't know whether it's Aryan or not. I have seen sometimes the, I don't know, the iPhone mark. If it is Aryan might actually speak. He will join us if he is there, if he is free. Therun Sarnai. Yeah, because I have seen 2 phones now with the iPhone mark. I have noted it before. I have noted it multiple times, and even when Narayanavansa is talking, I have seen another kind of saying without the name, just saying the iPhone. So I'm thinking, I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. If Narayanavansa is there, he will start talking. So the actual the Dhamma is we are releasing Dhamma. So we are trying to do this with help of Narayanavansa, the noble friend, and then randomly people hear this. That's what happened to us. I mean, we randomly heard that and started listening, and for some reason kept listening. And I felt the difference from day one, and I kept listening. No one has forced me to listen. No one has asked me to listen. I actually listen with great difficulty with time management, but I haven't stopped listening to Aranase's sermons until today. I somehow or other try to manage to listen to whatever he says. Anything else to add to our discussion today? Suranka is also here, Sudharma is here, Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Anyone can add something or start the discussion with any point if they would like to.
Yes, Sarna, yes, Dr. Kokila, I think as you mentioned very clearly, this about this suppression of thoughts, as you said very correctly in Buddhist teaching, when we understand this, how the thoughts are formed, actually there is no need to try to suppress it.
Yeah, thought suppression is a part of the concentration meditation, which was available even before Lord Buddha.
Yes. So
We
actually,
all try to find a way to get rid of our bad thoughts. It was there from ancient times.
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, my dear friends. As usual, 9 p.m. in Sri Lanka time, we are gathering to listen like this way, to listen um, to another episode of Profound Truth, which has been revealed by Buddothpada and Hanse through Buddothpada sermons. So that's so. Before I begin, I humbly worship our noble friend Buddothpada and Hanse, and I'm saying Teruvan Saranai to all of you. So we have been talking about how the way that this world gets formed, in the sense, as Lord Buddha said, Chitte niyati loko, your mind is your world. So we got to know how he said so. So everything in the mind is formed with thoughts. The thoughts, there won't be any thought unless you have the senses. What are the senses that humans have? Humans have eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, other 5 major senses. But after receiving the stimuli from these 5 senses, they tend to combine each other to form a thought. Formation of a thought can be identified as the point where your mind is formed. So after forming that mind, it has a certain capability of producing or generating more and more thoughts. So that is, from that we can understand how this mind converts into a certain kind of another sensor by generating new thoughts. So thought in the sense a stimulation. So it will pull up another thought to arise. So same thing happen in your eye sensor as well. Initial vibration produced a certain energy. So that energy triggered to subsequent vibrations to happen. So repetitive happening vibration collectively produce more energy. So that energy will give certain kind of a feel. If that feel brings you about the line, that is the point where your eye faculty or eye sensor is being generated. So eye itself is capable of giving rise to more and more perceptions of light. Likewise, your mind has similar kind of a functionality. So initially mind was not there. From the stimuli it received, after amalgamating or combining each other, a thought is formed. thought, in other words, we can say a building block of the mind. So you can't say there is a mind without a thought. So with the stream, with the rapidly arising, so the rapidity of the thoughts get formed will make you to feel like an existing kind of a mind. So it can be exemplified by something you see. So it's like a river. So we call a river a speedily flowing water. So if you take water from anywhere from the from that particular river, the constitute is same. But when this water starts to flow in a certain speed, we call it a river. But actually, in the river, water is there. Due to the speed it's flowing, we called it a river. Likewise, if when the thoughts, formation of the thoughts starts to happen very speedily, very rapidly, we tend to feel like it is sort of a consisting type of mind. But everywhere you find a thought. So mind has been made up of continuously flowing thoughts. So the beauty is that other than that, mind has the capability of generating new thoughts. So as an example, if you saw something orange or oranges right now, so it will remind you certain instances where you have seen a similar color. I mean, you might be thinking of another instance where you have seen a king coconut or priest with an orange color robe. So all these thoughts will arise, will be formed from the initial thought. So from that we can understand the mind itself has a capability of generating new thoughts, independent from the other five senses. So that's why we can say thoughts, the mind itself can be known as another sensor. So that's why Lord Buddha said there are 6 senses, Salayatana Loko Loko. These 6 senses define your world. Absence of these senses, there's no way of defining a word. World in the sense, the thoughts. Though we discussed how the chair got formed as a thought from the light perceptions, sound perceptions, and the contact perception. Contact means the texture of the or the solidity of the solid nature of the chair. So that particular thought contains all these qualities, all these characteristics. When you see a chair, you might it might give rise to another certain instance where you bought another kind of a chair, maybe the sofa. So it also has the similar kind of characteristics. So we used to sit, the chairs are used to sit on it. So all these perceptions are there in one single particular thought. And also it will generate more and more thoughts. So without remembering it. So you might take that quality of or the nature of generating new thoughts as that you recall them. So you mislead by you tend to think that so it comes from my memory. So so I had the memory of a sofa, so it came along with the that particular thought of the chair. But it is not like that. But as soon as you are seeing a chair, all the other more or less similar kind of vibrations will start to telepathize. So that is the way how you remind who this is the way how you get another thought of a sofa. So when you get a certain thought of a sofa, another thought will come as a bed. So you might think that you are the one who is memorizing all these things, but it is not like that. That particular thought is capable of giving rise to another thought. The sofa, the so-called sofa vibration or thought, so it is also vibration. So it has certain frequency. So if that frequency will telepathize with another kind of a frequency. So that may be a bed. So likewise, you are not the one who is memorizing these things. It automatically happens. So that is the nature of your mind. One thought is capable of generating more and more subsequent thoughts. So you mistakenly take it as you are the one who is thinking. But it is not true. So from that you can understand there is no such a thing called memory, past memory. This moment is this moment. So in this very moment, the moment you are seeing this chair, everything related to that frequency will be telepathized. Only thing, the telepathization occurs in a certain power or energy that will become prominent. Right? So there's a science behind it. Right? So we'll take an example, the previous example again. As you see the chair in front of you, it might, so we'll take, I am seeing right now a red color revolving chair in front of me. So as soon as I see this thing, see this chair, it reminds the sofa in my living room. So how does this happen? that particular shape or the color or the use of this chair telepathized with another kind of a similar kind of a frequency. That so if this frequency is capable of generating a certain power, so that becomes prominent. So that signal, that perception here is the sofa. So there is no there is no involvement of your brain, no your of you yourself. It is also a natural phenomena. So you put it as you put that entire phenomena into your basket, and you think that you are the one who is memorizing these things. So this is my memory because I remember the color of the sofa, so it keeps on remembering me. Like there is, you think like that, but it is not the actual scenario. There is only thing is happening here, the telepathization. So one thought is capable of generating more and more thoughts, more and more subsequent thoughts. So that's why the mind tends to behave as another sensor. So that's why Lord Buddha said, all these 6 senses collectively create your world. There is no world beyond these senses. So this has to be very clear for you. So as I said, there is no such a thing called memory. We live in this particular moment only. Even this particular moment is not real because it is a certain energy that is generated by that particular thought give rise to certain feel of alive feel. So yesterday we talked about these things in depth. So I'm recalling it again because it is the most critical point to understanding this akalika dhamma. This dhamma has no time. Time is there in your mind because if you believe that the energy is as me, if you take this energy that feel a certain alive feel as me, from that point onwards, you have a past, you have the present, you have the future. All these things get created, all these uh, time zones will get created if you only take as that you are there. If you able to see this dhamma as uh, a happening in this particular instance, there's no such a living being here. So this moment confines to this particular moment. So ditte dittamattang, sute sutamattang, mute mutamattang. So if you have seen something, that is it in that particular moment. So there is, with the understanding, you know, the faculty, I faculty, create this visionary perception. So there is no one who have seen this particular uh, perception, because you know with the understanding there is no person to perceive here, perceive that perception here. So that moment is that if you hear a sound, so it is due to activity, it it arises, it brought about as a result of the functionality of your ear faculty. So that is the function of this faculty. So it is just a perception. So there is no chance of creating a self if you see these things. So no one have heard, no one has heard this sound, just a sound only. So the reception side will be lost. So this part is lost because that you understood this Dhamma very well. There is no doer here, no person who is receiving. Receiving in is not there. Reception part is not there. Because you know very well there is no such a living being here. Only electric current is there. So let it happen. So that moment is the moment where the sound perception occurred. That's only. Same thing can be applied to the contact as well. So things happen. Things will happen. So there is no doer for that. There will be no doer for that. For those things, there will be no reception in for it. Because with this understanding, you know there is no self here, living being here. All these things are happening into the rhythm of the nature. So we eventually let them to happen. We just observe what is happening here. So there is no chance of to have any clinging towards to it, because they are not real. You know, with the understanding, in the absence of myself, so what is the purpose of making certain attachments towards these unrealistic perceptions? So eventually what will happen? The value that had been there for these perceptions with that ignorance we had, now these values will start to fade away. So that doesn't mean you can't get use of this chair. So you can sit on it. Yes, it's no problem. So you can, if you want to, you can resell it and get some money to buy a new one. So that doesn't matter. But with the understanding, you know, you are only handling certain perceptions. So there is no doer for anything, right? Some kind of natural phenomena is happening. That's all right. So why you take it as you are doing certain things? So why you take it as you are selling this chair to buy a new one? So it is also part of the same natural process. So you can do everything, anything. You are not there. So because these are perceptions, you have no value for that. That doesn't mean you give it your chair for free. No, you can sell it and you can buy a new one as well. You can use it to sit. That is all right. But everything will be happening without the self, because you know definitely there is no self here. So not with this understanding, what will happen? Nothing will be changed. Nothing will be changed. So you feel the taste, you feel the smell, you feel the uh, sorrow, you feel the happiness. Everything will be unchanged, will be remain unchanged. But only thing will, the only change that is happening is the notion of the I, losing the notion of the self. So just if this, with this understanding, what will happen? The feeling of underlying, the underlying feeling under the thought of I will also starts to diminish gradually, because you were thinking that there was a person behind within you throughout all these years. But so it is the signal, it is the thought that you had previously. So it, so that I-ness or the self identity got energized or fueled up during over this entire period. But now what is happening? From the understanding, you get to know that there is no self here. So you don't, that previous enforcement or so energizing, or this falling up to the self will be now diminished. Will it is will, because you know that this, there is no self here for sure. So the reinforcement of the self will be lost. From that we call, for that we call the arising of the non-soul perception. There was a self-perception. Because of that, you were empowering that perceptions throughout your whole life. But now with the understanding, you know there is no person here. So that makes you to feel like that makes you, that will create another kind of a perception of non-self perception. But it is not another kind of a perception. The absence of the self perception can be known as the non-self perception, but there is no such a thing called non-self perception. The absence of the self perceptions per se, we can say it is non-self perception. So there is nothing to be fueled up here. Though your empowerment, reinforcement of the self formation will be lost. So what will happen? It will, the feel underlying will be gradually diminished. subside. So it is it is another kind of a feel. So you felt in the mundane world as an ordinary person, you felt I'm a such a recognized person in this society. So you felt like that. I'm a doctor. I'm an engineer. So I have certain responsibility to carry out. So a, I have a certain kind of a social role to perform during my life. So those kind of notions were there with you because you thought that there was a person within me. There was a alive uh, being within, living being within me. But now what has happened? With the understanding, you realize there is definitely no such a person there within me. So the empowerment of this self now has been lost. There is no one to maintain because you know it is because you were in such a ignorance, you were fueling up or you were empowering a soul which has not been there for real. So you have come out from that illusion, that concept. So now you see the truth. There is no person here, no doer here, no figure, no role. There is no role to showcase to the society. So that will bring about this non-soul perception. So what you have, but uh, you are not empowering the non-soul perception. What actually doing is stop fueling up the self identity, notion of the self. So that will gradually dissolve the notion of the self. So that process can be called as the coming out of your non-soul perception. But there is no such a thing called non-self perception. We are just referring for sake of understanding only. So it is so subtle. It is very difficult to understand at once. But if you try to deep dive in this concept, so you can realize these things very well. There should be certain kind of a inquisitive mind for you to do this experiment or research on your own, because you have to certain yes, you have to have certain courage for that also. So anyhow, I will try to, so this kind of intention is adequate, I think. Anyhow, I'll try to figure out who am I. That is enough. So then for that kind of an inquisitive mind will be able to find this truth. So arising of the non-self perception per se is the diminishment of defilement. In other words, diminishment of the self, or decrease the uh, energy that was there within the notion of the I. So it is very, so with that, what will happen? Another kind of awareness will uh, come, will arise within you. What is that awareness? The super awareness. It is a certain kind of a feel, another kind of a feel. So that kind of a feel you have never experienced in your lifetime. It is a brand new kind of a feel that you are able to see through this. It gives it gives certain capacity to see through this illusion as never before. This is the awareness that you will get with this understanding. So it is called as super awareness. So ability to see through this illusion will will help you to keep you away from entangling further into this illusionary world. So it is a win-win situation like that. So you get liberated from your mind. So you will dissolve yourself gradually. At the same time, what will happen? A kind of a super awareness will uh, um, get uh, um, formed within you. So all these things will contribute to change you internally. That change is known as internal transformation. So from that point onwards, you will not be a human anymore. That's why Lord Buddha said, Lord Buddha was inquired just after uh, uh, by certain layperson, so called Upaka. My Lord, who are you, my Lord? Are you a human? The Buddha's reply was, no, I am not a human. So, are you a god? No, I am not a god either, said Lord Buddha. So, are you a Brahman? Oh, no, I'm not a Brahman either. So then who are you? Then Lord Buddha said, the reply was, I am the Buddha. So it is a certain stage with that particular internal transformation. So in that internal transformation, the super awareness will remain static, but there is no self there, without a self. So that is the point where you are that is the point Lord Buddha showed where you entered the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So a state of non-vibration. So what is happening here? Earlier you had vibration in your faculty, so it got transformed into your vibration of yourself. So then, with the understanding what has happened, that vibration started to slow down or diminish. ultimately non-vibration, you entered to the state of non-vibration. It is simple as that. Vibration ended up with non-vibration. The state of non-vibration is the state of supreme bliss of Nibbana. In that particular state, there is no losing of the vision, hearing, and certain feelings. Everything will be there because your bodily senses keep on working. So everything will be there, but there won't be any honor for this thing. So that's why Lord Buddha said in that particular said, Ditte ditta mattang, sute sutta mattang, mute mutta mattang. Vision is the vision. That is only. It does not go beyond to create a self for that, honor for that. The if you hear a sound, so it will confine to a certain sound only. It does not go beyond that to create a self with that. So if you once you feel a certain contact, maybe a pain, maybe a touch sensation or whatsoever, so it will no longer remain. It will no longer able to generate a self for you because this self part is lost because you have attained the non-vibration state. Everything will be remain same, but you will be not there. That is the state where you achieve the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So see, in this particular moment, in this very thought, everything is achieved. In this thought. So you now you know how this one single thought contained all these things. So one single thought contained a light perception, sound perception, and the tactile perceptions, pain, and everything, smell, everything. So those perceptions combined each other to form another kind of a brand new perception, that is the thought, or in other words, that is the mind. So it is represented as a chair. So that chair contributed to make certain feel as an existing chair. So in order to feel that existence of the chair, there should be a live being, living being, to perceive that the certain existence of the particular chair. So that is the way how the self got generated or originated. So all these things happen in this one single thought. So if you understand this thought, if you are able to understand if this one particular thought and there is no chance of creating or originating the self in it, that is the person who excels this world. So your senses will remain functioning as usual, but there is no chance of generating a self after combining these things. So that part was that part in the thought was occluded or prevented by the understanding. So that is the way how you get out from your ignorance. Ultimately, what has happened here, you moved from the darkness to the light. You were in such a illusion. Now you have come out from the illusion. But illusion, the process of creating the illusion, it is the nature. So you just keep watching what is happening, but nothing can change or nothing can affect your internal purification or purity. So there is no chance of creating defilements on you because you know this is the nature's order. So it happens according to uh, the way that nature wants to happen. So, all right. So, as we said earlier, the ring of fire keeps forming. That's all right. So, it can't affect your internal stillness. It won't be able to influence your internal stillness. So, internal stillness will be remain static. So, it will be a calm and quiet nature. So that's why Haran also tries to point out or give certain examples of how you feel, the exact feeling in a particular state. So if you can place a cube of ice amidst a fire, so it will, that cube of ice will remain cool until it gets dissolved. Likewise, whatever the things happen in the mundane world, so it can't influence your internal stillness because you know very well for sure that it is a, an illusion, it is a mirage. So, no burning, no pain, no suffering will be there with you. That is the state of supreme bliss, supreme nibbana. So everybody who understands this Dhamma will attain to that state. So, but it is not very easy and not very difficult as well. So, the ability to penetrate this truth from your um, penetrate you with your understanding. So, how much you can do this experiment or the investigation, that much it will become so evident for you. So that's why Lord Buddha said, no one can hop into some others else's rafters to get to the other bank of the river or get to this understanding. You have to make your own, build your own rafter and do your own certain investigation. So that should be, this truth should be recognized by yourself, understood by yourself. So it is, there is no value of understanding of others. So you can just ask, and get the things clarified. But you have to um, figure out uh, end, midpoint, and the end point in this path. So how much you become thorough with these things, or how much you realize this process, actually the system, that much you would be able to get liberate from the illusion, get the liberation from that illusion. So how much you become thorough with that thing, that much you will be uh, able to get closer to the state of nibbana. So there is a certain exercise for you all to do. Please, what Lord Buddha said is, don't panic, don't rush, don't take your own time and do this research on your own pace. Surely you can achieve this, and surely you can end up with this ultimate uh, feeling of the state of nibbana. So it is now the Dhamma is very clear. So Dhamma is Dhamma that is uh, given, that is revealed by Lord Buddha about 200, 600 years back, and now it is there, and there is a noble friend for us to ask any questions. So in these Zoom sessions, so he comes frequently to answer your questions, particularly at 2 to 3 p.m. Each and every day. So there is discussion, Dhamma discussion. So in Sri Lanka time, I'm telling. So you can join to this discussion, and if you have questions about these things, you can get them clarified then and there from our noble friends. So I invite all you to take this opportunity. So you are one of the luckiest persons in the world, entire universe, and if you happen to listen this Dhamma, so it is the eligibility criteria for you to see the ultimate result. So listening this Dhamma is a very rare opportunity. So if you happen to listen, if you happen to listen this Dhamma, that means you are eligible to see the truth. So you have a duty to do certain justice to your entire samsaric journey. So there are more things to discuss. I mean, how this samsaric cycle moves forward, how this samsaric cycle stops if you once you start to seeing this truth. So there are a lot of things to discuss. Actually, it can be uh, uh, it can be we can discuss further. So yes, there are certain things, but I think those things are not very essential. But if you are able to see the impermanence nature of the mind, in other words, this entire worldly things are not as real things. So you, my mind concept are becoming a part of that same illusion, same world. So that is more than enough for you to understand the rest of the things. Because Lord Buddha in those era, this truth was explained to even the 7-year-old old Samanera Theros as well. So what Lord Buddha really told them is the image that you are seeing, the reflection that you are seeing in the water, basin of the water, is very similar to that you see as the external world. So if you lean down to a water basin, basin filled with water, you see your own reflection as well as the uh, rest of the worldly objects. Maybe tree, maybe sun, or maybe uh, uh, sky, and all these things. So Rahula was told by Lord Buddha that same reflection is the how this reflection was made. That is the same way that your world has got formed. So it is so you know this reflection is not real. So you can't find the worldly objects or even yourself within that water basin. You know it is not real. So that concept, if you able to apply that understanding to this world, the world that you are seeing, actually, you are thinking that is real, but it is not true. It is very similar to the reflection that you see, that you have seen in the water basin. So that understanding is enough because you know that you are not a real living being here. It is as you peep into this world, you see your reflection as real. If you don't lean down, you won't see this reflection. So similar kind of scenario is there, is happening in your in this real world as well. So you are living in a illusionary world. So you yourself is also become part of that same illusionary world. So everything is an illusion. So try to the effort that you put to understand that illusion is capable of taking towards the uh, supreme state of Nibbana. So understanding there is no person here, or at least for the knowledge is sufficient to put your first step into this path. That is the stream entering path or the Sotapanna state. So that is the place where Sakkaya Ditthi Silabbata Paramasa. Sakkaya Ditthi means the notion of a self. So that has to be has to be understood. There is no self here. First one. So the second one is Sakkaya Ditthi Silabbata Vichikicha. Vichikicha means there is no doubt of it. Definitely there is no person here. So we are referring to a certain current as a self. So definitely there is no self here. The reflection is not real, as I said earlier. So there's no kind of a doubt here. The second one is also there. And paramasa. Paramasa means the self, feeling of the self, or the ego, or the self identity. So, if you are able to get away from those things, that is the point where you keep your first step to this path. That is the stream entering path, entering stage, step that you are keeping. So I welcome all you to listen this Dhamma first and try to figure out what Buddhottpada sermons trying to say to this world. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So until then, Theruvan Saranai and Triple Gem bless you all. Theruvan Saranai.